クワクするステージ、視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう。一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ。ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語、ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよ。どこまでも広がる空、勇気を持って進もう。君が主役のストーリー、さあ始めよう。この瞬間が宝物だよ、キュンとするでしょ。
江东去，浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000唱，几曾着眼看后望。真度真度，旌旗叹欧陆。
陈师兄，就是你的那个小面具可以。
An ominous aura still pervades this place, even though Omnius is no more. If you happen across Sai, you must remember that she is no longer the little sister you inside.
Don't worry, Father. I'm going to bring her home. No matter what. Sai, this area is perilous. You can't stay here long. This... Sai! This is too dangerous! Put down your blade!
Enough of your talk, hypocrite!
Your brother, your kin, come home!
She's already in hell and she'll meet again soon! Hey, bye! Bye! Check out what your big bro just made for you. It's a horse. There's a good girl. With me here, you don't need to worry about a thing.
I'm sorry, I didn't keep my promise. Protect you.
No!
Sai, I won't make the same mistake twice. This time, I'll keep you safe!
Brother.
It's to hell I must descend. To save you. Then so be it! I'll bring you home, no matter what! Sai.
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000唱，几曾着眼看后望。
无尘师兄，就是你的那个小面具可以。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Nbpl. My name is Hipbrain, and I am joined by Dunkin' Donuts. It has been an entire season, but we are finally reunited at the end of the split. How are you doing, mate? You all right?
I'm doing very well, thank you very much. I'm very excited for today. As you've seen, there's been a lot of Taka coming into play, and it's very exciting for me. I knew it would happen eventually.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's been very fun. How have you been doing? You excited for today as well?
I am super excited for today. I've been overdoing solos for a little bit. Now, normally I'm the trios guy. I love trios. I've been moved over to solos for a couple of days. Got to see some of the changes for the new patch and see how the Siren nerfs affected over there. Obviously, Taka, which I know... I'm 90% sure I might be the only non-Taka player in the Nbpl like caster lineup. Like everyone else plays that character and like mains it. And so I know there was a lot of excitement around Taka rocking up. I'm excited to see how the changes affect trios now. But for you guys at home, grab yourself some goodies. We're on this top bar today, so make sure you have your NARAKA account linked and you can grab these daily drops. This Saturday and Sunday is our final bi-weekly finals before we move on to the actual playoffs, and that'd be that Eternal Radiance, which is the bi-weekly 4. I can't believe we're at the end of the season, Duncan. Like, this is crazy to me.
It does. It feels like it's flown by. No, absolutely. But to be honest, this year feels like it's flown by. We're in May already. How
I know.
Did that happen?
I'm pretty sure I was eating my Christmas turkey like 2 days ago, man. Like,
yeah,
I don't
exactly.
know what's going. It feels so recent. It's like actually we're closing in on summer already. The years are speeding up, man. The years are speeding up as you get older. I'm turning 32 this year. And
feels old, man.
It's honestly, the grandpa hands actually queued up for a game in NARAKA the other day, and I got absolutely steamrolled. I was like, yeah, I'm old. It's happening. I suck at the game now.
I mean, it's I mean, you can. Hey, but the thing is, though, age is just a number. Don't let anyone tell you any different. Exactly. But anyway,
I'd like to agree, but my hands disagree with you on that, man. The arthritis playing games now.
But anyway, moving on. Back to today. Yes, exactly. It's gonna be a hype one.
Yeah, I'm curious because you obviously been covering a bit more of the trios recently. Like I said, I've been off doing my solos adventure and kind of checking in with those guys. So I'm curious how the changes have affected trios. Things like the Siren nerf, like she's lost she went from 1800 health on her ult to 1500 health in trios, I believe. So it was a pretty substantial number that adjusts to her and makes her way less tanky and more easy to be kind of caught out. So what are the comps looking like? Is Syra still kind of like the be-all end-all, or is she kind of fallen out of favor a little bit?
I mean, she's definitely still very, very popular. She's very prevalent in the meta. I think it's to be expected because she's one of those characters that regardless of how much shield she gets on her ultimate, because of how she works as a character, she's always still going to be really, really useful. Like the dazzle effect, the healing, obviously, and just like the beam that goes through to multiple, and it's just the fact that it can stagger quite a few things. Like you can stagger Feria, you can stagger Monk, etc. So it's still going to hold value, but I think the priority picks in phase 1 for character selection may start to drift away from Syra, perhaps, but we'll have to wait and see, because I think so far it's still not really changed that much. The addition of Taka into the meta has definitely changed a little bit, but to be quite frank, I don't think that this comp that they're running, or the comps that they have been running in Nbpl, have been the final Taka comp, so to speak. You know, I think this is just like, we're gonna use him and we're gonna try him out in this sort of competitive environment, but we're not really gonna be investing hero points into actually putting a really good comp together for him, because there is one, but I don't think it's Monk Karumi Taka personally. I think it's definitely gonna be something else coming out of the woodwork at some point in the near future, but we'll see. Who knows?
I guess the Kylin nerfs also probably affected that Monk comp, where you originally would go for the Kylin, so you'd get the grab and then get the slash through, but they reduced the damage on the slash from Kylin, so it somewhat makes sense that actually maybe we have seen a bit of a a bit of a change, and they're trying to just slot in Taka. And like you said, it's in this game mode where like you have the hero points and you have to be pretty cost effective of how you roll your hero points. It does make all the difference if you can find like a use for Taka where he doesn't actually cost you anything. Now, anyway, we've been rambling on about comps and we'll have more time to do that soon, but this is today's schedule. We'll be opening on Pedora, then going to horror off Morris, and Padoria. The last 3 games of the day are going to be on those Firefly maps as well, so lots of action towards the end of the day. It's been interesting coming back because over in solos, it's just the same. It's like Padoria, holler off Morris, Padoria, holler off Morris, but there is a reason, and Raven explained it to me actually. It's something to do with hero point allocation and getting like power picks on each map. Somehow this maths out that it works as fair as possible for all the teams. Raven will probably do a way better job of explaining it to you, but that's why on trios, because we use the hero point system, this is why we play it this way.
But hey, well, it's certainly exciting. You know, you've got a nice little slower start with the non-Fireflies, and then just once everyone's warmed up, then just goes crazy, gets oogly in the second half of the day. Very fun way to do it for the viewers as well. You know, if you're still sleepy, you know, you just gotten up or something, you know, you can just sort of take a nice little chill first 3 games. But I'm sure that quite a few of these teams aren't really looking to start the day off too slowly, as this is, of course, the final day of trios for this bi-weekly. And today it's make or break. Either you make it today and you go into that bi-weekly final this weekend, or you don't. And then you're probably, if you're not making it into this bi-weekly final, you're likely going to have to go through last chance qualifiers next week. So, hey, you want to make it big this week, and I'm looking at YZG because they are currently our champs. They've won 3 bi-weeklies in a row, and then on their first day of bi-weekly 4, they actually didn't get that many points. They were on 40 something. They didn't do all that well. Perhaps they were just, you know, having a slow day, doing a little bit of limit testing, perhaps, which we have had confirmed to us. No, limit testing is a thing that does happen in group stage. So are they going to come out with an explosive day today? Who knows? We'll see. I want to see if they've cooked something up for us. Who knows? The actual Taka comp?
It's been interesting from YZG because I feel like their regular bi-weekly performance has actually been not bad. It's definitely been, you know, they've always been top 6able, but they've never been like the standout guys in those regular bi-weeklies. It's when we get onto the actual finals itself, there's just a different beast awakens in YZG, and these guys, I believe, have scored enough points to be in that top 6, so they will be in the they won't have to play for the last chance qualifiers. But you know, you go all 4, you get the quad under your back. I don't know, I'm gonna quickly look through my page because I've got a book on me with every bi-weekly final result ever. I don't think in trios we've ever had one team win every single bi-weekly final. I think the hat-trick in itself might be record-breaking. I
think the hat-trick may have happened once. I think it was last year. It may have been GG.
No, GG didn't last year actually. I'll give them to you right now.
Team.
So summer it was Wolves, and then Bowder took it away, and then JL. That was summer last year. So Wolves got 2 back-to-back, but that was the most they did on that one. Spring, it was OUG, WBG, GG. Summer 2023 was OUG, then GG, and then it was TE. Spring, KLA, TE, J-Team. Wow, J-Team, that was a flash in the past. TE. Okay, I can confidently say here, we have never seen a team win all 4 bi-weekly finals, and they are the first team, at least, like, I wasn't looking at the trios, to be fair, solos even, sorry, solos could be different, but in trios, no team has ever had a hat-trick, so they've already broken ground on that. If they can then be the first team to get all 4 bi-weekly finals under their belt, as well as the first team to get a hat-trick, that is a scary start to the year for the rest of the teams, right? Like, they've got to do this again in summer. Then they've got J-Cup coming up, and like YZG off this season alone, provided they have an amazing performance today going into the bi-weekly finals, and then have a good performance in the actual finals themselves, regardless if they win or not, they're gonna have an absolute mass amount of points going towards those world qualifiers, and these guys could just genuinely be a team to keep your eye on for the year.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It is strange. It feels like it doesn't feel like there's that a hat trick has never been done before. Like you mentioned GG and Wolves have both had 2, but no one's actually ever had 3. That's crazy. I thought that there may have been. Perhaps I was thinking of solos, because I think in the era where Mike and Spider simply dominated all the bi-weeklies, I think it's pretty possible that there's been a hat trick before in solos. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. But regardless, you did say though that YZG, yeah, they sort of, they're not like super standout in the group stages. I think they've only ever had like one day where they've actually just sort of gone insane. They've got like 90 or so points. I think that was only once out of all the bi-weeklies. As you said, I agree. They just sort of they just pop off in the finals. I remember the first bi-weekly, they just unleashed. The first game, it was really not very good. They were playing Attack on Titan, the Viper comp in Endgame. They got Draco, and then it just all went downhill. They died with Draco Storm. That was the first game of the day, and then the game 7 was just the other end of the spectrum. It was the most impeccable game of NARAKA, of Viper comp that I've ever seen. It was insane. They just, I don't know. They've ascended past the rest of the lobby. I feel like they've just unlocked a new level. It occasionally happens, and it's going to force all of these other teams to elevate their play if they don't want to get left behind. And it's just going to be the YZG show for the rest of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, these guys have been having an absolutely stellar performance so far this season. But, I don't think they're the only team that have, like, while they've got a lot of, like, the kind of the big wins, the important wins under their belt, that doesn't necessarily mean they're the only team in the running right now, right? Like, there's actually quite a group of teams who have really been performing. OEG have actually been a pretty standout performer to me this split. We haven't seen much from GG, to be completely honest. Like, it's not like they haven't found wins. They did actually get a hat trick on the first day of trios this split, but other than that, like, GG have kind of somewhat fallen to the wayside to me a little bit here. I think it's been interesting seeing things like SR, one of our newer teams, actually put in some numbers and actually show up in some of these games. So they've been really, really interesting. It looks like we're going to finally get onto Hero Select for game number 1 of this series. See who is in our pick order here. YZG at that bottom end of it. But yeah, I'm going to be very excited to see the overall the overall pick heroes and like hero picks and what the intention is going to be. Speaking of teams who have been disappointing, Wolves are in our first round of selection here. These guys are technically the world champs. I say technically, these guys are the world champs, but they have not played like world champs all split long. It has been disappointing from Wolves so far.
Yeah, it definitely has been. They did have some roster changes at the beginning of the year, so it's a bit different. Oh, wait a minute. Okay.
We're just opening on blind date?
Okay, then. I mean, we did see this last week a little bit. The Viper was just super popular in the first games of the day.
Yeah.
5
SS1 just burned points in game 1 for it. Okay. This is Oogly Boogly, my guy.
This is Oogly Boogly indeed.
What is
Don't tell me there's more, right?
It as well. If these guys lock it, I'm quitting my job.
No way. Okay.
No,
Okay.
How has Zyphon fallen to the bottom of the priority list?
What YZG? What?
They just put 6 points.
Ooh, what the?
I'm about to lose my mind.
What am I watching? 9 teams? 9 Viper comps? Guys, are you okay?
Holy moly.
Are you guys okay? Like, what's going on? Viper's good. Is she that good? Are we serious?
YCG could have just completely like trolled their entire day. They have 3 hero points to work with for 5 games now. That is madness.
That's crazy. That's just insane. I mean, okay then. All right, I guess. Like, I mean, the Matari comps, there's 2 of them. They're gonna get rolled very quickly. I feel like they do counter Viper, but you know, how many Vipers can you counter with 2 Matarions? And then we've got WZ playing Ice Cream comp, the Bing Chilling comp, which I love. I love that China is calling it ice cream because in Chinese, ice cream is Bing Chilling. You know, that's what it is. So it's just the Bing Chilling comp, which I love. So yeah, but I don't know if they're gonna survive. I think it's gonna be a Viper game. I think it's just gonna be Vipers at the end of the game. No, how are they surviving with all of these assassination comps?
I was gone for 2 weeks, and the meta has shifted so dramatically. I am stunned. Xiphon, the comp which I for a very long time was saying was the best comp in trios for like all of this split, is now getting picked last because Blind Date, that comp which for a long time was a comp which was like, it's kind of just 3 hero points, is getting picked that effectively. But YZG have locked themselves into 3 hero points for the rest of the day. That is absolutely bonkers. These are going to be some insane drops and a lot of really skirmishy fights. I'm so excited for this. Although, the one thing to take from this, Dunking, is a lot of these teams have an Uber driver in their Wuxia. So when stuff gets a little bit too dicey, they will be blinking out of fights. It's going to be about those rundowns. It's going to be about those chases. And I think the first time you see a Wuxian port go off near you, every Tessa comp in the lobby is just going to focus down in on that. And it is going to be... This might just be a bloodbath, to be honest, mate. It really will.
Could be. It could be. I'm for YZG's sake, I really hope they can make the most of this, because they've committed, as he said, 6 hero points and now have 3. So if they don't get a good game, they might not be looking so good for the rest of the day. But who knows? We'll see. Maybe they're just that confident. Confidence is key after all, but overconfidence is it's dangerous. It's very dangerous. Well, we're gonna see, chat. Let's have a look. See here, YZG off the bat. They I'm pretty sure they did spawn on top of another team, but it doesn't look like we're gonna see an engagement just yet. We are kicking off with a fight between GG and JL in Imperium 330, sending a very aggressive R&B focus with that greatsword. Cuckoo gonna be parrying, gonna be trying to chase him down. The F comes out, the healing through, and of course, with the changes throughout this season, everybody starts with white armor, so we've all got a little bit of armor, which is very nice, but unfortunately it is not going to be saving CJS. And this is a lot of action happening in Imperium. Are we going to see the red longsword?
Well, we might be, as they're just completely scrapping it out right now. Missed. No ultimate available. F is back up though, so can throw that one down if he needs to. He's just going to jump into the middle of the JL members, gets himself incredibly low, caught by the silence though, so he needs to break away from this one. Finally will go down. That silence lasts forever, and it is just continuing to be a total bloodbath. JL coming in with that scale rush, doesn't make the connection here. XX1UO trying to break away, has got his ultimate available and is now going to use it. But there's so many pillars, so many places to hide behind. He just takes a kick to the head on that scale rush. He's going to get run down as LXM catches on to One Feng, and GG starting off nice and strong off the back of this game. 4 kills deep as One Feng will fall. JL, Cuckoo, last one standing as he will fall as well. Throws the Tessa ultimate out, but it is not going to matter. GG. 5 kills deep to kick it off.
5 kills. They're looking good. We were talking about them earlier as well. But we're going to be moving over to the northern side, the northern part of the map. We've got OA and SS1 going at it, going head to head right now. Two-Tick getting knocked back by the Scale Rush on the Zai. Does find the Wu Chen there with that R&B focus. I think he did catch the burn there. He did indeed, and Juan is going to go down, allowing him to pick up that Soul Bloom, giving him a little bit more ult charge, allowing him to get back into the fight very quickly with that effective health being healed on up. And SS1 Water is going to be falling close behind his teammate as well, but OA, they've lost Meng. This could be a bit dangerous. WZ are coming into the fray. They are coming in with that third party Two-Tick. He's fighting them off. He's trying his best, but I don't think he can do very much in that 1 versus 3 right here. WZ coming in clutch. And now this is a team that sadly just hasn't really been able to do much this split. They haven't found their footing, and we've got Cookie on this team. You know, the roster changes and stuff, it makes sense, but they've been much slower to adjust than the other teams that have also had roster changes this season. But good to see they're starting off strong today. Hopefully they can make it in to the bi-weekly finals. We'll see. But YZG, slow and steady. They got some purple armors, purple weapons, looking good.
Yeah, feeling pretty comfortable off the back of this one. Haven't been able to find a single kill yet, even though they did drop on top of another team. Does look like OA's PP hiding away in the distance. 2 members still waiting on the revive, so PP does not want to be getting caught there. As TXJ does find Yoran here, catches them with a grapple. May just continue to try and chase on. YZG are going to take this opportunity to start the fight out. Throw the Tesla ultimate down. I believe that's actually connecting onto YZG. Trying to get caught out, but that Viper stun. The Viper will connect. No, TXG is able to break away. Now it's his turn to throw the Viper stun out. Will find himself caught up by the charm, though. So he's just trying to find that lockdown on to the members. Isn't able to get it, but it does touch the urn in time. WBG's Yoran. Gonna lose a fair amount of HP here as YZG get absolutely rolled by WBG here.
This is not looking good. Where's YZG, who's been dominating? And also, they go for the slow and steady, and we've seen them do this countless times. But they go the slow and steady, play for the scaling initially, not look for any kills, and then just come in and dominate in the mid game to late game and get a whole load of eliminations. But unfortunately, they just get caught here. They just go for that 3v3 and it just not go their way. So they're gonna have to go back and try and, you know, scale back on up yet again. And we'll see if they're able to do that, if they're able to accomplish it. BBE teleporting out there. They do have a member down, so they are going to be going to safety. And here again, we see another fight between ASE and GG. ASE using that Wu Chen teleport to disengage after GG having committed their Viper ultimate. Are they going to be going back in here? I don't know if this is the best idea. They do have the Viper ultimate on the side of ASE. Here we see it. Ooh, wait a minute. It's V1 as well. V1 going to be coming out. LXM getting locked up. The Stag is coming through, but the Wu Chen ult is going to be coming into trade. This is just how these fights are going to go this game, I feel like. This is Wu Chen ult after Wu Chen ult, trading ults back to back to back, and then nothing's really going to come of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is what happens when you got the Uber with the Wu Chen just to port you out. Makes it very hard there. Still now committing to a bit of a semi-range fight here. LXM, flying knives in pocket. Can look to throw those out. It's just going to look to try and catch on. Dodges away on the Tessa Charm. Is going to chase onto Mist as he forces him up the slippery rocks. And LXM unable to connect and follow. So he just turns his attention to the rest of ASE. The damage is coming out actually there from the flying knives. Zhao Wen will fall as Han now finds himself on his lonesome. Does get the backup though of Mist, who's rejoined into the fight. 3-3-0. Gonna keep LXM safe for the moment as Han just needs to evade away from those flying knives. But GG, they've got the man advantage. Han's on his lonesome. No Wu Shen port available to him. And he will be finding himself knocked out, caught by the parry. And ASE, the first team eliminated from the lobby.
That is rough for them. They were in the winning position as well. They were doing pretty well. They did have a slight loot disadvantage. However, I think if they I don't know. I think they needed to be focusing down that Wu Chen and trying to get that silence onto him instead of going for the Viper with the V1 if they wanted to come away with the win in that skirmish. But it is what it is. It's only game one. Game one. Warming up. The first game of the day. It's all good. It's all good. But now heading over to Wolves, who are on 3 eliminations so far, trying to force this fight onto OA, having utilized their Moonbane that they invested their Darktide coins into. They have forced out some of the ultimates. Yeah, 2 of the ultimates from OA here. They do have the Zai ultimate. Is going to be coming through. The Tessa ult is going to come through onto OA. 2-tick is going to fly to the sky with that F, but I don't think he's going to be getting away from this one. The charm is going to come in, and he is going to be eliminated. Meng coming back into the fray just to die with his brothers, going down together. And I don't know if they've all got reses. It looks as though only one of them has res. Meng and 2-ticks.
We'll see in a moment.
Stuck.
But importantly, because there's been so much action early game, but I was like, oh man, we're a ways into this game. We're still in the early game. Like the first run,
Yang's not even spawned.
We got so much time to go. 22 minutes left on the clock, but it's just been an absolute bloodbath. Wolves, purple armor, a couple of purple weapons as well. Those guys are definitely going to be wanting to go into the realm of Yang. And typically the blind date comp, a comp which doesn't particularly like going into realm of Yangs, mostly because Wu Shen is absolutely giga useless inside them. This is the one time where you're probably comfortable to take it in, because I mean you're very likely going to run in to another one of those comps. And interestingly, I haven't seen much from the Xiphons so far. These guys have been relatively quiet, but this is also where these teams are going to shine. Even if they go up versus these blind date comps, they're going to be most comfortable jumping into a realm of Yang and get themselves in a scrap. Cookie just waiting it out here with the being chilling comp as YZG find himself in a fight with GG for the Spirit World. TXJ's already lost a lot of HP. Nice vertical comes out from CJS with the longsword, as it now just looks like they're going to continue to chase on. And there is the portal out. Nice little parry just to send them packing, but GG will get the Spirit Well.
They will indeed. It's not looking good for YZG right now. What's going on? They were losing this fight in the 3v3 neutral with the one ban, the no ults. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe they've got the jitters. You know, they're a little bit worried. The pressure is on. They want to get the four piece. They want to get all 4 wins for the bi-weekly, and it's getting to them perhaps, but who knows? Who knows? We're going into the realm of Yang now with no Viper comms here.
Surprise, surprise.
Surprise, surprise. Yeah, considering there's 9 of them.
Alright, well, Donkey9 has got the Matari ult on for the moment, got the invisibility. F's available. Gonna look for the slam down. Does connect onto Cookie with it. Can refresh, but gets caught out here. So much crowd control comes in onto them. They're just gonna get a pot off and heal back up. Ultimate will get burnt and will refresh the F onto Donkey9. Forces Cookie to actually run away there with just the inner ultimate, just trying to break away. They're going incredibly low though. Can Donkey9 connect that F and just finish this one up? It looks like Cookie was able to pop back up. Looks for the freeze onto Donkey9's not going to be able to find it. F ability still available. Donkey9 gets caught. They're going to lose so much HP here. Needs to use that F, but they don't get the opportunity. Lue just keeping the pressure down with the mech, gets the cannon shot off to finish up the next one. Uppercut coming in, and that just looks like the final member here of WZ. The final member of DRG versus WZ. It's going to be going down momentarily here. There we are. WZ take themselves the victory inside the realm of Yang.
They do, and we're going back straight into the action on the outside between JL and GG. And CJS is going to be taking down One Fong very early on into this fight. The parry is going to be coming through. 330 is getting focused down by the enemy team. Will they be able to save him? They do have that Draco Storm, but know that he's going to survive. The Soul Bloom is going to come through and keep him topped up. And GG, yeah, they're popping up. Maybe they heard you. They heard you, Jake. We've not been doing so well. Let's step it up a little bit, and perhaps that is what we're going to be seeing today, because they are currently on 11 kills, 11 eliminations.
That's
currently in the middle of the pack. That's I
was actually looking at my notes here. In all the games I've casted, GG haven't won in one of the games I've covered since the first day of the tournament. Now I know they've won other games since, but it hasn't been the most impressive performance this year from them, from the team who everyone thought was going to be world champs, because they won both of the finals, both spring and summer last year. Those guys were on fire. So it's about time to hit that form really for GG. 11 kills deep. They need to continue to play like this for the rest of the day, and then try and take a bi-weekly final and deny WZG the quadra on bi-weekly finals. I mean, to win every bi-weekly final in a season is absolutely mind-boggling if they can pull that one off. But for now, they're not having quite as hot a performance. They are currently still qualified for bi-weekly finals, but they're in 10th place. So they've got a lot of work to do if they want to get enough points put together to get higher up. Because the higher up you are, the more points you're taking into the bi-weekly final, which then in turn means, you know, the closer you get to match point threshold, the closer you get to being able to actually win those bi-weekly finals. And YZG have always been a kind of top 6 team at least when they go into those bi-weekly finals. So keep our eyes on them for now. As DRG, fresh off respawn, got themselves the Rama Yang debuff on. They're going to need to be able to get themselves cleansed up. As GG got 3 kills with the Draco Storm. God, these guys are absolutely crushing it. WZG are going down. Wait, they're just going to cleanse, right?
They're going to cleanse. Wait, this is huge.
Oh, he did cleanse. They just got a free cleanse off. That's huge for
free
DRG.
Cleanse. This is a paid acting right now. What's going on? I mean, thing is though, this is a very common tendency for teams that have that Vermilion Bird's Might. They use some fire cages or mushrooms to essentially just let themselves die with the buff, so that they can then get that safe rotation with the spirit form, and then position themselves somewhere else on the map without having to take any risks rotating around. And considering there's a lot of Viper comps around, it's actually a pretty smart decision here in this specific lobby. But we're going to be having a fight in the zone here, interestingly, between BBE and JL. It looks as though NNE is going to be taken down very quickly, not able to get that Wu channel off. Roy jumping. Oh my goodness. BBE getting parried left and right. JL reading them like a book. And I have to say, it is a shame that BBE has not found their footing at all this split. I've been saying it every week and hoping that they do finally do it, but every week they seem to just struggle. And it's possible that every week all the other teams are being forced to level up, you know, being forced to improve because of YZG, you know, that everyone's being forced to improve, and BBE are just that one step behind. But who knows? They did get an MVP, I think, a couple of weeks ago. They have it in them, but we just need a bit more consistency. 5-1 on the other hand has been performing pretty well, especially if you're talking relative to BBE. But hey, we want to see both SEA teams doing well, as it was always nice to see. Here we do see GG taking a bit of a fight over the Spirit Well. Teleport does come through. LXM did go down. Wolves looking pretty strong right now. They're going to be able to take this Spirit Well, perhaps? No? They're going to be letting it go. SS1? They're not going to contest?
I think Wolves are going for the realm of Yang. Yeah, they're just going to peace out into the realm of Yang. Will be YZG they take on in the fight if they go into it. No, because JL beat them in, so Wolves may be getting a freebie. We're going to cut over to this second round with Yang. JL versus WZ. It's going to be Wolves versus DRG over in the other one. Matter of time to get aerial here. JL on the blind date comp. Find themselves in a little bit of danger. I can't remember exactly what JL are playing. Oh, sorry, JL on the blind date comp. WZ, can't remember what they're playing, but either way, blind date comp probably versus blind date comp here. Yes, that is the answer. As XX1UO losing a fair amount of HP. Charms have gone down there from the Tesserurn. XX1's just going to pot off in the distance. We actually see WZ taking to the cannon. So yeah, WZ are not on a blind date comp. They are on
the big chilling.
No, on the big chilling comp. Thank you. And this is the problem. If you are playing this blind date comp, it's great outside the realm of Yang. Inside the realm of Yang, it's kind of easy to evade getting caught by the Viper stun. I say that, and then WZ get 2 members caught by the stun. Immediately undoing what I was saying. He does find the takedown, though, onto 1 member. JL's XX1UO finds himself a little bit low, and it's 2 versus 2 right now. No Viper ultimate available. That F is coming up fairly soon, but he does get himself caught up. Knocked back briefly here. WZ continue to apply pressure onto the members. Cookie chasing forwards as XX1UO jumps in. Scale Rush getting charged up by Cuckoo, but he does able to get the damage down to actually finish up XX1UO. And WZ, the Bing Chilling comp, comes out on top inside the realm of Yang. I'm not surprised, though, because this is where these comps do shine, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a reason why Vipercom doesn't go into the realm of Yang normally. It's just like Wu Chen, quite frankly, just does not hold very much value within the Yang. Like you're not really teleporting away from anything because you're just going to the other side of the arena. I mean, it's possible that you can iframe something using the teleport. You know, you can avoid like a Tessa Charm, for example, or a very important cooldown, get your team outside of its multiple or something along those lines. But it's very hard to make use of correctly and effectively. But here we are going to take a look at a replay of the opposing realm of Yang between Wolves and DRG. Dong Xing gonna get blown up there. Very, very burst heavy composition though. That's the one thing about the Attack on Titan here, the Vipercom. If they do manage to consolidate onto one target, they can blow that person up very, very quickly. And usually it's if done well, if executed perfectly, it's very hard to counter. Like there's a lot of the time there's just no counter, because that's the objective entirely for this composition. Make it a numbers game, make it a 3 versus 2 after bursting down one player. And right here we see it happen. They're able to create that opportunity, and then it's just slow and steady, just take down the remaining 2 players. There's not much they can do.
Yeah, just a gradual takedown off the back of that one. But right now, DRG are chasing onto WZ. See if they're actually going to be able to fully commit.
No,
I mean,
friendly.
DRG, they have the debuff on, so they want to go for it. But they are just going to back off as actually GG closing in here onto DRG. Kakaishi could find himself caught out. GG. Very, very strong this game. And a really, really good run of it so far. But debuff on for another 3 minutes here for the side of DRG. So they need to start thinking about sending it in. They are going to get themselves caught off briefly here by WZ. And everybody is just looking to chase onto GG. GG want absolutely none of it. They do have the Wu Shen port available to them, so they should be able to break away as CJS finds himself caught, has to use the F just to combo break out, throws down the urn, does make the connection there onto the DRG members, and is hoping just to turn the attention off them. As GG, they don't really want any of this heat. They're trying to play defensively, trying to escape as DRG forcing the ports out. Uber drivers gets everyone home safely. As GG, actually, the attention is still on them. Mystic Might from some of these teams are going to be able to spot them down as DRG desperately chasing forwards to try and find these kills onto the GG members. As JL and DRG, both teams with those debuffs on. Looks like WBG and Wolves have found themselves a fight here with the side of JL. Obviously still trying to cleanse himself up here for the moment. Get caught by the urn here for Cuckoo. Able to break away, and he's just going to get blinked out to safety as the zone is actually collapsing in on them. But Wolves have caught them the moment they land from that port, as now we're going to see ZK throw down the ultimate, try and catch onto a couple of members. Cuckoo is going to break the stun, but XX1UO is not, as he is eliminated by the musket there from LJX. Beautiful shot to secure that kill. Cuckoo now stuck inside the zone, being battered here by NQ9. ZK's jumped in after him as well, throws down the urn, but ZK is able to dodge away on it. He finds himself caught out in the aerial, burning down to the zone, and I think Cuckoo may just be falling. Wolves ZK is able to secure that kill, gets himself the Spirit Bloom, the Soul Bloom even. Not that you needed it, just to refresh some of that rage. And they're back off. Really 9 minutes left in the game.
Flying knives, ladies and gentlemen. It denies so much. You know, the meta, especially in Yang and especially in solos, the pillar play, like the being able to play around the pillars and the scale rushing and all of that was very, very meta, and it had deepened so much. Like the playbook with the pillars had deepened considerably, but then Flying Knives came into the game and just throw it out the window. You know, just Flying Knives denies so much on the when you're trying to use the verticality. We saw it right there. Tries to scale rush away, instantly just gets blue focused off the wall, just nowhere to go. And Wolves, 2 gold armors. They have full agency to just dictate the pace right now, as they did have that Mystic Might as well, I believe. They were taking the Mystic Might to try and scout out everything, but oh my goodness, DRG got put in the hot seat there. I don't think you want to be in there, buddy.
Seconds. They had 30 seconds on the debuff, so they kind of just had to full send it.
I think that's still a little bit troll, I'm not going to lie. Let's go in the middle. and just die to players. I don't know about that one. Maybe try and find a kill on the outside, or at the very least, you know, just, I don't know, maybe just go
Jump
quietly
into
into the night.
Don't give a kill over.
Exactly. But hey,
There's a few options.
you can respect
Well,
it.
it's like YCG porting out, decide they don't really want to hang around too much more. Have been able to secure themselves their first kill, though, as WZ's Lue on his lonesome, gonna get finished up there. It's WBG to get it, and SS1 somehow just hung around away from the fight long enough, but everybody else gets directed away, and they're going to be able to cap here. Get themselves that Draco Storm, which is a nice buff to have at this point in the game as well. 20 players left in the game. This is an incredibly packed lobby, actually, for the final circle, and SS1 are going to be really, really good for it.
Yeah, I'm surprised that there's actually this many players left alive, and also that the SS1's just going to get this for free. You know, just everybody was just... You know, oh, look, attack, fighting, you know, and they just let them get the buff. Like, do we forget that buff's good? Buff is good, guys. Buff is useful.
That was
I
so
don't know.
nice, though. SS1, Juan jumped out. They didn't cap. They let him get a free ultimate off in case a pick made itself available. Forced the Wu Shen port out from another team, and then cap, and then they get their ult charge back.
The vibe roll back, yeah.
That was really, really smart, actually, from SS1. Just to continue the pressure on this game and force other people to be down abilities where you're not going to be down. It was a free trade. You lose ult, I gain my ult back. Trade off.
And I have buff. Easy peasy. And now,
yeah,
they just have full... They can just do whatever they want right now. I think it's still possible that after the nerfs to Draco Storm, you can die with this buff a lot more easily now. But it's still really, really good. Well, I don't know. Like, this is just... It's so hard to really, like, talk about the dynamic within this lobby because 9 Viper teams is unprecedented. Like, this is just something that we haven't seen for a very, very long time. Since before the hero point selection rule system came into play. You know, it's something that we just haven't seen. You know, I think we saw 8 Viper teams in the previous week, but 9?
it is weird how we've kind of moved backwards. Hero points came out to stop lobbies like this.
Yeah, have moved backwards.
And like I remember the time where everybody in the lobby played Monk, and there'd be like a couple of Yotohime comps, because they were the regional Attack on Titan comp. But it's been a long time since I've seen a lobby where it's just like everyone agrees that this is without a doubt the most broken comp on the meta, and everyone's just gonna lock it in. Absolutely crazy here to see that this is the game we're going to see in game 1. I'm interested by game 2. I'm interested by YZG because we talked about how they kind of needed to make this game work for themselves because they put 6 of their 9 hero points on this game. Game 1 of 6. And so far, it's been a little bit underwhelming from these guys. In fact, they've not really been able to achieve much, where GG been absolutely crushing it. If SS1 get another Spirit World for free, this lobby needs a resting. Like, this is criminal.
I mean, to be honest, they've got buff though. How
it's
can they be
another Draco
contested?
Storm.
See, this is the thing though. This is the dynamic in these end game situations, like from that transitionary period into the end game. Whoever gets the second last Spirit Well just has full agency to just take the last one as well. That's why I don't know. We've seen this tendency time and time again, and there's been times where I thought, oh, they're catching on. They're stopping people from getting the second last Spirit Well, and then all of a sudden, like few games of people not bothering to get it at all, and then we just see this happen every single time where the team that gets the second last one gets the last one, and then they do very well in endgame, and then either they get MVP or they get very close to being MVP, and some other team... What is happening? That's a lot of purple. Wait a minute.
That is Viper Central in that corner, and YZG have found themselves caught out heavily off the back of that one. Eliminated. And it's one of those situations where if you're the first team to pull that trigger, you're probably the first team to go down because everyone is going to respond in kind. WBG and YZG eliminated from the lobby. This cost YZG 2/3 of their day's hero point allowance, and they go out with a singular point. That is a very, very bad start to the day for them.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see. It's not what you want at all. But hey, it is YZG after all. They have been cooking. They have been the chefs so far in this spring split. So Perhaps they've got something, up their sleeve for the rest of the day. Who knows? But for now, we've still got the rest of this game to play out. GG sitting on the low ground. OUG, I think they are down a member. Yes, their Tessa has been taken down. And now their Viper as well. And now it's just a lonely Wu Chen left on his lonesome. Baby U with the fan. Going to be trying to kite it out with those skill rushes. But he's going to quickly get focused down, I believe. Yep, immediately scale rushing up into a Moonshard Storm active frame, and I don't think he's going to be lasting very long. There it is. Baby U is going to be eliminated by ZK with that F from the Viper, the big damage F. And now we're just down to 3 teams. 3 teams. One of them has 18 kills, the other has 16, and then SS1 has 3.
I feel like we might be seeing a 20 bomb coming in from
I think
maybe
maybe.
GG here. Absolutely monstrous performance in this first game as ZK gets himself smashed up quite a lot there. GG able to take out SS1 Juan. They are 1 off that 21. Wait, Wolves are on 19. I didn't realize Wolves are kind of crushing it as well. Totally missed that. The world champs. I've critiqued both of these teams today, and somehow they're the last 2 teams standing, or in the last 2. ZK is able to break away, but finds himself locked down, caught by the Testa Charm as well. Just going to get backed in. They pull him back into the zone. Can they get the healing off in time? The wind walls come out. He gets caught by the Charm, and GG are able to finish him up. Now the uppercuts coming in from CGS into NIHQ, catches out with the urn. And now CGS is going to have to quickly use that urn to break out. Tries to get himself away to safeties. GG reposition here versus Wolves. It's the 2 versus 2 to end the day off. But Wolves have the lower health bars. And GG is starting to mop this one up. Can NIHQ clutch the 2 versus 1 on his lonesome with low HP? One parry comes in on the 3-3-0. Gets him low. But he comes somehow able to hold himself fast a little bit longer. Catches out with the urn. Gets a bit more damage off. But CGS is able to keep himself going. I don't think NIHQ is going to be able to hold for long. There it is. GG, take the lobby.
They do indeed. Oh my goodness. The Palm Lightning. I'm not going to lie. As soon as I saw GG had Palm Lightning, I thought, okay, it's probably going to be GG. Palm Lightning. We love this Jade, right, guys? Palm Lightning. Got hotfixed day 2. Still broken. It's just crazy. Oh my goodness. Just the boom, 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 boom. I watched the YZG VOD the other day of them playing trios, and TXJ just running around with Palm Lightning every time he threw it out. Go boom, 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 boom. That's all I heard for about 10 minutes. It's just insane. This Jade is truly unparalleled in today's NARAKA right now. It's absurd. The fact that you can throw it just a little bit shy of your target, them and they'll probably parry, right? And then you just hit them with the second hit instead, and then their parries just doesn't mean anything. It's just, oh my goodness. I don't know.
The fact that it is a purple Jade and not a gold Jade is kind of crazy to me. I know you've got Moonshard, which is the gold Jade, and on day 1 of Flying Knights being out, we actually saw a team run double Moonshard in the realm of Yang, and it was just, they literally kept on in an infinite with it. It was beautiful. But, you know, I feel like Palm Lightning is actually somewhat more oppressive than Moonshard. I genuinely feel like the purple Soul Jade is better than the golden Soul Jade. What a timeline we're on. But yeah, massive game number 1 there to open up. We do see a victory for GG, a team who, you know, like I said, we've been quite critical of these guys. They've not really had the most impressive performance. Anyway, before we go on to that, how many teams chose Tessa in game 1? Was it 6, 7, 8, or 9? A, B, C, D in chat. A, B, C, D. Yep, I did get my alphabet right there. In Twitch chat. It's too early in the morning, man. My brain is not functioning.
I heard it too in my brain. I was like, wait, did he say that?
I just have to double check. I did, don't worry, I think. I'm sure I'm going to get cooked for that one later.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. Check that whisper box, because that's where you'll be notified of your victory. Me and Duncan apparently would not be able to win this because we don't know the first 4 letters of the alphabet, which is really troubling. But yeah.
Oh, goodness.
That was a manic game. I'm so excited to see what the rest of the day looks like, because we just got some really intense start. Like, everyone picking Tessa. Well, it wasn't really for the Tessa, it was the Viper, right? But, like, everyone picking blind date comp is unheard of, to be honest.
Yeah, it really is. 9. It just throws the dynamic of the lobby completely out the window. You know, I'm just sat here watching and casting, and I'm just sort of like, I don't know what's gonna happen. Like, there's no, like, it's just all the same comp. Like, it would make sense if there was like a little bit of Transformers, a little bit of Bing Chilling, a little bit of Attack on Titan. You know, some Xiphon, some Sand Siphon. We know which teams want to attack which ones, but it's just the same comp, and it's just like, what's gonna happen? You just don't know. It's just very, very strange. It comes down to loot and who gets the buff.
I don't think I've ever seen 2 teams get a 20 bomb in the same game. That is
Wait, there was
bonkers.
2? They
Wolves
both got to 20?
GG got 20 kills.
Okay.
So 40 kills between 2 teams. And then WZ come in with 10 kills. Like, 50 kill for the top 3 is absolutely bonkers. Plus then we had like a couple of teams on 7 as well. Like, that was a high scoring game for like everyone. And YZG, wow, I can talk today. YZG probably just left scratching their head going, I got the tail end of the alphabet wrong there as well at the end. What's wrong with me?
WZG. Oh my goodness, everything's all over the place. It's opposite day to day. 9 Vipers. What on earth? And here we are looking at the scoreboard, regardless. BBE, unfortunately, at the bottom with 0.5. ASE on 1. WZ stepping it up, 10.5. Love to see it. OA on 1. WPG on 8.5. SS1 on 5. And then the middle of the pack, we've got DRG 1.5. YZG, very strange to see them on 2 points off of 1 game, but it's happened before. They have a slow start to the day and then pop off. Wolves, 22.5. Banger. OUG 8.5, GG 28. That's more than half of the points they got on the first day. Insane.
Wolves almost got as many points as they did on the first day in 1 game. Oh my word. Absolutely huge. Now, these guys at the top probably sweating after seeing that first game because there's a whole bunch more points to go and could start to see some of these teams at the top start to reel them in. I mean, all of these guys are confidently locked into bi-weekly finals. I feel like, if I remember right, the cutoff is normally about 80 points, roughly, is kind of like your cutoff for bi-weekly finals. Maybe it's 70, I can't remember. It's a relatively high score. So none of these guys should really be under any threat right now, but there is a world where like they see how many points are getting scored in this first game, and they're like, if the rest of the day runs like this, we are not going to be top 6 by the end of this game, this day. No, I feel like there's some players who are just not going to be. GG, an absolutely killer start. And it's crazy. It's like this wasn't a caster curse. This was just the players out of spite because they critiqued Wolves and GG at the beginning of the day. And they just decided to say, yeah, bet. And absolutely schooled me. Like, these 2 teams have not performed all split long. And then they just both drop a 20 bomb in the same game. Absolutely brilliant performance from them. Really, really good. And Flying Knives, yeah, I think we might need to take a look at these. I think it's they've been all this is actually they got buffed this patch as well.
Yep.
Because we played for 1 week on like the release Flying Knives, and then like the knives themselves got buffed.
Yep.
Absolutely bonkers weapon.
Yep.
I like it.
Palm lightning.
Bonkers weapon.
Yep. Very nice. I mean, I do like the idea of omnidirectional focus attacks and things that you have to aim, but I don't know. There's just certain things that just end up just being completely flipped on its head because of this. Like the fact that parrying, you know, you can you like shift parrying and all that sort of stuff, like not being able to, like, you can essentially deny that entire option by just missing the first couple parts of it and then catching them with the end. And then because it's trios, it just ends up being like they get staggered afterwards, and then your teammate can just come in with a full focus attack, whatever it might be. The omnidirectional, the ability to just sit on the outside of fights, throwing focus attacks into the fight that half the time you can just make them miss and then they can't do anything to parry them. And it's It's just insane. It doesn't get blocked by Wind Wall or by Tumult Sand Wall either, because it's not technically a projectile. It's actually a melee attack, even though it's being thrown at like 10 feet away. It's just changed everything. It changes everything. But who knows? We may see some changes that sort of bring it back in line with some of the other weapons, or perhaps the other weapons will just get omnidirectional focus attacks too. Imagine being able to throw a greatsword LMB1 charge into the air. That would be very cool. I'm not gonna lie. I would enjoy that. But anyway, enough of the hypothetical world.
In the corner. 21,000 damage coming in from CGS. Huge performance on the Tessa. Olivia Phoenix Blast. I didn't see what Soldier yet. I was just listening to you, Cope.
Yes, of course.
Really big performance there from GG. So we take it to the stage again momentarily for game number 2. Things are interesting now because half the lobby have burnt 3 hero points already. YZG have actually just trolled their points and got 2 points for it. They spent 6 hero points to gain 2 points on the day, and now we're on a severe back foot for the rest of the day. Yeah, I'm excited to see what the day looks like going forwards. Now, I do feel like we'll probably see, because the guys at the bottom now get to go to the top, so they can go for the Tessa comp if they want, and it will be a free pick for all of them. I mean, YZG will be at the top as well, but I don't know. Will they go for the hero? I don't know if they'll do that. I guess we'll find out momentarily once we get into the we get into the lobby. But yeah, it's a bizarre one. Like I didn't expect to see so many teams locking in the Tessa to kick it off, and well, the blind date comp to kick it off. Viper OP apparently.
Well,
all it took was nerfing Syra.
I mean, yeah, that's for sure. I mean, she did receive those buffs beforehand, and I mean, it's probably a combination of those two things. You know, the nerfs to Syra, the addition of flying knives, them getting like properly figured out, because the flying knives inherently allow for, you know, multiple, like you could just hit people from really far away. So being able to burst people down, which is the objective of that comp, it helps with that because you don't actually have to be very close to them. You can sit on the outside, float around the fight, and then once that opportunity reveals itself, you just instantly consolidate onto one target, and you don't actually have to be in position or in the position that you would have to be with a different weapon. And then obviously, like the Siren nerf, the fact that Viper got buffed, and then I think everyone getting a little bit more used to the new Viper and just how it worked, because we saw YZG do extremely well with Viper and just sort of show everybody else up with their Viper comp play. And so I think maybe everyone just sort of like VOD reviewed, sat down, watched YZG, tried to figure out exactly what they were doing, because they were doing really well. And now that everyone's figured it out, everyone wants to play it as well. And you know, I think it's just an accumulation of all these different factors coming into play, and that we're seeing the Viper comp finally come through and actually meet its full potential. But it is a bit concerning, not gonna lie. 9 Viper teams being picked in game 1 doesn't really fall in line with how the meta should look. And I don't know, like, doesn't really make sense.
Boggles my mind that Xiphon was bottom pick. Like, yeah. That pick all split long, and a lot of last split as well was the go-to split for, the go-to comp for a lot of the players. You know, Sand Xiphon, there was always a debate of which one was better. I personally felt like I preferred the Xiphon. And then we had obviously the addition of Syra got added into the game, and suddenly Xiphon and Sand Xiphon got even stronger. Actually, Sand Xiphon does use it. I can't remember now. But yeah, it does. But like, and then all year so far, we've just had nothing but these 2 comps as the kind of go-tos, with a bit of Monk, and the blind date has been the comp which like some teams just pick as like a hero saver, and then no Viper to get buffed, and a lot of the attention has been shifted towards it. But I didn't expect it to be this much. This is absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, this is crazy. I think I'm not really sure if this means that something needs to be looked at. You know, like I will say though, Viper, she's very good. Like the V3 buff, the fact that now after the stagger hits with that V3 at the end, that final proc, it adding more silence on top of it at the very end, it does add a lot to her potential, because it just, I have to say, not only is it really, really good, but I feel like a lot of people don't like playing against it. Let's be honest, like, not being able to use your abilities and not being able to move is not very fun. So from a game design perspective for just the general community and the player base, and also now for the competitive side, it might make sense for them to revisit Viper's rework and look to change something, because if this is how things are going to progress, it might not be all that healthy in the long run, you know, just from looking at an overall perspective. Because if, for example, it was just on one side, then it would make sense for it to not really need that much of an adjustment. But now, to see it come through in all aspects of the game, it makes sense, I think. And also with Flying Knives, I think that's also going to be something, because for a while, that role, or that was kind of filled by Syra. You know, Syra, at the end of the day, nobody likes just like fly swatting, you know, like you're just like a dog barking at a bee above you. Like, what are you supposed to do? And then Syra is just like very, very strong. So they've now progressively changed her, tuned her down a little bit, and feels a little bit better. I think that whole process is going to start with Viper now moving forwards, but only time will tell. Anyway, we're going on to Holoroth's Hip Brain. What do you think we're going to see? Because I think we're probably going to see a mixture of Attack on Titan, a little bit of Sand Siphon, and maybe some Ice Cream comp coming out from YZG.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, we may have one more Mad Lobby like we saw at the beginning of the day in us, but it's definitely going to be harder to be picking up. Obviously, just down to the fact that a lot of people have spent a lot of hero points already, so I don't think we're going to see too much of that one going forwards. We'll keep our eyes though. I think this lobby, it's so hard to make a prediction because everything I know has changed in like a week. Like I went off and did, I went and did 2 weeks of solos. So I went off for 2 weeks to do solos. We had a new patch, and technically it was 2 patches. We skipped 2 patches. But I didn't expect the change to be that dramatic and to see this much of the attention shift towards this blind date comp. So it's hard for me to make a prediction, if I'm honest with you, mate, because I think
it's hard for anyone to make a prediction at this point. To me, it's definitely a difficult one. I'm high risk. You know, I'm gonna throw my hat in the ring. I'm predicting 1 Taka comp, 2 Sand Siphon, 1 Ice Cream, 3 Attack on Titan, and then whatever else is gonna be Siphon. I think that is gonna be what it looks like. But who knows? Who knows? It could be 9 Taka comps for all I know. We'll see. But we're gonna be going into that round selection very, very soon. We've got SS1, BBE, WBG, and JL kicking us off for that first round, going into the second round with DRG, YZG, WZ, OA, and then obviously OUG, ASE, Wolves, and GG in that last round selection. So, what are we kicking off with, ladies and gentlemen, for our game at number 2? Are we going to see more goofy first round selection, like quadruple Viper, or is it going to be a little bit more in line with what we've seen in the past few bi-weeklies with a little bit more Syra?
I forgot, it's round 2 selection moves up, so we're going upwards that way.
Okay, come on.
Yeah,
guys.
I mean,
What is this?
I mean, no surprises here. This next bit, again, probably are going to see some more of the blind date get picked up. YCG can't do it, though. If they picked it, they go to 0 hero points. It is just not worth it for them. They're going down. Going to be the Sand Siphon for YZG going onto this map. And now we're going to see what's the guys in the last round selection are going to do. If they lock in Viper here, I actually will lose it. That'll be the funniest thing in the world. Not going to be the case. It looks like it's just going to be some Siphon. Start it off, more Siphon there. Probably GG last selection here. So they're going to look to put in.
No.
Been chilling.
Very nice. It's so weird though. Viper just across the 7. We have 7. It went from 9 to 7. I mean, it's probably going to go down slowly throughout the day, but come on. This is insanity.
We're just getting
Viper
all
on
these comps
Horror?
out the way now, man. It's just, we're just burning this comp now, and then we're going to be going on to something else later.
Yeah, like, Morris Isle Nighttime was usually the map that we'd see a lot of Attack on Titan, because it functions really well on that specific map. But instead, we're just flipping it all on its head and going Viper on Daytime instead. It's very surprising, very surprising. Also, I have to say I'm a little surprised that YZG opted to go for the Sand Siphon instead of the Bing Chiling, because they have actually been known to run this ice cream comp on Holleroth Daytime in the past and do pretty well with it. But instead, they're opting to go for the Sand Siphon, which quite frankly is just weaker into the rest of this lobby, because we see all this Viper. They knew that there were 4 Viper comps in that first phase because we saw the hero points cost go up, and yet they still opted to go for the Sand Siphon. It's very confident because this comp is, the Attack on Titan is literally designed to take down this team composition. Like their job in the past, when there wasn't all that many Viper comps being picked, was to prevent the Sand Siphon comps from scaling up into the end game and just like halting them in their path. So I don't know if this is going to be all that successful for them, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't really I feel like YCG haven't had an overly good read today. They haven't been able to read the room. It's been the day.
I mean, has anyone really, to be honest, with all the fight?
Well, I feel like more than anything, the whole lobby is in agreement on what's getting picked, apart from YCG. They're just being slightly different from everyone else, and they put themselves in this position because they're on 3 hero points. Like, they are struggling for the rest of the day to find comps that will fit them because they greeded. Now, as we drop down, we see the normal drops puzzle. Obviously, OUG always drop on top of this one. GG dropping actually not at Imperial. I'm surprised by that. I assume the circle means they can't go to Imperial on their drop spot, and they're just gonna have to run up. But YZG dropping where they normally do as well. A couple of teams down by Matab. Pretty standard drop spots for a lot of our teams here. Yeah, okay, so you couldn't go to Imperial. That's why GG didn't drop it, because they always drop Imperial Village.
Yeah. They're kind of close. They might be looking for, they might be going for a timing attack, because we do see WBG and Wolves at the northernmost square to Imperial Village. So it's possible that they think that the other team that's landing on that spot is going to be GG. They're going to end up fighting each other, and then GG's just big-brained it, and they're going to go further south and then come up behind them and see if they can catch them unawares. But we'll have to see whether or not they can make it there. Oh, no, wait, they're already here. Wolves and GG. Wait a minute. That was very quick. Perhaps there was a last-second adjustment on their drop zone, on their drop square, because GG is very close to the action already. But speaking of action, we've got ASE, SS1, and BBE all scrapping it out on top of this tiny little spot here, and it looks as though SS1 is going to be coming out on top with 3 eliminations off the rip.
Yeah, really nice start there for the side of SS1. Get himself going as Wolves. Had an amazing game last game. GG are hot on their heels, though. Could be looking to take the respawns early off one of their stiffest competitions on the day already, as LXM gets battered by the Great Sword. Does get turned back around. Actually, Pulse Sword, as that's going to be enough to get the kill. Flying Knives able to do that one there for side of CJS. 3 Oaks throwing them out. And it looks like Wolves got themselves in a bit of a pickle. I say that, but they have got OA collapsing in onto them. CJS is getting himself losing half his armor. Able to use the Flying Knife to finish up LXM. Oh, sorry, Night HQ being chased down here by CJS. He's just going to use the grapples to escape and try and play the evasion game. Cannon shot goes a little wide from CJS. I just don't think our Wolves player has the ability to heal as GG. While they're chasing Wolves off in the distance, YZG got themselves in a fight with OA. TXJ desperately trying to make this one work. Remember, these guys had an absolutely catastrophic start to the day. The team who have been the most dominant here in the league. Do catch onto PP with the flying knives in the aerial, goes for the jump onto him. PP's going low. That should be enough on the flying knives to finish it up. TGX though finds himself in danger. Viper stun will be coming out from OA. Are they going to be able to break line of sight? Yes, they are. Able to escape away from the side of OA. They're now being chased down by DRG, who have re-engaged into this fight. Tessa ultimate comes out, only hitting onto one. Kakashi comes in with the scale rush. I think that's going to be all she wrote for OA.
It is indeed. DRG looking very strong right now. 6 eliminations. Currently leading the lobby. YZG, on the other hand, they do have 1, but QGG's currently down. He is in soul form. He's sort of floating around the fight, waiting to see if it's worthwhile to resurrect himself close by, perhaps. ZK, the last man standing for Wolves, is trying to fend off this onslaught from YZG, the lone Syra, up against TXJ and his teammate. The beam is going to be coming through. TXJ's ultimate is expiring. He is going to be able to get that combo breaker out, wasting a little bit more time, getting the armor swap dropped by CXZ, I believe, holding at that greatsword. He does have that purple greatsword, but is he going to be able to actually find any value? Looks for the drop down potentially from the RMB, looking to go for the parry, expecting them to try and clank the focus attack as he comes down from the sky, but they deny the pressure. They ice it off, disengage momentarily, denying this gambit, and actually come out on top. But that being said, DRG was waiting in the wings and Kakashi just grapples over. He's standing there ready to fight. Just dead instantaneously. DRG not messing around, going up to 7 eliminations.
Really nice little pick off there. Now JL and SSS1 are going to find themselves in a bit of a scrap here. Juan is a little bit, actually Juan's there. Juan, a little bit low to that fight, is going to make his way over though in time to join up. As the blink out, JL, so they want none of this, especially with the Bane's Breath committed from the side of SS1. So pretty good escape all in all from the side of JL. They're going to be able to heal back up and look just to kite this one out, but the Bane's Breath being burnt and nothing gained, that is going to suck, unfortunately, for SS1. Not able to translate it into anything much here. Still got a while until those Spirit Walls come up as well. Not Spirit Walls, Realm Yang. Spirit Walls as well, to be fair. But I am surprised, because, again, both these first 2 games of the day have had so much action. But it feels like we're getting into mid-game way earlier than we are. We're actually, you know, we're still very much early game.
And this is supposed to be the non-Firefly days as well. We're just getting all the action early on, and it really does feel like opposite day, to be honest. It's just up is down, left is right, and it's just all over the place. It's exciting, definitely, but a bit confusing. Regardless, we are going to be seeing this scrap off coming through from WBG and GG. LXM going to be stunned up by the Tessa ultimate. Unfortunately, his teammate not able to deny the focus attack. Yearun is going to get frozen though immediately afterwards, but I don't think it... Wait a minute. No, it is going to be enough. They might be able to win this out. Jing does go down, but the Wu Chen ultimate is going to come through. But he's ready for it instantly. Frame 1 out of the TP. The freeze comes through. Yearun goes for a last-ditch effort, throwing out that Tessa ultimate, but very easily avoided by Leo and his teammates. And oh my goodness.
Yeah, ice creamed. They were destroyed there. Absolutely huge from GG. What a turnaround. They picked that kill up nice and easy. Yeah, hold it in there, buddy.
I wasn't expecting that. I'm sorry. Get ice creamed, buddy. Hey, in the freezer you go.
They got put on ice, buddy. Demolished. Really nice turnaround, though. Jokes aside,
absolutely.
Genuinely a really good turnaround and a great catch with the freeze after the Wu Shen port comes out. As WZ had a very, very good game last time. Not looking quite so hot here. They do catch out onto ZK, but he's invisible, so he's quite hard to actually finish up onto. As WZ Lue on his own, so it doesn't look like Wolves have lost a player, though, as ZK's coming in onto Cookie, looking to find those dazzles off as 2 members of Wolves are down. They don't have the revives. This could just be the end of the game for Wolves. ZK, I don't think he's going to be able to make the escape. WZ are going to try and chase onto him, and he has a little bit of health. But remember, this is Nerf Syra. You're down 300 health in your ult form, and I think ZK ain't going to be holding on for any longer. WZ able to finish them up and take Wolves out as our first team eliminated from the lobby.
Sad to see, especially after their performance in the previous game. You know, we were, you know, you needed to flame them more. You needed to say, hey, you guys not performing even after that game one. You step it up, and then they would have popped off.
Didn't get MVP.
Not good enough. Where's the 30 bomb? You know, like fully just motivate them. You know,
motivated or disappointed dad. I don't know which one it is.
Exactly. You know, they're just responding to that negative reinforcement. Just get in there. You can do better. You know we can. Okay, 30 kills it is. Moving on, we've got OA here positioning to see if they can get their hands on this cave, the stash, the treasure trove, so to speak. But they do have a team very close by, or two teams in fact, very close by, DRG and SS1, both positioning potentially for the ambush. OA are going to be going in, you know, without a care in the world. Just going to be opening this up, and I imagine there's going to be an assassination attempt very soon, or perhaps once they come out of the cave, they might get jumped. But we'll have to wait and see. For now, we're going over to the Realm of Yang with ASE going up against YZG. Are we going to see YZG recover? Because so far, it's not been looking too good. They did get 2 kills so far this game. Not too bad. QGG goes to the sky, popping that F1. Going to be dropping down and trying to peel for his teammate here. Jumping onto this Matari. The Syra ultimate is going to be coming out from TXJ, trying to hold down one of these players. CXZ is taking a bit of damage, but he is going to get healed up by his teammate and also popping that ultimate. But this is a little dangerous. They've already used 2 ultimates to ASE's. Oh no, wait, no, we do see the Syra ultimate come out now, so it is 2 for 2 right now, and ASE is actually on the back foot. Mist has taken a lot of damage, but they are going to be able to quickly turn this around. The Matari is pressuring that Decatur. QGG going to get juggled around and not going to be able to use that ultimate whatsoever. That is not what you want to see. ASE, having delayed that Syra ultimate, are going to be able to get a little bit more value, and I think they're coming out on top here.
Yeah, I think they are. ASE been able to turn this one on its head. YCG's TXJ trying to break away, but caught by the cone. And ASE able to finish up this Realm of Yang. OUG have won their one as well. Do we only have 2 teams in the Realm of Yang?
Sure, no. Wait, OUG had one.
No, but only out of the 3 Realm of Yangs, only 4 teams went in then. So only 2 Realm of Yangs.
Oh, and BBE must have gotten a Spirit Well, surely. Yeah,
BBE got a Spirit Well.
Interesting.
Okay, so one of the Realm of Yangs was just full on abandoned, and I guess it makes sense because it is blind Acres, right? And they're not particularly big fans of it. In fact, we saw what happens when they jump in. Yeah. Doesn't go great.
No, I think unless it's a mirror, it's not really worthwhile. And considering that this lobby, it's not the same as last game, which last game there were 9, but now there are 7. So there's definitely more, like a higher likelihood that you're going to run into an actual Yang comp in Yang. So definitely definitely the wiser choice, I think. Probably the wiser choice just to abstain from going into the Realm of Yang. But we do see these Viper comps rotating around. Are we going to see the engage come through, or are they going to pass each other by? Because we have seen this dynamic come through a little bit more now in trios, something that we've seen for quite a while in solos, where, you know, in solos, the same characters, you know, 2 people playing the same characters, they usually don't want to go on each other because it just doesn't really make sense in the grand scheme of things, because it actually puts them at a disadvantage. You know, if you're a unique character, you're just going to get focused down. And we've seen that dynamic come through a lot more in trios now. But at the moment, looks as though we are going to be seeing a fight between ASE and JL, Hipbrain. But Wu Chen, poof, out of there. Uber driver, get me home. Get me out of here. It's too scary at the club. I want to get out. Go into the ballista. Safe place. JL are going to be retreating. But ASE, are they going to chase them down? I think this is probably a bit aggressive, but they do have that Vermilion Bird's Might, so they do have the safety net.
Yeah, looks like they are going to keep the chase up for the moment. See if they can keep that pressure on. ASE have got JL in their line of sights. But again, it's actually interesting where, like, we had such an explosive start, Duncan, but we've now hit a point where it feels like the lobby has kind of cooled off in action. And until the next round of Yangs, I don't think we're going to see much. And again, we'll probably have what we had last game where we had quite a lot of players in the final circle, which is incredibly surprising to me as ASC. I'll go for the execute. I think they've been spotted here by YZG. YZG seeing this as an opportunity to get some kills. They know that they're probably a Birds Might team looking just to burn that Birds Might. But QGG already loses a fair amount of HP. He has himself the shove though. The Furen shoves to get the lockdowns as YZG just cashing in on the freebies. ASE go down. Lovely timing from YZG to secure themselves those kills. They're going to be sitting very happy with that. Just nab 3 extra kills, and that puts them all the way up to 5 kills now, which is a much better performance from these guys. Because that game 1 was massively disappointing from the team who have dominated the season so far.
Absolutely. I think that this is an evolution of the scene, of this environment, you know, like with these lobbies. They've become much more attuned to when teams are looking for these execute opportunities. You know, like we've talked about hunting paths and loot paths, timing attacks and all of that sort of stuff in the past, but now it looks as though these teams have gotten to a point of understanding and intuition that they're able to find these teams when they're looking for those Vermilion Birds Might resets, where they're just looking to let themselves go down to the zone, fire cage, poison mushroom, whatever it might be, and they're able to come in and take advantage of this timing very, very well, as we've seen it happen 2 games in a row. So definitely a nice thing to see, like the evolution of the NARAKA of the NARAKA play in this in Nbpl, because for a while there it was a little bit stagnant. I feel like it was a little bit stagnant for a while, but this season I think is probably shown the most change and most evolution for the NARAKA play from these teams that we've seen for a very, very long time.
Yeah, I think it really has forced, you know, while I feel like a lot of the comps are somewhat similar to what we're used to, it's the way in which they've been either altered or, you know, the rates in which they're picked and things have changed. Things have been adjusted heavily this season, and I think we've had the most variance ever. We also have a Roma Yang on top of a Spirit Well, which is a first for me, if I'm honest with you. Oh wait, gonna quickly try and pop the urn, make sure they don't get caught. Another shot comes out, doesn't actually make the connection as Owe looking to hold control of this Spirit Well. They don't want to jump into the Roma Yang. I mean, you're a Viper comp, you have no interest in it. And I'm questioning who's going to jump into that Roma Yang, because right now it's just everyone's scrapping for the Spirit Well. I feel like one of these Decatur comps, one of these Sand Siphon comps wants to be jumping in. Got a bit of time. JL stepping up and thinking about jumping in. Is scary approaching the portal with so many Tesla comps around, because Blind Date as a comp was originally designed to interrupt people jumping into Spirit Wells. As BBE getting hit by the Tesla charm, may find himself in danger. Devon gets caught by the charm. Quick blink out though from BBE to make sure he stays alive. It's ASC got himself versus OUG inside the Roma Yang. It's YCG versus JL inside the second one right now, but OUG looking for a scale rush off here from Baby U. Got Zhao Wen incredibly low. Just get bopped back briefly there. Dazzles will be coming down as Baby U reposition comes in with the F. Throws down the ultimate for a refresh on that. Is hit by a Dazzle though. One quick reposition there from the F comes out as Baby U able to evade away, getting caught by the cones, but Mist has put some pretty serious damage in as the laser beams will be coming down onto him. OUG's got Mist here. Mist able to use so much HP. Massive damage coming out from the cones. Gets a bot back onto SS. Baby U continues to go low as he is caught by Mist. ASE have the advantage. Can OUG find the turnaround? I don't think they can. On their lonesome, Mist will finish it up. Beautiful play from ASE.
Very nice indeed. We see the impeccable spacing coming out from Mist. A lot of people think that Zai is sort of just, you know, very simple and that there isn't all that much to her, but there's a very high skill ceiling when it comes to spacing, especially in that mirror matchup between Zai ultimates. But moving over to this canyon we have here, OA coming in for this third party. WZ, I believe, was fighting against BBE. BBE do still have 2 of their members alive, having lost 1. But Cookie, I believe he is the last remaining member of WZ, and he is going to go down to the hands of OA, unfortunately. Fully eliminated. They did get 5 eliminations, so not too bad. They're currently on 47.5. They're definitely salvageable, considering that there are still 4 more games to play after this one here. BB, oh my goodness. Devon narrowly avoiding getting spotted out here, but Roy he cannot be said the same thing for him. Palm Lightning coming through. There's nowhere to go, buddy. If you're ever in this sort of terrain situation in these canyons, if you're down at the bottom and you get jumped, it is nigh impossible to disengage and get out of there, because especially with flying knives coming into the mix, you know, just how do you escape this? It's just not going to happen. And it looks as though Devon, unfortunately, he didn't make a rotation here once his teammate went down and ran straight into the clutches of JL, who ruthlessly taken down, as they do have Yang depletion and they desperately need these soul blooms to cleanse it, as they are going to be going down after that timer runs out.
Yeah, it looks like YZG now, with the Mystic Might under their belt, just chasing forwards. Wow, they guys actually managed to put a bunch of extra kills on the board. 8 kills in now. Much better performance from YZG in game number 2. Turns out Sand Siphon's still pretty damn strong. Be able to do a lot with that one. It's OUG actually just beneath them, I believe. Yeah, YZG are closing into the area, heading over back to the tar, back where it started for some of these teams. Zinyu putting some work forwards. There's going to be the ultimates out. And if I was YZG, I wouldn't third party. I'd wait for the blink and then jump the blink. That's what you should be doing. Instead, they decided to be a little bit too over-eager, and OA are going to be able to get away from this action. Just wait for the blink, man. Wait for the blink and chase the blink.
Yeah, I think it's especially in this area, is probably the smarter decision, because although Metab is one of those places that you can get stuck quite easily, if you've got your kiting paths down and you've got a weapon like dagger or fan or something along those lines, you're going to be able to disengage quite well, because there's just so much terrain to work with. It looks as though they are going to be running into YZG, but YZG, interestingly, aren't really interested in fighting them. I think this is probably going to come down to the fact that there are that many Viper comps in this game, so they would much rather focus down one of the Viper compositions as opposed to a Siphon. As we are going to see, they are immediately jumping on to JL here. Kuku2 trying to disengage. He's trying his best to stay out of that Forbidden Seal dome for the moment, as he does want to see if he can make use of this Tessa ultimate. He does find one charm, but immediately we are going to see that Wu Chen teleport take them to safety. OUG are going to be looking to jump in, perhaps. SS did get caught by the charm. OA going to try and take advantage of this one, catching these players on the buttery rocks, but aren't they going to be able to close this out? OUG are going to manage to get that reset off. YZG seem to be much more focused on OA, who are now retreating into this dome, hiding behind this building, but the zone is going to push them forwards right into the hands of both OUG and YZG.
OUG Zinyu, though, has used the ultimate, so will be a little bit more exposed for the side of OUG, and I think that's now the time that gets recognized as they jump forwards. See them continuing to try and chase up, getting some damage off there with the fist weapons as Baby U goes down. OA able to secure the kill. JL also sliding into the mix. YZG actually seems to be playing this one at a distance, trying to stay away, but they do get hit by the urn. Two-Tick gonna make a break for it, but I think at the moment that pops, he may find himself in danger. It looks like nobody's come through in time, and luckily he didn't get caught on the thorny roller tracks and hit by that. But nice little pick up there onto one. OUG's SS will go down. Didn't give any points over, just hitting the tree. Pretty smart play actually from OUG, just to play that denial. As feels like the action is somewhat tempered off now. 8 minutes left on the lobby, 15 players left in the game, so a much tighter game than we saw in game 1. Less players are in this final circles, but still there's a lot of space to work with, so I do feel that you will probably see the action temper off. And JL Roman Yang debuff on, I don't know how many players, but at least Cuckoo And these guys will be fading out momentarily here as Cuckoo fixes his weapon one last time. I don't think it's going to matter, mate. I think you might be a little bit cooked. ASE, they're going to get their hands onto this Spirit Well. I don't see anyone contesting it. No old zone popped as well. Do not want to be contested as a Xiphon comp is going to get its hands onto this one. There goes JL's XX1 UO. Oh, they got rebuff charms.
They got it. They are back in action. But still, yeah, 15 players, quite a decent amount of open space. But the Spirit Well here, I think, is going to be the most impactful factor for this endgame. As you know, a Xiphon comp is going to be picking it up. I think the Vipers are still in majority. However, we do have, I think it's 2, maybe 3. I think it might be 3 Viper compositions, and then we have the Sand Xiphon from YZG, and then the Xiphon. So I think that they're probably going to be trying to sort of rotate as a unit at the moment, and not get picked off, because the Xiphon is going to be able to just immediately jump on top of one of these comps and force out a lot of cooldowns, as they're going to have that double ult threat coming through. So we might see the Xi pop that ultimate and then grab the Spirit Well and just try and jump on top of one of these teams. ASE, they are delaying it. They're trying to extend the effective duration as long as they can, so that they can look to secure that final Spirit Well as the game comes to, as the zone comes to a close. ASE miss, we see it. He is going to try and find one of these teams. He's grappling over, see if he can find a unsuspecting composition. I don't think that anyone's slacking right now. Everyone recognizes the potential threat, knows the timing. They're going to preemptively disengage.
Ooh. Missed getting hit by a Bane's Breath. They're losing half his armor. We'll be okay. They'll be able to heal back up, but rough one.
You heal it for me.
I do feel like ASE actually... Did he actually just get someone else to do it for him?
I think he did, yeah.
Heal my armor, peasant! That was insane.
Shine my shoes!
Can't believe he just got him to do that.
I am the carry here. How dare you expect me to heal my own armor?
That is so funny. I feel like ASE and YCG have a bit of an agreement here. Like, they both know that there's Xiphon comps, or various types of Xiphon comps, and they would rather deal with each other at the end of the game than the million stuns that will be coming in from the Vipers. So there's a friendly agreement here, just not to attack each other and to hold the same high ground. And they'll only turn on each other when someone gets really low and killable.
Yeah, we're seeing them at the both sides of the canyon, just the Viper side and then the Xiphon side. It looks as though we are going to see a little bit of an engagement taking place. DRG going to try their hand at taking the initial positioning on top of the Spirit Well, but I imagine they're immediately going to get pushed off soon. Tesla ultimate is going to come through. TXJ also popping that Syra ultimate. ASE Han is going to get caught by the F1 from the Takeda, but they don't want to fight each other. DRG now going to be committing that ultimate, and they did in fact secure the buff. Mystic Might is going to come through for DRG, but it is Mystic Might after all. It's only a little bit of defense buff, you know, damage reduction. It's not a Draco Storm, and it's not a White Tiger's prowess.
And with that, JL find themselves in a bit of heat danger here with YCG. Not going to get in any trouble. We actually saw earlier that YCG gave a player to our Sand Xiphon, our Xiphon comp earlier. It's like a ward. It's like, we'll be in alliance as long as my son is okay with you. Just left it with ASE. But ASE are currently getting themselves in a bit of a scrap here versus... OA are able to break away from this one. Lots of Tesla ultimates are flying around, and there's going to be a sandstorm breaking out as well in the middle of all of this. It is Action City. Donkey9 goes down as YZG going to secure themselves that kill. Looking for a quick armor up here inside their sandstorm just to make sure they get as healthy as possible. ASE also using the sandstorm to stay safe, but I feel like the agreement has been broken. YZG just turning onto ASE, incoming with a Viper lockdown from Kakaishi. Can he make the connection onto them? And I think ASE might find themselves in a little bit of danger here. Actually, it's YZG to come and save the day to keep them alive. The treaty has not been broken. YZG are keeping their brothers in arms alive, knocking Kakashi back onto the low ground as they continue to chase forward. Kakashi caught themselves by the dazzle, and YZG continue the assault forwards onto them. Kakashi going low. In comes the microwave from TXJ, and he secures the kill onto Kakashi. Down he goes. YZG play hero here in this game. Caught by a charm, though, for TXJ. Just as the ultimate is about to time out, he will get himself caught out by the stun. Not from the catch, though, from the Viper. Able to keep himself standing for a little bit longer. As now another Viper ultimate is coming out, and KGG just jumps into the zone. That wants nothing to do with a Viper right now. CXE is going to get himself caught for a brief second as they're going to continue to chase forwards. Tutik looking to put the damage down in onto him as it looks like he's been able to break away. And somehow, YZG keep everybody alive, but I say that as
you say that,
down to Mang. What a caster curse.
The classic, but we are cursed to curse them all, unfortunately. And OA look as though they're in the driver's seat right now. Tutik flying in with an F. Gonna be able to take down Zhao Zhao. XX1 goes down, unfortunately, and the numbers of the lobby are dwindling. 7 players left standing. ASE Zhao is gonna try and get that resurrection off onto his teammate, who is on the Syra, so he's gonna be able to immediately pop that Syra ultimate and get back into the action. YZG currently still 1 man strong, 1 alive. The Syra is exactly who you want in this end zone. If you're able to make it to those final moments, you will be able to survive potentially from the storm damage. Han, unfortunately, not in that position, having had to use his ultimate, is immediately going to go down, but it is going to go over to TXJ, picking up yet another elimination. However, I'm not sure if it's going to be able to match up to the number of kills that OA has managed to accumulate for themselves. That is a lot of eliminations under their belt. DRG coming in now with this Viper ultimate, looking to see if they can catch it out, and they got it off first as well. Tutik gonna get focused down. The bomb comes through. Wait a minute, it's a 2 versus 2. OAPP getting knocked back. The parry comes through from Kakashi. The Wuchen ultimate is gonna come in, but is gonna go straight into the zone. Not where you wanna be, buddy. DRG, they're gonna, oh wait a minute, I was about to say they might be able to clutch this up. The Hook Jade is a threat right now. What is happening? The Tessa ultimate coming through. Can he clutch this up? 1 versus 2 situation. The Viper ultimate going to be happening yet again. He goes into the house, into the tent to avoid it. He gets bonked. On again. Oh my goodness. DRG clutch it.
Holy moly, DRG. What a turnaround. Both of our games have come down to an incredibly tense 1v2. Both times around. Really, really big game though there for DRG. Gonna take game number 2, but a much better performance from YZG. I didn't actually catch how well GG did in that game either. So I need to have a look at the scoreboard at the end of this one. But Wolves went out incredibly early, so the day is interesting. People who didn't score as good in the last game scored well in this game, and those who scored good in the last game didn't do so great in this game. Very, very exciting one. So, yeah. Really, really big performance across the board. And I think we still probably got one more of those in us. Unfortunately, Duncan. Another big Tesla lobby. Another big lobby. I think we got one more of those in us today. But once it's done,
I think so.
Once it's done, that's when it gets exciting, mate. We're gonna have like Yataka showing up. My pure copium of maybe Valda, but she never shows up anymore. She went out to get milk and never came back. I don't know.
Her face is printed on the side of the carton. Have you seen this woman alongside Hardy as well? Hardy and Valda just gone missing.
Hardy just took off on his glider, man.
He's gone to a different planet right now. He's just off exploring the space. He's just exploring the universe right now. He's having a good time. He's taking a break. He was under the spotlight for a really long time. I have to say though, I think it's good. It's a good thing to put a break from Hardy. Oh my god, Hardy.
I hated that character. It was so boring to watch. He's like, oh, someone's caught. Nope, they cube up. They're away. Okay, whatever.
Dude, I would say exactly the same thing. I'm playing trios with Raven and the boys, and we're going up against the Hardy comp. I so distinctly remember this one team just cubing. Okay, Oh, okay, we got the cube out. Nice. Okay, we fight. Okay, cube again. Okay, again and again. How do we kill this? Honestly, but it's gone now. Woosah. Now we have Viper though. So,
I don't know, man,
Syra.
like, this is Syra was a horrible meta. Anyway, how many players chose? It's gonna be every question today. It needs to be how many chose Viper. How many players chose Pushen in game number 2? Was it A6, B7, C8, or D9? A, B, C, or D? I know my alphabet now. I've woken up. In the Twitch chat, check your whisper boxes. And that's where you will be notified if you take the victory. How many players chose this hero who's been picked by the entire lobby is going to be every question for the day.
Yep, and we did say it. We mentioned it a couple times at the beginning of the game. If you weren't here, you could probably copy off your neighbor. They'll probably be correct with their answer. Yeah,
Copy what everyone else is doing.
Sheeple.
I always like the lone guy
right.
when everyone's like answering, like everyone's. This isn't the guy answer, by the way, but when everyone's like putting like B B B B B, and there's just one guy who goes A. That's the guy I want to be. He knows he's wrong,
right there.
but he's different, and that's why I like him. The hipster, love him.
Oh, absolutely. But yeah, as you said, after we get those final few Vipers out, we are going to be heading over into some lobbies that have a little bit of more variety, which I'm looking forward to. I for one really hope that we see a different Taka comp, because the only thing we've seen so far is Taka, Monk, and Karumi, and then once we saw Taka, Karumi, Syra. That was one time, I believe. But I think that this is just a placeholder composition, because with Taka, Monk, Karumi, I think it just loses to quite a few things. Like, it loses to Ice Cream, I feel like. How do you deal with that? The Farrier is not only going to shut down the Monk, but also the Taka, the Syra just being an absolute nuisance in general, shutting down the Monk as well. And then the Justina can shut down the Monk. Freeze, one of them. I mean, Taka can deal with Justina a lot better now. But still, we'll see. Personally, I've actually come up with a comp. I came up with a comp that answers everything. And it's Taka, Yueshan, Justina V2. I'm going to let that settle in for a bit. But it does actually answer everything. It has an answer for literally every comp. The one problem, the one character that is a little bit of a pain to deal with is Syra. However, it can be mitigated quite well if you play it correctly. But that's the same with every comp. I feel like every comp has like one weakness or something, I
can't remember what me, Rune, and Moxie played a comp a long time ago. And I was on old Valda, back Superior Tidal Wave Valda.
Was it Valda, Zai,
and I can't remember what Moxie was playing, but it was all about getting them wet and then fireballing them.
Yeah, I think it could have been Karumi or it could have been Zai. I'm not sure. I remember being told about this though. But regardless,
it might have been Karumi.
We've got the replays coming through, sponsored by China Unicom, DRG being our MVPs off the back of that game. Crazy that they came in with that clutch at the end, and OA was so close as well. They had so many kills. And we see the fight coming through here when we actually cut away to the realm of Yang at this moment, and we saw, and I was talking about how they were likely going to get jumped in that stash, but they were the ones who came out on top, jumping them, the ambush they created, in fact. Moving over to OA again, fighting in this canyon, taking advantage of these third parties very, very well.
Yeah, really, really good performance coming in. I mean, not from BBE. These guys haven't had a good performance all split, unfortunately. And that's the flame, which is going to make them play well.
Ah, yes, true.
No, I flamed them so much this split, and they have not played well at all.
You gotta believe.
They've unfortunately been quite a disappointing team this split. It's been sad to watch from BBE, because they were once a team who were kind of like your little upsetters. They'd show up and like really do some pop-off performances, and then unfortunately this time around it just wasn't. It hasn't been enough for them this split. They've really struggled, but Here we go, our Viper MVP for the side of DRG. Had a brain fart there. Kakaishi taking that MVP. 16,000 damage, 8,000 healing, 7 kills under his belt. Engraving, Juggernaut, Desperation as his kind of notable soul jades there. Really, really good performance though from DRG, a team who, you know, often actually are performing relatively well, but like they're kind of akin to what we used to get from like old school WBG, where like they just quietly performed really well. Like this is like season 2 WBG. Like those guys used to just like sit in the background and play incredibly well and consistently, and then occasionally have like a big game and you'd be like, oh yeah, these guys exist, and then they won that season. So you never know. DRG looking really good off the back of that one.
Yeah, and also one thing to note that in terms of the damage distribution there, that was majority damage coming from skills and ultimate as Viper, which I always like to point out just how crazy the damage can be from that anti-heal F ability. Just the one button 500 damage. It's just crazy. It does so much. And then of course you get a little bit of damage at the end of the Viper ultimate if you're running the V3. I believe they were running that V1 instead. So all of that, it was at 5,000 plus coming out from that F. So that's a lot of damage. I think I still don't think that there's one sort of configuration or setup for Viper that's better than the other. Like, I've talked about this a lot. I think it just comes down to what the team's objective is and which team composition they're going to be hunting. But regardless, we're going to be throwing over to a quick break before our third game of the day. So don't go anywhere. Make sure to get your snacks ready. We'll be back very, very soon.
するステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our third game of the day as we hit the halfway mark as we head to Morris Isle. Hero points have been spent aplenty, which for me, Raven can attest to this, I was quite critical of, especially at the beginning of the season, like teams who are a little bit too hesitant to burn those hero points. YZG maybe went a little bit too hard on that sentiment, but I respect the hustle. It's a lot more kind of, people are burning points. And so far, Blind Date has been blindly picked with complete confidence by everybody in this lobby. It has been a hot day.
Yeah, it's definitely been pretty spicy. It's 9 Viper teams game 1, 7 Viper teams game 2. It's kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Very surprising. It kind of just threw me off at the beginning. I just didn't really know what was going on anymore. But perhaps we'll be going back to, some semblance of normal, moving forwards, considering that a lot of these teams have now used those Viper comps. So who knows? We might see a little bit less. I think it'll probably end up being just sort of a gradual sort of downplay of the Viper throughout the day as it goes on. But that's surprising in and of itself, because Viper does so well on Firefly days. So I don't know why, they could have done this later on in the day. It's kind of surprising. None of the scaling comps are being played on the scaling maps, which is just very strange to me. I don't really know what to make of it. But only time will tell. Perhaps we'll see and learn a little bit more moving forwards, especially as well on the bi-weekly finals day, which is going to be on Sunday for trios. Tomorrow is for solos. But we're going to be going into our third game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have predictions? I feel like they're just going to go out the window if we make them, but...
I was about to say, don't ask me for a prediction, mate.
Yeah, I was going to say,
unpredictable day.
Very unpredictable. But I'm hoping for some Tarka. I think Morris Isle especially is one of those, is the map that Tarka does perform slightly better on than either of the other two. So we might see a Tarka comp come through. We might not. We might see a little bit more Sand Siphon, perhaps, just some scaling.
I feel like that
it's
is a
hard to
definite
say.
yes.
Yeah.
I feel like that is a definite thing to show up. We will see some more of these scaling comps as the day goes on. I feel like these teams have just got to get it out of their system. This is the final game where those who started the day in last selection will now be first pick. So they may go for Tessa. We may see one more rotation of big Tessa plays. And then from there, I think we'll start to see some different comps. And that to me is when it's going to get spicy, because the comp selection would be very interesting to see, if they decide to go for where the priority falls once the blind date comp is taken out of the meta entirely, or out of the lobby entirely. We're very interested to see where they kind of put those priorities on them. See, YZG, they're going to be in this first rotation now. They spent 6 hero points of their 9 to lock in a blind date for themselves at the beginning of the day. So it's very much on them to really reel it back. And game 1 didn't go great. Game 2 did go very well for them. And funnily enough, they weren't playing a blind date comp. So I was surprised to see them go so well on it. And I feel like these comps are... Bizarrely, I feel like this comp shines when there's not so many of them in a lobby. They're great when there's like 4 of them running around, because they're effectively like, the way I look at it is it's like an assassin comp. Like, you jump in, you CC, blow up a target, and then ping out. Like it's a pick comp where you pick 1 or 2 people. You don't stay for the full fight, and then you just peace out. And then you may come for the wraparound while they're trying to pick people up or something, but it's an interruption comp. It's a third party comp. And I guess when everyone's picking it, everyone's fighting, so everyone's third partying. But I feel like it does shine better when there's not, a million Vipers in a lobby.
Oh yeah, no, I completely agree, because it's exactly as you said. If everyone's playing Viper and everyone's waiting for the third party, then who are you going to really look to third party? It's going to be really hard to actually create those opportunities unless you get lucky and find like 2 teams fighting isolated on the outside, just like at the edge of the map, and then you can come in and clean it up, which we did see happen a couple of times. For example, OA, I think they managed to do exactly that when they came in and third partied the fight between BBE and I'm not sure who the other team. It may have been WZ. I think in the canyon, in the desert, they came in third party and cleaned it up. You know, SS1 did exactly the same thing off spawn in that game too. So it's like, it's a bit strange. I agree. I think when there's fewer Viper compositions, it actually helps them somewhat. But as long as there's more than 1 or 2, 3-ish, I think it's fine. Because if there's so few of them, then they'll just get focused out completely. But
yeah,
if there's enough that they're not singled out and that they can still do what they want, you know, cut down the scaling comps, come in for third parties, that is when they shine the best.
I will admit, today's the first day, I think, all season I've seen a Viper or a Tessa get an MVP. I don't think I've seen these comps actually win a single game in any of the games I've covered this split. So has been a moment since this comp has really popped off in that sense. Typically, it's just like we'll lock it in because we're on last round selection and we just want to score a couple of points here and there, keep ourselves somewhat relevant, but you're not going for the MVP. You're just going to kind of like hit a median point rotation. But here we are, hero pick. This is what the order will look like. Obviously, these guys in the first round were at the bottom at the beginning of the day. And this is why we do it this way. So all of these teams will go to third selection next round, but they started on Padoria in third selection. If we did Padoria fourth, then they would be in third for that as again. But this way they get Padoria in last and in first selection. So they get a bit of a preference that way.
Yeah, that's quite nice. It gives them all equal chances of you know, getting what they want on the certain maps, because certain compositions do perform slightly better on certain maps, of course. You know, like during the whole Kylin meta, Kylin was a much more priority pick on Padoria because Padoria has a much higher percentage of there being a sort of very verticality centric end game situation. So
oh my word,
Kylin, he does really well on the verticality on those little mounds, the buttery rocks. He can knock people any which way. But yeah, oh my goodness, 3 Viper comps already. YZG,
surprise, surprise.
Thankfully, they've not had to spend any more hero points. You know, they used 6 at the beginning, but they still got 3. Not too bad.
They can't do this anymore without spending points because this comp, you get 1 free select of each hero, which was their last time. So from now on, it will cost them to lock in this comp. But there we go.
Oh my
Viper gonna get locked in. Oh word! It's low-key exhausting. Actually. How much Viper we have today?
There we go.
OUG! They don't want to burn any hero points. I'm surprised, but they're going to go for a scaling comp. And now, what are our bottom lot going to be doing? I swear, if I see it again, if I see someone burn 6 points to go and lock in this comp here,
it would be all their points.
Oh,
all in. What do we see? Come on, WBG, last to pick, and they're going for the Xiphon. So we've got actually, the split, definitely Viper majority, as we do have 7 Viper compositions, and then we've got 4 Xiphons, and then 1 Sand Siphon. So interesting. I'm a little worried for the Sand Siphon comp. I'm not gonna lie. You know, they might get fiended because with this many Xiphons, because they're sort of dubbed as the budget composition, they don't really need the scaling all that much, so they can definitely look to jump one of the one Sand Siphon comp and cut them down along with the rest of the Viper teams.
That is the big problem right now. You are the lone cicada running around this map. You are going to be hunted. And the thing is when your team pops an ultimate, everyone knows it's your team. Because I've said this before, but for anyone who hasn't
wait, there's 2. Wait, are we tripping?
Is there 2?
I thought there was only 1.
Oh, there is 2. Okay. Well, so just so everyone knows, basically the way that NARAKA plays, you guys at home get to see the lovely skins they're playing with, but everybody else in the lobby who is playing against them just sees them as default skin. Like, so if you see a Decada ult and there's 2 Decadas in the area and somehow you lose sight of one of them and they kind of do the old switcheroo, you won't know which one just altered and which one didn't. You don't have the skins on, so I mean they do have their regular customizations on. So if they have like massively dramatic like skin colors, where you know,
No, I don't think they do. They don't. I think it's no. It's full
is it just
default.
purely default.
It's pure default. The only way they can really get away with it, though, like most of the time, is sort of the costume change, so to speak. They'll swap to a different weapon from their inventory and then just try and bamboozle the person chasing them and hide with the other character.
Well, that's how you catch them. There you go. Interesting to see that a GG not a secret tunnel. I guess the circle once again has just denied them from going to their drop spots.
It's just not their day.
Wow. It really isn't their day. I mean, they did win the first game of the day, to be fair. But the circle was against GG here. It looks like it's a pretty boring spread over here by shipwrecks and everything. But that's where the action is as you head over towards Shadow Jade Mines in the surrounding area. The entire lobby is there. And GG didn't even try and drop remotely close towards Secret Tunnel. They are just dropping on a series of secret tunnels, or well-known tunnels, I guess, in Shadow Jade Mines. That is going to be a bloodbath down there. And I'd put money on all of those teams that were spread out. They're going to be your non blind date comps. They're going to be all of the different ones.
Well, we do have a bit of an engagement taking place very early on, and there we go, the first blood, I believe, going over to JL. One fan getting that kill onto XXMU, and followed closely by Zhao Wen taking down Wolf ZK. Zhao is going to survive for the moment.
Oh my word.
But it's very close, despite the just the skin of his teeth just barely getting out of there. This is a very spicy drop right now. OUG also in the mix on their Sand Siphon. Interestingly, going for a very aggressive drop. They may actually, if this is very high risk, high reward though, if they come away with a lot of kills, they will be able to scale up very quickly. But that's if they're able to do so, as they don't really excel super early on, especially when you consider something like Zai, the Zai comps, and the Viper comps. So we now see that Viper V3 coming through, locking them down, silencing them. But Baby U, he does have ultimate, and he is no longer silent, still chasing these players down. GG and SS is going to go down actually to the Ballista, I think. Oh no, not to the Ballista, to the Flying Knives. But Baby U is going to be able to salvage this one. He still has one shove left over, throwing out those Flying Knives, not able to find it. Unfortunately, he is going to go down, but they do get 3 eliminations, so not too bad, not too shabby.
This is the new tech we saw with the Decada and Flying Knives. You get the Fu-Ren shove, and then you get the mid-range attack from those Flying Knives out as a follow-up, and then you Fu-Ren shove again, and you just rinse and repeat. It's a really brutal little combo, actually, between the two kind of abilities, well, the ultimate and the weapon itself. Really clean as ASE starting to tidy this room up. I mean, they are 8 kills deep, like 3 minutes into the lobby. This is an absolutely explosive start for ASE as JL hunting them down. Mist is trying to heal up, is going to be able to evade the dazzle from Cuckoo. Now ASE can turn it around. Cuckoo already getting caught by the grapple. ASE Mist coming in, finds himself the parry off onto Cuckoo, but the rest of JL have closed into the area. F-cut slam comes down onto the Mist, goes to the uppercut with a dagger. He's going to try and play the evasion game, has got the ultimate up and available though, so he's going to look to stun down these members of JL. That's one already down. No one gets stunned, but they do secure a kill as in comes the Tessa urn. Mist is going to get knocked back, and that urn is going to pop onto him any second now. Mist will find himself removed from the lobby by GG. ASE's hand now also being chased down by Cuckoo with the fist weapons, but there is some backup from Zhao Wen. It does look like hand though too low to hold on. And JL have now got Zhao Wen in their sights. JL able to find himself a couple of extra kills. That puts him up to 3. The denial onto ASE here, but ASE starting with 9 kills. Whoever wins this fight walks away with all of those dark side coins as well, by the way. So these guys are going to be rich for the next stages of the game. As Cuckoo's just playing evasion here, or trying to get himself out of it. JL don't really want to be hanging around, but it looks like GG. They're not mucking around. They're looking to finish these two up, as they're just going to blink out to safety. JL going to go for the reset.
We do see the Moonbane coming through as well. Not sure whose Moonbane it is exactly, but it's definitely forced these players to retreat out of it. Kuku2 now in that Syra ultimate, trying to find the dazzle. The combo break comes through. The peel as well from LXM, but he's not going to be able to peel himself, unfortunately. Perhaps the sacrificial lamb here. We do see him go down. GG falling apart. CJS does not have full HP. And Kuku2 is going to be coming out of that ultimate now. No grapples, unfortunately, either. So but they are going to still try and chase this down. Goes for the focus attack. Goes for the follow-up. Missing that initial one. The armor swap is down the below, but it's got nothing on it. And ASE are going to be jumping in. Oh my goodness. They're on 10 kills. This is insane. And if they pick up these 3, that's 13 off the rip. They are going to be able to pick up one more. The Tessa ultimate is going to come through, and it's just a formality at this point. There it is. 12 eliminations within the first 3 minutes of the game.
That is absolutely crazy from ASE. Straight to the shop, buy yourself some goodies. Not that there's really much in the shop yet. You haven't got like the likes of purple armor. Won't be in the shop quite yet, but yeah, what a start for these guys. And look at the money in those inventories. Oh, no, purple armor is now available. So 2 members get purple armor off the bat. Now the question is are they feeling confident enough to jump into the into a Realm of Yang? Because remember, this comp kind of sucks in Realm of Yang. So the question is are they feeling confident enough to jump into there, or are they just going to play it a bit more relaxed and maybe look to third-party teams going in or out of those Realm of Yangs?
I think considering the number of kills they already have, I think going to Realm of Yang is too big of a risk. You know, I think Realm of Yang, like, it would be nice and it would accelerate them even further. But if they do go down in the Realm of Yang, going up against one of these Xiphon comps or the Sam Siphon perhaps, then and then they can't find the Soul Blooms afterwards. They just wasted their entire early game where they go an explosive start. So I think if I were them, I'd probably look for a Grief on Yang, try and secure a Spirit Well perhaps, and then just continue, because they don't really need to get that many more kills right now. For the mid game, they could just spend it going from trove to trove, looting up, seeing if they can find some unsuspecting players, jump them. Maybe they're at a numbers disadvantage. They can just take full advantage of this, and then just scale up that way, because they're already pretty scaled. The Realm of Yang would just be extra icing on the cake. It's almost unnecessary at this point.
Yeah, I do feel like a Spirit Well is probably the safe bet, to be fair, because if it does get dicey, you can just whoosh and a port out. You can't do that in a Realm of Yang. And then you don't risk getting the debuff on you, which is always the worst. You're locked in, you get that debuff, and then you have to try and find the kills to get your team back. All right, now, yeah. Realm of Yangs aren't up for another 2 minutes, so it's a bit of a waiting game for these teams. There's teams buying... We saw, I think it was... I can't remember who used the rebuff charm, but we did... I think it was GG or JL. Someone got to use a rebuff charm, but... As the Realm of Yangs are spawning up, Bane's Breaths are getting used, control of the area is getting placed. So YZG are thinking about jumping into it, but maybe they're just going to play it a little bit more chill. Again, they are also on a blind 8 comp. And the whole lobby is just collapsing on top of the Bane's Breath right now. There is just going to be another massive brawl between all of these players. And a lot of these players are going to be losing those buffs now. Sorry, not the buffs, the respawns. So definitely a risky one to be jumping in right about now.
Yeah, absolutely. It just acts as a dinner bell, basically. You know, ding ding ding, we're over here. You know, either we're fighting or we're just trying to go into Yang. And I think they are going to be rotating over to it. I think OA, since it is their Moonbane, of course, they're able to sit in the middle very comfortably and sort of deny the entry to some of these players. So there are a lot of people circling now, but the Moonbane does expire. Actually, there's no safety net just yet. Are they going to be able to make it in? They do indeed. A little bit spooky for a second there. One of them did get hit by a Viper F, and they are going to go uncontested as well for the moment. But on the other hand, we do have SS1 and WBG going head-to-head. The Zai flying up to the sky along with his counterpart. The F going all the way up, but immediately dropping back down. The Matari ult is going to reset that F ability, allowing him to send it out again, but not really able to find any value just yet, unfortunately. He hasn't found a moment to heal either. For the moment, he's just playing full kite, trying to find a moment to rest and get that heal off. It's an interesting
nice
dynamic here.
Yeah, you're able to get that pot off in time, goes for the full reset, throws out the F, misses 3 Fs in a row, unfortunately. It's going to be forced to throw the ultimate down just to find some space, comes in, again, misses an F. Yoran has been pretty underwhelming on that front. It's just throwing down the chains, but Water is just keeping him locked in place, and this is the power of the Styro. Just denies a carry from being able to play as WBG. Don't think Yoran is going to be long for the world, unfortunately, and it is only one. The Dazzle not going to make the mark. It's Yuat and being chased down. Leo trying to see if he can turn it around. So we're going to cut over to JL versus OUG inside this round of Yang. Jinyu's been juggled up. The free range shots from Baby U are able to get that shove off. OUG with those flying knives as well, just chasing forwards. They've got double flying knives, actually, and it is looking like they've got complete control here. If the parry comes out, the Dazzle goes down, doesn't quite make the connection onto Baby U as he's able to jump over the strike coming out onto him. Cuckoo goes low, out comes the chain scythe, but I don't think that's going to be enough here from XX1UO on his lonesome. OUG will take this from a Yang.
They do indeed, and yeah, very nicely done by Baby U. We didn't see the initial part of this fight, but they were clearly able to stall things out and take full advantage of that Takeda ultimate, even though it's only in its epic state. It's not reached that legendary state just yet where you do get that extra AoE hitbox on the Furin Blast, but hey, still very, very solid from them. This is OA having won their round with Gang going to be coming out. And is that 2 teams in that bush? I think
Just
that may have been DRG and WZ in the same bush.
And they were aware of each other.
Surely, right? Surely, that'd be absurd. I think they must be. They just know that it's just a handshake. That look at them all.
What are they doing?
It's like, oh, spooky Yang team. Like, are we high, guys? Yeah, okay. Let's just chill. Oh my goodness. No need to fight. Killing each other would just mean that they come in for third parties. It's just optimal macro gaming. Macro play, ladies and gentlemen, there it is. No need to fight because the Yang teams will come out in third party. This is the whole Yang depletion situation. The teams with the buff and the teams with the debuff. They're all out there looking for blood. And if you're not one of those two teams, all you got to do is chill and wait. And wait for that Yang depletion team to force a fight and then come into the third party.
Alrighty, well, BB respawning up here. We're just going to see them with that debuff on, looking to see if they can find themselves some kills or not. Keep himself in this game. Sandstorm gets thrown down here. OA chasing Water, going very low as down he goes. OA able to get that particular kill for themselves as oh no,
oh
look what 2Ticker's got. He's got the Palm Lightning.
All three of them have flying knives. All 3 of them.
Yeah, this weapon might be a little overtuned.
Just a little bit.
Just a wee bit. Just a tad.
Better enough, flying knives. Gonna be that old Aurelia meme. Oh my goodness. But anyway, moving forwards, got JL with that Yang depletion. Well, all the triple blueberry. Yeah, looking to hunt down one of these teams. We've got WBG also in that very similar position, but they do have a Blackberry with that purple armor. Going to be engaging onto OA Meng. Wants to use that combo breaker. Oh my goodness, he cannot move. Ladies and gentlemen, he cannot play the game. Unfortunately, no ultimate on his Takeda. Not able to peel for him. They do cleanse 1 Yang depletion. 2-tick immediately going to get followed up on by these players. JL jumping in, trying to close it out. One player cleansed. The Matari is going to interrupt that grapple there. Oh my goodness, the cavalry bloom out of nowhere. The invisible blender coming in from the back, taking him down. Nowhere to go. Where you going, buddy? Goes down WBG. This is an absolute scrap. It's just chaotic.
This is just a slaughter,
Chaos.
to be honest,
It
mate.
really
It's
is.
just an absolute blender is definitely the best way to word it. They're getting completely mowed down. X-Swan UO loses a lot of HP, locked in place, and he is microwaved. Jing is still able to secure the kill with the dual swords. As WBG just picking up kills left, right, and center. They did lose a player, unfortunately. Lovely parry coming out from Leo onto One Feng with the pole sword. The flying knives. Not going to get used to finish this one up because SS1 are in the area, but we do see that JL are eliminated from the lobby. Leo now just trying to play the escape game, being hunted by SS1, who I think are actually going to call it off. I say that. Yeah, they're calling it off. They don't want to chase anymore. They're happy with their one kill. But yeah, just an absolute bloodbath. OA inside the zone right now, just trying to reposition. I assume picking someone up. They are down 2 tick though, so you need to find the money to get a rebirth charm off unless they've spent that money already. But the problem is SS1 are in the area, gatekeeping the edge of the zone. I don't know if OA are going to be able to do much about this at all, unfortunately. So you see a rebirth charm used for Jing there from the side of WBG. ASC have been very quiet in this game. They had a very good start, but they now know they just need to take it to late game.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the smart play from them. You know, you got 12 kills early game. You don't need to risk anything in mid game. You can just play the scaling game. If you get lucky, if you happen to find good rotations and catch people off guard, then great. But if you're not, then you don't need to force anything. Forcing something just creates opportunities for error, creates opportunities for you to go down unnecessarily.
Alrighty, well, SS1 and OUG are going to be inside the realm of Yang. Juan here on the Zai. Baby U on the Takeda. Siphon versus Sand Siphon. Kick it off, Baby U. Just go for a couple of cheeky musket shots. Didn't see if he really made a connection here, but he gets a parry off on Juan. Steals away his flying knives off the back of that one. No ultimate available to him yet, so he needs to kind of wait this one out and be a bit more tempered. But with the Palm Lightning, he is just wreaking havoc here. They are getting caught out by these dazzles, though. On repeat, it's Baby U just going to get himself aerial right now, trying to evade that microwave. And now the ultimate is available here to Baby U. Has the Fu Rain shoved up and available as Yuan stepping forward, catches him with the Meteor Slam though. Yuan gets in a bit of danger. Sandstorm breaks out and immediately go invisible. Trying to reposition with the Meteor, but OUG losing a player. Water will be going down in the middle of this, and now it's going to be the 2 versus 2. Yuan trying to put those chain scythes forward as the Sandstorm finally falls apart. That's going to be a lot of damage onto Baby U there with those chain scythes once again. The Fu Rain shoves coming out, and suddenly this fight is getting a little bit dicey here for the members of SS1. Although I say that, actually, nope, they were able to get a pickup off as Baby U goes down. Jin Yu left on his lonesome, and down he goes. SS1 take the realm.
They are so scaled, and they're about to get even more scaled. 2 gold armors, ladies and gentlemen, and yet another golden weapon. Gold fist blades, gold dual blades, 2 gold armors, and interestingly, they're going to be picking up Mystic Might. Very interesting, actually. No Draco Storm and no, I think that was deliberate, actually. And I actually have, now that I think about it, I think there's actually a very good reason, and it's because even though some of the Viper teams have been weeded out, there's still quite a few. And so the information you can gather from having Mystic Might and knowing who is around you at all times, or at least for the duration of the buff, that is going to allow you to avoid any possible situations where you get third-partied and jumped by an Attack on Titan team looking for that assassination attempt.
I guess it makes sense then, actually. Yeah, fair play, fair play. Respect the hustle now. It's cutting over to WBG, currently being beamed by PP. He is absolutely destroying them. His ultimate has now worn off, and looks like OA aren't actually going to be able to get in range of 2 tick as he's moved into the zone as the zone collapses in on him. Leo just continues to try and fire out, but WBG unable to pick up Jing in response. Feels like both teams are just going to be down a player. Jing will be timing out fairly soon. Leo's just going to jump in and try and see if he can get a kill onto Meng. See if he can find an answer. Able to strip away that armor very effectively. Meng burning low here. Catches with the grapple. Can he find a wisp? It's not even going to come out. Leo secures the kill as PP, the last man standing for this Sand Siphon comp, on the run, being hunted by WBG, who are looking for their 6th kill of the game. OA, they were on a good streak here. 7 kills. I mean, when you look at the scoreboard, there's a lot of points being scored. A lot of teams have got some serious kills on the board in this game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. We're down to 25 players. That's I have to say, I'm very surprised there. It was a 2v2. It was looking all right, but just out of nowhere, the missed position comes through and it falls apart instantaneously. The Tumulk just gets absolutely fried, and he goes further into the zone as well, which is, I mean, I think he may have gotten knocked slightly in that direction, but I don't know. I think it's just he's just giving up by going further into the zone. I think at that point, perhaps that was the call. Perhaps that's what it was. You know, I'm going to die regardless. I'm just gonna bait them to follow me into the zone, and you run the opposite direction. That could have been what it was. These protocols do come into play a lot at this level of play,
Wolves.
at this level of competition. Yeah, Wolves getting caught by the poison. The poison mushroom is not ideal. It's a very dangerous place to be.
Yeah, and then immediately ASE try and punish them off this high ground. So they are down. They are out right now. Wolves down a player is going to really suck for them going into this final circle. And the one thing I'll say about these very Viper-heavy lobbies are... We do get action at all points in the game. Like, when it was old Monk lobbies where it was just all Monk, it was kind of boring to watch. This isn't boring. Juan, though, kind of boring for him because he was just perma-CC'd from the moment he got caught. He had no opportunity to play the game. Donkey9 also takes himself a smack to the head, but he's going to be able to pot up. No one's going to continue to fire onto him. And it's been a moment since I've seen a Morris Isle end here on Sunwing's Rest. Been a hot minute.
That combo is so devastating, though. You saw it, like, the Viper V1 comes through, gets the stun, then Tessa just doubles down on it. You just can't move for 8 seconds. It's just, you can't do anything. There's nothing you can do whatsoever. Unless, of course, you're playing something like Takeda. You know, if you're playing Takeda, maybe, and Liam, you know, and you're not silenced. But other than that, nothing you can do. Absolutely nothing. It's devastating. It's one of the worst ways to die, I feel like. You just like, okay, I really got outskilled there. It's just like, but I mean, at the end of the day, you may say this, but being in that position, them creating that opportunity, unless it's just a full ambush, it's actually pretty. It takes a lot of understanding. And oh my god, yes,
they got hit by like 2 Bane's breaths and then blown up by a bow. Oh, that is tragic for YZG. Not what
it was. Oh no, wait, it was OUG. It was OUG. He's the one who got hit, and then they just teleported out.
Oh, they must have picked him back up.
I can't. It was behind the tree. It was hard to see.
They got slammed by 2 Bane's breaths, and then a bow shot came in from ASE, missed to secure the kill, but they were able to teleport out and then pick them back up. So. That could have been pretty bad for them. That could have been literally a GG moment, but luckily they're able to hold on.
They do get the armor as well, so definitely they just like they fully loot the body, just take everything off of it and then teleport away, disengage. We got what we wanted. It's all good. And Baby U as well is not gonna have that Draco Storm on him either. It's just gonna be SS and LXM. Not LXMD. The team swapped so quickly there. And Jinyu, rather. And Jinyu and Baby, you're going to try and salvage this one. SS being caught out by the Vipercom. Jinyu is going to get stunned up by the Tessa Charm very soon. Are they going to be able to burst down this shield? No, they are not. A little bit of damage comes through. He's immediately going to be able to use that combo breaker. YZG looking to try and get in the mix, to try and get involved. But I don't know if OUG's making out of this one. The rare occasion where the team that gets buff does not survive.
And this is what we used to see back when the final snap was a meta. As soon as you got the buff, the whole lobby went, right, you, and they just turned. Really, really good to see the lobby recognizing OUG as a potential threat here for this lobby. Getting run down. Zinyu, nowhere to go. He has trees to work with. He's been able to break some of the crowd control, but that is a complete walloping from the lobby. Massive Tesseract actually does come through onto multiple people. They are going to look to kind of get caught up. Kakashi caught by the stun. Uber's out for safety. DRG do not want anything to do with that. Just get himself away to safety. 22 players left in the lobby. 6 minutes left in the game. I think we've got a bit of a brawl on our hands here, mate.
Yeah. See, that's the problem. I think there's so many Viper comps still alive that the Sand Siphons just get decimated. They just get dismantled by all the different Viper comps, as it's not really in the best interest of the Vipers to really fight each other and fully commit. So they're just going to look to try and full grief the Sand Siphons because... But that being said, actually, it looks as though YZG, they are not interested in the faction. They are all out betraying right now. Going to be able to take down one of these players. Woye is down. WZ having teleported away might be able to salvage this one. OUG still does have Baby U alive, but not for much longer. TXJ going to be able to take him down with those golden fist blades and the aid of his teammates. Woye just barely, oh my goodness, just about to get rezzed, and then the Tessa all comes through into the grief on the ground, and XMU is likely not going to be surviving for very much longer.
No, DRG are able to finish him up, and every time we see ASE, SS1, Wolves, WBG get kills, I'm sure YZG start to sweat a little bit more. That red line is who makes it to the bi-weekly finals and who doesn't. Right now, there are 2 spaces between them and not making it. There's still 3 games after this to go. And right now, SS1 and ASE have 12 and 10 kills on them. Like, these guys could be jumping up dramatically up the ladder. And YZG are going to have to fight for their lives in the tail end of the day. Normally, at this point in the week, they're just trying to put as many points together to take into those bi-weekly finals to give them as big of an advantage as possible. Right now, these guys are playing just to make it, to defend that spot. They've had 3 MVPs, 3 bi-weekly wins back-to-back. The only team to ever do it in Nbpl. And right now, they might not be making it to the 4th. 7 kills, though, is good. They're keeping themselves in this game with those 7 kills. If they can continue to play well, maybe this could be that YZG victory, which slingshots them up the board, because a good tail end of the day will be able to get YZG realistically into that top 6. Probably not into the top 3, but they could definitely make top 6 if they have a good tail end of the day.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's actually really impressive how, because they went into this sort of from the mid game into the end game, they were triple blue armor, and now at this point, after about 5 minutes of going in and out of fights, finding the right third parties, getting those executions, they've gone up from triple blue to double gold purple already. Actually insane. Very nicely done. Able to navigate this endgame extremely well. It shows just how good they really are and how practiced they are, and the level of understanding that they have in these endgame situations. We almost always see them, whenever they attempt it at the very least, they always win the Spirit Well situation in the end. But we'll have to see as this game plays out. Looks as though they are getting focused a little bit. The Tessa Charm is going to come through onto QGG, but the combo break is going to protect him. Not going to be going down just yet. GG try their hand. They do have buff. It looks as though they're not going to be able to close out the kill there. They too have double gold armor and purple armor, but they don't have the same number of kills as these other teams. SS1 does have 10. They are down Zai. ASC currently in the lead with 13. I can't really... They're sort of holding a low ground here, but they have a blue armor, which is not ideal.
Crazy to see that, you know, there's so many trees, because this is where Vipers thrive. They get up in the tree, they jump down, they take it down. Now Mist is able to take a kill onto Cookie and jump ASC up to 14 kills. In come the Viper, tactical nukes. Everybody locking each other down. GG find themselves caught out. Another stun into another stun into another stun. It is Viper and Tessa Chance everywhere.
is this?
And the lobby is just being obliterated. QGG is eliminated, followed up by TXJ, and that is the end of YZG. They're taken out of the lobby. ASE, with that last kill, just qualified for the bi-weekly finals. They jump up to 12th place as SS1. They're the ones actually crashing in on the kills all over the board. Wolf ZK coming in with his own stuns. Will find a lockdown onto someone, but nothing major right now. It is just 11 players brawling underneath the trees. The blinks come out, the repositionings do come out, and there's still a few Cyrus to deal with. There's still a few laser beams to handle. ZK tried his hardest to hold on to this one. Kakaishi's just staying up in the tree. Water's repositioning because he's lost too much HP, but Wolves able to take 2 more kills to themselves, and they're starting to crash in on extra kills. Now I think that puts them up to about 6 after the back of this one, as they are just holding the low ground. They've got themselves the Palm Lightning, and they're making it so hard to push up onto them. ASE, 15 kills deep though. Can anybody catch up to them? No, well, not right now though. They are eliminated from the lobby. Wolves are going to need some damn more kills, and they are finding them as they're taking down the members of GG. SS1 also going low here. They have themselves the Dreadful Whale just to keep them locked down as well, as they are locking everybody in place. Wolves up to 8 kills. It is going to be one hell of a climb for them if they want to make it to that top spot. But this is the world champion performance we saw from Wolves back in J-Cup. They are popping off. Dreadful Whale once again coming in from that dagger as Wolves are going to tie it out. No kill multiplier, and I think that should just gift ASE the victory.
It might be the case, but I think they got that kill multiplier. I think they did because the zone didn't fully close, so it might actually come out for them. Is it gonna be? It is Wolves. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Wolves gonna be able to come in, clutch it up in the final moments of the game. The last Vipers to ult, the Dreadful Whale coming in clutch as well, able to section off a big chunk of that safe zone, forcing all the players into the sky, into the trees. Very nicely done. Let's go. Wolves coming back. Are we gonna see the Wolves we once knew coming through and potentially dominating for the rest of the week? We'd love to see it. They did very well in game number 1. Is that what it's gonna be? Can we get it?
I've been here for 8 weeks, right? This split. I mean, all of the splits so far. I've been here since week 1. I'm just looking at my notes for the games that I've covered. That's the first time in 8 weeks I've seen Wolves win a game. It's
really?
the first time I've seen them win a game all split long. I know they have, I believe they've taken a couple, but like it has not been a good season for these guys. Big MVP on the day though there. They're going to be very happy with that one as they're going to head off. And that will probably put them into a qualifying spot. YCG getting knocked out early. There's a world where Wolves make it to this bi-weekly final and YZG don't.
Yeah, that's crazy. I have to say though, YZG, they did have this tendency early on in the first few bi-weeklies. They had this tendency where the first game of the day wasn't so good for them, and then they stepped it up. And then for a last bi-weekly, I feel like they managed to eliminate that issue, but now it's rearing its head again. First game of the day, not so good. Second game, pretty decent. You know, they got quite a few kills. Game 3, you know, it's more of a consistency game. You know, I think they ended up with 7 or 8 kills, something like that. And considering the state they were in terms of loot going into that final, the final moments of the game, you know, like going into that end game, triple blue armor translated a few minutes later into double gold purple, having picked up a few more kills. Definitely a really good showing from them. So they're on the ball. They're not, you know, it might just be that the other teams are playing very, very well, and it's not that they're playing bad. So we'll see going into the second half of the day whether or not they're able to clutch it up and secure that qualification.
To me, it looks like YZG weren't ready for this meta. I feel like this is a meta that has caught them off guard because it's been a while since you've had like, normally it's you plus probably at most 3 other teams playing the comp you're playing, or like your comp, but then variations of your comp. So like Xiphon and Sand Siphon, right? Like as 2 examples of that. Where like, you know, the comps in theory basically do the same thing, but like they're slightly different from one another. I don't think WZG were ready for these massive lobbies of Vipers just galore. I mean, look at the scores coming in though. I mean, JL in 9th place got 6 points. WBG in 10th place got 10 points. Like, normally the bottom few, it's like 1, 2, 3 points, and that's about it. But like, the fact only WZ and BBE walk away with, you know, small point scores is absolutely bonkers. These games are complete bloodbaths. It's been so much fun to watch. And I didn't think it would be when I saw lots of Vipers. I thought we were going to be in for kind of boring, slow games because I'm conditioned from the Monk era of like massive Monk lobbies where everybody just waited to the final circle to do anything. Like, that is not the case. It is just action, action, action coming in. And I think we're going to see another Viper MVP coming out here from ZK. 5 kills on that Viper. Really, really good performance. Big game coming in from Wolves, and a needed victory for the world champs because these guys have not had a good season.
No. It's growing pains, it's adjustments. You know, LJX was formerly on OUG as the king, and now it moved over to Wolves. You know, adjustments. Some teams, it takes them longer to adjust to having new teammates. Some teams, they're very quick to adjust because maybe they already knew the person or whatever it might be. But here we are taking a look at the total standings throughout for the entire bi-weekly so far. Wolves did make it into that top 12 spot, overtaking ASE, who managed to get into that top 12 but then overtaken by Wolves at 70.2. YZG in 11th. At the top of the leaderboard, we do have JL, the only team in the top 6 right now who is in fact playing today, being you know, somewhat carried by their performance on their day 1 with 83 points. Is insane, and unfortunately today they've not really managed to replicate it, considering that after 3 games they're only on 18.5. But hey, maybe they're able to clutch it up. But even if they don't, I'd say they're still pretty comfortable moving into that bi-weekly final. But the more points you get, the better, because a percentage of those points that you get in the group stage carry over into that bi-weekly finals with you. So the more points, the better. But here we are taking a look at some of the highlights off the back of that game, brought to you by China Unicom, MVP'd by Wolves. Very narrowly. ASE almost clutched it, as we're taking a look here at the beginning when they were able to put just an incredible number of kills on the board. 12 eliminations within the first 3 minutes.
Yeah, it was an absolute bloodbath to start it off. Such a fun drop. I don't think I've seen a hot drop like that in an incredibly long time in pro play, where everybody just goes to Shadow J Mines and rules it out, and whoever wins, wins. And it was ASE. Really, really big game coming in from these guys. But I do think things will start to change now. We're moving into the tail end of the day, as a lot of hero points have been spent. And I mean, this was the most perfect Viper drop spot, like final circle ever. There's a couple of trees, really tall trees to hide up, but it's like that other game that I cover, and you got your name from. There's a certain mirror matchup, and it always came down to who ults first loses. If you know, you know. But that's kind of what this is like. I feel like if you're the first person to ult in these big mirror matchups with the Vipers, you're the first team to lose, because everyone just answers with their own ult. So while they're stunned, their ult is channeling on you, and then it just kind of like cycles until everybody is just locked down until the last team jumps in with their ult and locks everyone and then tidies it up. ZK on the Viper there with our MVP, Dreadful Whale. We saw that at the end. It was really huge for controlling the final circle. 10,000 damage coming in from him. 6,000 of that with the dagger. Big cleanup at the end of that game. It wasn't like the most high-scoring game, but it's a nice MVP here for Wolves.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also one thing to note is that they managed to play it very well. You know, they didn't get a ridiculous amount of damage. The kill numbers, 11, I think it is. It's not that high, but even then, with 11 kills, you'd expect a little bit more damage. But no, if you're able to come in and execute those plays and focus down players and just clean them up very, very quickly, just take them down without them really fighting for too long and having opportunities for reset, there isn't actually going to be all that much damage to get up there. you're not going to have the crazy damage stats if you're killing them within the first, like, within a couple seconds. Because full purple armor, full health is about 2,000 something HP. It's not all that much.
Alrighty, well, we are ready to pass it over to our interview. So we're going to pass it over to that, and we're back with the tail end of the day. So we'll see you in a bit.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have ASE Han come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 请小韩先跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 AS。
Okay, welcome. First of all, how did you feel like fighting with 6 teams at the beginning of the game? 那当然，其实落地架的时候，我们有看到有6支队伍都在百炼洞展开了激烈的战斗。那 ASE 作为最后的胜者，当时去打那波落地架的时候，是一个怎样的心路历程呢？
就因为百炼洞跳了2，然后我对那比较熟悉吧，然后就只要能赢了第一波。
So I think our team really familiar with that born point. So we always choose that point. And I think as long as we win the first fight of the born fight, we will keep winning for the born fight at the beginning of the game. Also, you know, we always talk about like Tesla combinations is a combination is really good at joining the fight as the 3rd team in the competition. So how do you think, like, why everyone choose to fight with so many teams for the born fight? 那其实我们都知道，大家一直可能老生常谈说红狐阵容真的非常善于劝架，但是在这一局为什么会有6支队伍选择同样的跳点，想要去在落地战的时候去打这样如此激烈的战斗呢？在你看来？
因为红狐现在多了嘛，然后导致外面的架就变少，就不好劝，就必须在落地架尽可能多拿头。
Okay. So because of the patch, and we can see there are so many Tesla combinations in the competition. So everyone was trying to get the killing point from the beginning of the game. Also, like because of there is so many Tesla combination that if you want to find other like during the whole game, if you want to find other team while fighting and you want to join the fight as the 3rd team, it's not really easy. So we choose to like make this decision at the beginning. Okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure, please. So this time our question is, which hero did ASE Han use in game 3? 那这次我们的问题是小韩在第3把用了哪个英雄呢？ A 是宁红叶， B 是无尘， C 是玉玲珑， D 是迦南。So please count down time. 也请小韩给我们倒计时一下吧。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. And what's the answer? 答案是什么呢？
答案是 B。
Yes, the answer is B. Well, in our impressions, like ASE is good at Justina combinations, but based on the environment now, how do you think like the environment affect on your Justina combination so far? 那其实我们也知道 ASE 一直以一手这个冰女阵容闻名天下啊。那其实现在我们的环境也产生了非常大的改变嘛，就像红狐这么多，包括有姬沧海的加入，觉得对于你们冰女的这个阵容会产生怎么样的影响呢？
不好出了吧？因为红狐太多了，会被当成。
Because there is so many Tesla combinations, I think for us it's not good to use Justina combo like in the competition. But what about like the following 3 games? 那下半场的比赛呢？下半场就没有那么多红狐了。
可能会。
Maybe we'll use in the following game. Okay, let's hope. 那也是谢谢小韩来到我们的赛后采访。Thanks 小韩 come to our interview. That's all for the interview. Bye bye everyone.
「ワクワクするステージ」「視線を集めて」「キラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう」「一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ」「ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語」「ポロポロ
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here yet again for the second half of the day, our bi-weekly for day number 3, the last day, the last chance for all of these trio teams to make it into that bi-weekly final, have a chance at winning it all. YZG included, and they're not at the top of the leaderboard as they have been in the past, interestingly. But it's going to be an exciting one. We're going over to all the Firefly maps. The first half of the day is obviously no Fireflies. In the second half, we got all the oogliness occurring. But then again, that being said, it's been pretty oogly already, wouldn't you say?
Oogles have been boogled, my guy. Like, it's been a very, very bloodthirsty day so far. Now, here's the thing. I don't think we have much more of that left in us because hero points have been spent massively across the day. I believe like YZG and stuff are going to be at the bottom of the pick order again. Yeah, because they'll be at top for Padoria. So I feel this is where we'll start to see some of those more interesting comps. So we've had a few Siphons and Sand Siphons picked up, but I feel like our Scalers are going to start to show up more and more. We'll still have like a priority put onto our Viper comps. So it'll probably be first picks by our first rotation teams. But we'll probably see more things that can handle, you know, they don't have to worry about 11 Vipers dropping and stunning you in the middle of like the final circle. That is not going to be a problem anymore for these players. I think at most we'll have one more game of that. But Firefly maps are going to enable things like the Decatur comps to kind of shine a little bit more. I know Tessa also shines in Firefly maps because her ult charges at 60%. So she gets 2 ults basically. Yeah. But Cicadas obviously means it gets his free red shove a little bit earlier. I am curious more than anything if we're going to start to see these Tarkas, because I know that it's been showing up in trios and it has been kind of given hands over in solos. I know it's been given hands over in solos, and I know it has shown up in trios, not in the comp that you want to be seeing them in. I'm curious because I haven't actually seen it yet in trios. When we look at like these monk comps, is it the Fireball Tarka?
No.
Or is it no?
Well, it has been.
We're getting Fireball in solos.
Yeah, which quite frankly, I have a very serious gripe with, because Fireball and V1, it's Fireball. I've seen it time and time again. I've watched all of the solos ever since Tarka's been introduced. And I just see over and over and over again that there are so many situations where the Fireball is just made completely useless. It just doesn't do anything for you. It does offer a soft combo break because it is now, of course, gold focus on cast. However, it just doesn't really do enough. And I've had conversations with Frostivus. I've talked a lot about this these past couple of weeks, and they seem to think they seem to be of the opinion that the combo break from V1 is more valuable than the potential from V2, and they don't see V2 being good enough that it can avoid getting just immediately kited out. But quite frankly, I don't agree. I really don't, because the problem is that although Fireball's like not as good as F1, you can't play F1 with V1 at the moment because it just doesn't function very well. If you're in your ultimate and you want to use your F, it's gonna cost 20% of your ult charge if you use F1. So it's just not playable. But then if you play V2, you don't get the secondary combo break during the ultimate in the overburn. But the upside from it is you can regen your ult by doing damage. You can command grab people after the overburn knee kick, and it does it gives you that little bit extra damage, 5% damage boost for the duration, or for 30 seconds. Yeah. So I don't know, there is a lot to be discovered. I feel like there's more to be found. For trios, however, the majority of the Tarkas have been playing at V2 F1, and which I'm very happy to see. I think Fireball definitely has more of a place in trios than it does in solos to some extent, because at the very least in trios, your teammates, if you do catch that Fireball, they can follow up with it, and the vulnerability debuff that's applied to the person that gets hit by the Fireball is also quite useful. Is if like two people can make use of it and consolidate onto one person, that person will just explode. But the F1 is a very useful defensive tool, and especially now that when you cast it, it regenerates your full stand bar. It's very, very useful in trios for rushing people down and for defensive tools like the right click giving you the old F2, the left click giving you the old F1. It's very, very versatile. But we'll see moving forward today. Sorry, if you get me on Tarka, I just start yapping non-stop.
That's fine.
So
I'm just getting you to fill the time until we get to hero select, so that's absolutely fine. I asked that question.
Yeah, I see. But it's I'm looking forward to it. I hope that we see something different today. I hope that we see a little bit of a variation in the Tarka comps, because Monk, Kurumi Tarka, although it's decent, I feel like it just loses to disciplined play, and especially against Ice Cream and Sand Siphon, it really struggles.
Which right now I expect to be two of the more popular comps now that we're moving down the kind of hero point priority. Just due to a lot of people already picking up that Viper and burning a lot of hero points today. So Sand Siphon, Ice Cream, like I feel like we've got a bunch of comps that are going to be able to deal with this. Well, these are the comps that are going to be showing up. So the question is then, is Tarka actually worth picking? Because realistically, you can play one of those three comps in every game pretty much, because the only thing being shared between them is the Syra. And I know a lot of teams have picked that Syra, so I feel like they've probably mapped out their point expenditure right now. We'll have a better understanding of what they're going to be playing, but we shall see. It is going to be a waiting game as we wait to get into hero select for this game number 4. Heading on to Holoroth, like I said, Firefly maps as well. So map where, like, I actually feel like Monk isn't as good on the Firefly maps again, because you talked about it earlier, but like Firefly maps suit teams that don't want to be scaling as much. And I know like things like Sand Siphon are more scaly comps. They are also relatively good early skirmishers with Fireflies in play, because of the fact that they get their ultimates nice and early, and then you kind of get the use out of them, where like Monk can pick up the Fireflies and then transform, but the map is too big, people will just run away and evade him. So that's why I don't particularly like Monk on Firefly maps, because you kind of just end out using the Fireflies to be run away from.
Yeah, for sure. It does. I will say it does allow you to feel more protected. Although I completely agree. Like, you get the Fireflies, they're just gonna disengage, right? It does give rise to the potential of allowing your rotations to be more protected. Because if you're looking to scale, right? Let's say you get an early fight, you're able to then rotate over to a Firefly, grab it, and you're not really vulnerable necessarily when you like. There isn't going to be as much downtime for other teams to take advantage of you not having your ultimate. So it's sort of a mixture of both. I will say though, if Tarka is going to get played today or in this game, I mean, Fireflies definitely benefit Tarka a lot. So we'll see. I expect we'll see some Sand Siphon for sure, and we might see a Tarka or two, but it's hard to say at this point. The character picks, the compositions being picked have been a bit, confusing for us today. So we'll see, but we're going to be diving into that first round selection very soon for our game number 4, ladies and gentlemen. And OUG, ASE, Wolves, and GG are going to be kicking us off. I wonder what they're going to pick. If they pick Quadruple Viper again, I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna be upsetting. I'm not gonna lie. Surely not, right? Surely not.
I mean, OUG, they can afford to do it. I mean, I feel like this will be Viper, yeah. Oh, hello, Monk Kylin for GG. Interesting, especially with the Kylin nerfs. Ice Pick getting picked up here for the side of Wolves. I'm going to say another Ice Pick getting picked up by OUG. So this is the Siren and the Justina, interestingly, have had their hero point increase. This could be more Vipers then in this second rotation, but no. Zyphon for SS1, Monk Kylin for WBG. So the first half of the day, very Viper focused, but the attention has shifted now to move over. Double Monks already picked up. No Tarkas yet, unfortunately, but a Takeda there for BBE. What are JL going to be looking to lock in as their comp? They're thinking about it. They're really thinking about it. There it is, another monk with Kylin.
Here comes the Taka. Let's see it. GG, I have to say, they did double pick it on their previous day. They double picked Taka Monk Karumi. So it's possible that we're going to see them pick it up. Oh, it's YZG! Let's go! We got QGG on the Taka, TXJ on the Tianhai, and CXZ on the Karumi. What are you going to go for, GG? Are you going to mirror YZG? Are we going to see it? Come on.
Well,
you know you
that's
want
our way,
to.
right? GG have already picked up a monk comp, but
Oh, no, wait. They're both pink logos. My bad.
yeah, no, it's
oh,
easy to get
that's
confused.
what I meant. My bad.
It is easy to get confused. I know that Kylin got nerfed. It wasn't like a massive nerf.
No.
The percentage drop on his dash. I actually have the patch notes somewhere.
I think I think considering the dynamic, the synergy between Monk and Kylin, and how it's being utilized as a re-juggle for the grabs, I think the damage, although it's a nice little nerf for to sort of rank play,
the
and stuff
one-shot
like that,
potential of it.
It reduces the power a little bit, but at the end of the day, if you get someone in the grab and you're rejuggling them, they're gonna die regardless, I think, regardless of how much damage the Kylin is outputting.
Right, bottom right is YZG. Let's see what their setup is gonna be. That's the real question. Nope, yeah, bottom right. One over. What are we gonna see from GG? I know you don't want to see it, but I want to see Fireball. I love Fireball.
You want to see Fireball? I mean, Fireball with V2 definitely can work, for sure. But it's very aggressive. But that being said, YZG has been one of those teams that really don't mind going with like fewer defensive skills. They were running F2 Takeda not that long ago. For like they go for the less played, more sort of like aggressive option, because quite frankly, their synergy is just so good as a team. They're able to do it because of the communication and how well they play as a team. So it's possible we'll see the Fireball, but I did see some VODs from them where they did run the Taka and they were running F1. So I'm not sure if we'll see Fireball this time. Oh, but hey, I'm gonna get proved wrong. There it is, the Fireball with V2 coming out. So no like back-to-back Fireballs, but we do get at least one. So
into Fireball. That's the play.
I mean, grabbing the Fireball definitely works. The slam gonna do that little bit extra damage. I think it's 10%. 10% increased damage on somebody who's been hit by a Fireball. So we'll see how it plays out, but it's gonna be difficult because the F is not only just like Fireball is nice, but the F1 is not only useful for setting up combos or peeling us. Like it kind of becomes necessary in a lot of matchups. Now, against the Justina, against Feria, against Syra, against all sorts of different things, the F1 defensive property gives you so much more utility at times, because you can defend yourself and give yourself stamina back.
Well, we're immediately having the ice picks going in for a fight here. SS1 on that Xiphon, chasing up on to the OEG member. Zinyu hasn't been able to pick a weapon up, getting himself caught by the Dazzles, being run down by Water, who is slowly but surely just whistling through that health bar. Does hit that next Dazzle onto Zinyu. Zinyu going incredibly low. Is going to be running low off the back of that. The pistol shot comes in from Water to finish that one up. He even has the flying knives. Now, DCSS gets some damage off onto Water. Water still has an F available to him. Freeze breaks out from OEG. Baby U goes down. SS is going to be next up on the menu. SS1 starting off with 3 kills as we cut over to WBG and WZ in a scrap. This scrap's pretty much done as he runs down, but there's a third-party potential because there is just a brawl happening above them.
Indeed there is, and it looks as though BBE is on the back foot, unfortunately, but they do make it into a 2 versus 2, I believe. I think that is, 2 versus 2. Devon on the ground, his teammate in the sky with the Syra ultimate, but Kakaishi is going to be popping that Tianhai ultimate, but the cast gets interrupted by the Tumult Sandwall being dropped on top of him. That was really clean, actually. That was beautifully done. He ulted just as that was coming through, and denied the ult cast. Actually insane. Very nicely done by BBE. That's the kind of play we want to see. Now we've got a fight between YZG and JL. QGG having been grabbed up, getting slammed. Now coming out of that, they are on the front foot. They're winning this fight so far. He's going to try and deny the teleport through, but he's not going to be able to. They are going to chase him down now. QGG and TXJ, both very low. Neither of them have any shield right now. TXJ is going to take a moment to get that reset. Zhao Zhao is going to come in with that the staff RMB and knock one of the teammates away, but it's not going to be enough. And YZG clean up this fight with 3 eliminations, starting off strong.
Beautiful start there for the side of YZG, able to get what they want. 3 kills. Drop spot to themselves, and they have a pretty quiet drop spot. I think that was the only team in close proximity to them, so they're going to be very happy with that one. Surprised to see no one dropped a puzzle, actually. Didn't see a single player drop down there. Obviously, ASE went down and got it because they've got golden nunchucks.
Yeah, they've got the golden nunchucks,
so they've gone and done it now, but no one dropped plume, no one dropped puzzle.
Well, they do have 3 kills.
I was genuinely surprised by that.
They must have. Maybe a team rotated over and they just cleaned them up. I don't know. I didn't
they
really.
Dropped near another team and then obviously moved over. They were
and then they moved down to the puzzle.
No, the west. Sorry, they're in the west of Plumed.
Regardless, we unfortunately will never know as we didn't get to see it. But for now, we're taking a look at WZ making their rotations, looting up, and now BBE over in City of Tang, close to Wolves. BBE having won their off-spawn fight. That beautiful Tamalka ult, denying the Tianhai. Are they going to look to fight Wolves here? Wolves looking not scaled necessarily, but they've got some decent stuff. BBE, they do have 1 player on white armors at the moment, so perhaps they're going to look to loot up before anything else. GG also looting up. It's so strange that the non-Firefly days just. Were absolutely insane. Everyone just going crazy with all the Viper comms. And now we're on the Firefly games and we get a little bit of a fight at the beginning and then that's it. Nothing.
I was saying this a while ago. I sometimes feel like we had the wrong read on Firefly maps. Well, I feel like our theory in it is correct. Like, you get more ults, therefore you get more fights. Now, might have to hold that for because YZG are getting absolutely rolled here by OA. 2 members down. QGG caught by that final grab as he's just going to get repeater crossbow thrown into him. And there is the finalizer to kill him. QGG goes down, but now OA getting third party by GG. CJS has committed ultimate as he's going to look to chase on. Can't quite find the grabs onto 2-tick, but he's going to leap forwards and try and get closer. The no ult zone denies him, burning the ultimate. GG were baited in. Can OA find the turnaround? I think the answer to that is going to be a big old no as 2-tick jumps out of the no ult zone, tries to break away. CJS trying to see if he can find that opening onto the OA members. They haven't gone down yet though. They are holding fast as GG unable to find those openings. You can see AXM's trying his hardest to find a parry off, but isn't going to be able to get it. Dash is coming in though from Kai Lins across the board. CJS almost getting the damage down on to PP. PP jumps back into the no-ult zone to keep himself safe. Bell still available there for CGS, has to use it. As the nunchucks do a fair amount of damage to him. Flying knives coming out from 3-3-0. And somehow, OA have been able to hold the line here, not getting caught. Really, really smart use of the no-ult zone. And they just denied GG their ults. YZG have thought you run back. This is a bad idea. This is a bad idea, YZG. Go in the portal and get out of here.
Yeah, that was... I mean, I can respect it, you know, coming back. You know, they see these 2 teams fighting it out. Perhaps going to be able to take advantage of it, you know, once they've all used their ultimates, come in with all 3 ults and catch them unawares. But no, they quickly retreat into that purple portal, teleporting away. Now we've got a fight between WBG and OA. 2-tick is going to find the grab onto Leo. Going to try and get the slam. Does find it, throwing him over into the no-ult zone, but which just expires. 2-tick jumping over to it, trying to find the grabs again. Not able to, unfortunately. Looks as though it's a stabilize angle, stabilization team. Let's get out of here. Go through the portal. Are they going to run into YZG though? They might do so. But no, OA are actually going to be the team that follows them through. And YZG is nowhere in sight. Yeran taking a lot of damage. They're going to be forcing that Stone Form. Does get that heal from his zipping. Going to be topping him up just that little bit, keeping him alive. I believe one of these players is quite low. There it is. PP, very low HP, is going to go down. The peel not able to come through in time. WBG are going to be able to clean this one up, I believe. But as I say that, the sliding LMB comes through. Wait a minute. Yeran gets turned on. Now it's a 2 versus 2. OA on the front foot with that Kylin ultimate. Might be able to salvage this one. And the enemy team retreats into the portal. Yeran left to die, unfortunately. Are they going to chase? Are they going to be able to find him, though?
Yeah, they could do the old wraparound and try and pick him up if they can, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. 2-tick has been found on to Leo, and Leo nowhere to go. Gets hit by the pole sword there from Meng. And that will be the finalize into a parry as well, just for a little bit of added disrespect. Oh, hey. Starting really strong, 5 kills. Able to outkite GG, who came to third party them and waste their ultimates. Then get another cycle of their ultimates back, and just incredible play coming in from OA. Really, really impressive to see. Even beating out YZG in one of those fights. Very, very impressive. We are going to see the Roma Yang spawning up. And this is the one thing that I have noticed, like, our last games, it felt like it took forever to get to Roma Yang. I feel like we still had 5 minutes until Roma Yang. Like, the start to the game and the way the tempo's played really messes with my, like, sense of time.
the time perception is backwards at the moment. It's all topsy-turvy, but we're going to see this matchup between GG and BBE. Tumult ult is going to come down. CJS jumping in, having already used that Tianhai ultimate. He's going to be able to find one grab onto Devon, throwing him out of the Tumult ultimate. No follow-up, unfortunately, from 330. But in the meantime, LXM has been locked up and taken down. But the double grab comes through. The kablam! Roy Hee going to get re-grabbed as well. Not like this. Roy Hee, 1 HP. 1 HP in the dream. The peel comes through. He disengages, has one more Fury shove. Can he stay alive? CJS tries to close it out with the scale rush, but the heal comes through. The LMB, RMB, the focus slide as well. GG on the back foot. Oh my goodness, it's just going... it's just going one end of the extreme to the other. Roy Hee trying to fight that out. The parry comes through. 330 goes down. And now CJS on his own is going to be tasked with fighting the 1 versus 2. Focus slide, ladies and gentlemen. Unlosable neutral. Roy Hee. Wait a minute. Okay, no, okay. Uh-oh. For a second there, I thought he was turning it, but no.
That would have been the cast the curse.
Yeah, that would have been insane. But BBE...
YZG lost their Roma Yang.
No.
That is them taken down. Did we see WBG go down to the... Did they immediately just reposition? No. Okay, WBG lost a player to the corruption. It's surprising. Maybe they were trying to pick someone up who'd been downed previously. But just going to cut over to OA's Meng, who is currently holding down this Spirit Well. Uncontested right now. I remember one of the great things about Holoroth is, as you can see, there's a big green on the map, which signifies that we are having a weather effect. When weather effects go off, they refresh every cache in that weather effect. So, yeah, a nice little pickup here. So we're actually looking at the YZG fight. So this is our Taka versus just regular monk comp, and it opens with Taka getting grabbed, which is probably not really what you want. And he's probably one of your primary damage dealers. TXJ caught in a bit of a blender himself here as KGG was trying to put some damage in. One Feng looking for the grabs from this high pillar position as TXJ forcing One Feng onto the low ground, and that just gives an easier grab onto KGG, who is finished up. Didn't get to do anything of note there, unfortunately, for him. Now with the flying knives, just cutting through TXJ and JL. These guys are currently in the running for potentially taking first place at the end of the day. They just need these last couple of games to go very well. And this is one mighty start to beat YZG inside the Roma Yang. Team who has just been so dominant today. Nice parry, he did hit onto One Feng, but ultimately, it matters not. As down they go.
It matters not. Yeah, definitely an unfortunate one for them. Taka getting grabbed that early, putting them behind. I think that in this scenario, for example, Fireball didn't really net them all that much value. He hit the monk, and then the monk just jumped away, and there wasn't really all that much follow-up to be had. And then puts him in a bad position. He's stuck behind the pillar, being forced out by the other players. It's tough. Like, I think they've obviously like practiced this line, you know, the strategy, like who's looking to ult first, who's matching what. In that scenario, though, I think there may have been just something, the grabs going wrong resulted in them having their strategy just flipped on its head. It's just, the Kurumi couldn't ult in time for the Taka. Taka didn't ult either. And one of the things with Taka as well, that if you just ult within line of sight of the monk, you're just going to get grabbed on the ult cast, which is obviously not what you want. But we'll see, as we do have their perspective right now. And they're closing in on GG, who just managed to pick up some soul blooms from players who let themselves die to the poison mushroom. So are they going to be able to close this one out is the question.
Well, let's see if they can do it. Cannon fire coming in. KGG's trying to open up. Grapple does connect as TXJ loses a fair amount of HP here. Both of them are just going to immediately monk up at the same time. As QGG needs to not get grabbed. Does get the fireball down, but is immediately grabbed once again. And that may be the end of QGG. No, he's able to break out. Good healing from the Kurumi circle to keep that armor tops up. But TXJ is the one who's starting to lose a lot of HP. CJS being interrupted here. Good grab onto LXM. Into the zone they go. And there's going to be some damage coming on to LXM. He loses a lot of HP. Can they find the regrab? 3-3-0. Caught by the grab. Got a little bit more time before the Monk Slam can come out, but the silence has locked him, but he's caught by the freeze. In comes the Bing Chilling Comp, and TXJ goes down. GG are able to find the eliminations they need. Massive lockdowns onto everyone. GG slashing and dashing forwards, but Wolves are keeping the pressure up. And LXM has been forced off. 3-3-0 goes down. ZK continues to chase onto LXM. Don't think he's going to be able to find him. But Wolves, they just lost their spot on the top 12. They eliminate YCG and they take over SS1. YCG could potentially be knocked into bottom 6 after this.
They could indeed. That is, see again, you see that Hipbrain, the fireball, he throws it out, he's stationary and he just gets grabbed immediately off of the fireball. Those, like, obviously using F1, you're gonna be stationary too, but you're not using your F1 in that scenario. There's no point. But going for the greedy fireball results in just the fight just immediately being lost. Basically, you put yourself on the back foot. They did recover very well. It was looking all right, but the third party just ruined it all for them. Unfortunately, they weren't able to stabilize in the end, and also the Kylan ult hadn't even really been committed at that point, so they would have had to have dealt with that afterwards, having used all 3 ultimates. It would have been really difficult to come back. Kylan inherently countering Kurumi in certain ways, like the fact that he's just going to dash through and push everyone out of the circle makes it very hard to stay inside it and stabilize. But we're going into the realm of Yang. DRG going up against ASE. Kakaishi jumping onto the pillar in that monk form, trying to find the grabs. And this is actually the Viper Syra and Justina composition, a interesting variation of the ice cream composition here with Viper instead of Feria. Mist does get grabbed up, trying to find a grab onto the Syra, not able to do so. Does throw the slam down. He's going to get a little bit of damage and a little bit of that heal back, but coming out of that ultimate now, the dash comes through, the montage music coming through, beautifully done by Zhao Wen. Dong Xing goes down, and now WX98 is the next on the list. Gonna get caught by the Dragon Slayer, immediately just shredded by this team. ASE making it look easy. No, not a problem at all. They're gonna take them down very quickly.
ASE have been such a non-team all season long, and then suddenly this just looking so clean from them. Cutting over to now JL, who's got himself in a Ramayang with SS1. Juan quite low here, does throw out the chain side, trying to catch onto them. Parry looks to come out, Fireball goes a little bit wide, and that's going to be the kill on to the members. JL got the man advantage now, 3 versus 1. Lovely little parry comes out from Cuckoo, but there's not going to be, sorry, from Water, there's not going to be any follow-up. XX1 UO has got the armor pot off, and I think Water goes for the dazzle, isn't going to make the connection, and they are slowly but surely whittled down. JL will take that one. Misty White picked up by ASE as well, interestingly enough, so they decided if they want to go for that and not for the Draco Storm. Let's see what JL decides to take, though. Any moment now.
Also Mystic Might.
Interesting.
Very interesting. I was under the impression that they were taking it in that previous game earlier because of the number of Viper comps in the lobby, and to make sure that they were always able to tell if they were going to get flanked or third-partied. But considering there aren't very many Viper comps in this lobby, that kind of gets thrown out the window. We do know that Draco Storm did get nerfed, and they're playing on that patch. However, White Tiger's prowess is still a thing, and I personally would prioritize taking White Tiger's prowess over Mystic Might here. But perhaps they're looking to just hunt teams down. They are running. I mean, the Viper Justina Syra comp. They're looking to hunt players down, but the other team as well, JL. I don't know. This is very, very interesting. I mean, I'm trying to rationalize it in my head, but I don't know if it's worth it, considering the potential from White Tiger's prowess.
Yeah, I guess it kind of just comes down to, like you said, the scouting ability is probably the big thing for them there. White Tigers, again, isn't also as good as it used to be. Unfortunately, I haven't seen too many people picking that one up anymore. It does look like JL going to just throw a cannonball into BBE's bush, catches them out, and scatters all of the cockroaches, just kind of scatter away from JL. Don't want to be dealing with that. And the problem is JL, they're the missing mites. They knew they were in there. They could just shoot that cannonball in for free.
Looks as though DRG is going to come into the mix as well. WZ having been hiding alongside BBE, they're trying to rotate out and disengage. But I'm not sure if they're going to be allowed to do so. DRG and JL both want to take these fights right now. Are we going to force this, though? Because this is a very populated area right now. We have ASE here as well. Looks as though they're going to be going for it. DRG fully engaging. They do have Yang depletion, so they do need to find those soul blooms. But going for a fully committed fight in this area is a bit dangerous. Roy taking a lot of damage, foresees that ultimate. The peel coming through from his teammates. Kakaishi now popping that ultimate. But Roy goes down before he's able to do anything, really. The Fury and Blast doesn't matter. He's not going to get out of there. The Tomok ultimate, no matter. The Monk is just going to walk right on through and keep up that pressure. NNE hiding inside this building, but quickly gets spotted out by the other members of DRG, going into the house, denying the pressure from the Monk. But look at all these other teams. ASE, they're just waiting to jump in. JL as well, just waiting. Are they going to get jumped and just absolutely exploded?
Yes.
Most likely.
Immediately exploded. JL now looking to jump into the mix and see if they can deal with DRG, who were able to cleanse themselves. DRG have got rid of that debuff, but looks like it came at a pretty heavy cost. 10 minutes left in the lobby, 27 players, so definitely a more busy lobby here in the final circle is GGCGS getting caught out just in the side of the zone, losing a lot of HP, being forced to go in for the ultimate. SS1 don't seem to really care though. So he is slowly burning down to that corruption, constantly taking ranged chip damage away as CGS just continues to go low. More and more shots coming in. They do get the damage onto Juan, well, they do get the grab onto Juan, get the punch off as well, but now getting laser beamed, catching on to Water, gonna interrupt him mid-dazzle. He's able to break away. CGS is getting healed up though. Slowly but surely though, this is starting to get a little bit too much for them. Orbs coming down to heal up the members of SS1 as CGS now loses his transform.
Oh, no.
He has no armor and he is going low. The zip heal comes in just to keep him going for a little bit longer, but I don't think he's going to be around for much longer off the back of that one. Down he goes. Water able to get that kill as GG starting to lose some players. DK has found 330, who's desperately trying to get away from this. The freeze comes out and GG are eliminated. Wolves take the kill and take a step closer towards YZG. YZG have now been removed from the top 12, and the next two games, they have to make them worth it or they will not be qualifying for the bi-weekly finals. The team that has won every bi-weekly final this split so far.
Yeah, that's not so good. That is not a good look for them right now, but hey, they are YZG after all. If anyone can come back in the next 2 games, I'd say they could probably do it. Now, we see JL having positioned themselves on the Spirit Well, going it for that aggressive play, popping the Kylan ultimate and then picking up the Spirit Well buff, able to give them back that ultimate, the double ult coming through. Xiao Xiao taking full advantage, but he is going to get fought. They're fighting back. They're not going to go down so easily. The stun from the Viper is going to come through. All 3 ultimates committed to try and defend from this onslaught of JL, but they're not giving up just yet. They do have that second ultimate ready to go for the Kylan. One Feng having used his ultimate to make sure he can secure that buff. They are going to be chasing them down, but again, we're going into the City of Tang. Lots of avenues of escape. It's going to be hard to hold players down, especially without risking getting third-partied by another team. So we see so many players circling around this area, waiting and biding their time until they can find a third-party opportunity and catch some teams, catch some players unawares. The ASE, now they're being herded. They're stuck in this basement here. It's going to be a struggle to disengage out of this one, especially with no ultimates to speak of. Xiao Wen with that golden greatsword, he's running around, he's looking for those triple charges, but he's getting knocked around the Kylan ultimate, making it very difficult to move, and it looks as though Mist is going to be the first to go down for ASE.
Looks like JL keeping that pressure up. Golden armor plenty. Mystic might be fair, have complete information of who's in the area. Just going to grab what they can off Mist, and Mist not really going to be able to do much. Everyone else is actually looking to jump down into the tunnels beneath as well. We're going to have a very tight-knit final circle if everyone jumps down there. JL and DRG both looking to leave, though. So looks like I'm just going to call it off for now. And it's a bit of a waiting game.
It is. WBG, 2 blue armors, not so good. They are going to be able to take advantage of the fact that the Monk teams don't want to fight each other, because they know that all these other team compositions are just going to fully fiend them afterwards. And we do see ASE, the last remaining member, Xiao Wen, still alive, popping that ultimate and narrowly avoiding getting hit by this Moonbane, committing those dashes, trying to disengage, running straight into WZ. But he's going to go past them. He doesn't have any more dashes remaining to try and disengage, hide in this corner. Nope. Gets spotted out. Gonna keep going. The Moonbane is very spooky. Oh my goodness, and there it is. But WBG Yeran is gonna be the one to pick up the elimination. ASE getting fully eliminated from the lobby. Now we've only got a few teams left. 18 players left alive in total, and a very vertical end game.
Yeah, it's almost like the time and time again, how many times I've said, Monk isn't that great on Oloroth. Just due to the verticality you can get, and this could be an issue for some of these Monks if they are forced to run up the edge of a cliff. They might have to drop a transform or struggle to make their way up.
Spirit Well is going to be spawning in, and it is going to be the Draco Storm buff as well. We see Wolves popping that Farrier mech, gonna try and jump into this Spirit Well and deny it from JL. Are they gonna be able to actually fully contest this one? The Farrier mech is doing work. One Fang gonna be responding with that Tianhai ultimate, the Vajra state coming through to try and tank a lot of this damage. The turret shots coming through. DRG waiting in the wings, waiting to see if they're gonna betray here or if they're going to just simply sit and wait. Syra ultimate does get into play, does get grabbed by One Feng, gonna be sent out into the distance, drop down into the middle of those other players. Oh, thank you for the Syra. WZ now gonna try their hand. Who's gonna get it? Is it gonna be the Ice Cream or is it gonna be the new Transformers?
Let's see, a Flamer coming in. DRG gonna commit their ultimate. Kakaishi holding on to this circle. It's just a constant contest. WZ's XXMU caught by the Flamer, punched by the Monk, taken down. JL looking to see if they can get a touch in and try and recap this zone. But if DRG grab this, a lot of ults were committed by the rest of the lobby, and DRG are going to refresh their ultimates, remember, so that is a big one. They're going to see another transform coming out from Yaran as he's going to look to try and hold on. Everybody is just scrapping for this Spirit Well. The zone's going to be moving in 40 seconds, and if no one's capped it by then, they may be forced out. As down goes the dome to protect it. I don't think anyone actually picked up the Spirit Well yet, no, so sitting quite comfortable. Everyone's still fighting for it. JL have actually made their way over. Was that no ult zone that got popped? Yes, it was.
Indeed.
Going to deny any ultimates, and it looks like JL, they did a lot of work earlier. They're going to be grabbing this one for free. No ult zone, no problem. That's going to be the Draco Storm onto JL. And they're going to probably have this till the end of the game. There's 3 minutes left in it. They have 140 seconds, just shy of 3 minutes, to use the Draco Storm. So they're going to have this for a very, very long time now. That's going to be a complete problem for the rest of the lobby. Biggest problem for the rest of the lobby, though, is the no ult zone envelops the entirety of this dome. So JL have Draco Storm, but they need to wait out the no ult zone to deactivate so they can really use it effectively. Seeing some freezes breaking down here from LJX to make sure he doesn't get caught in trouble, but Cookie, he might be cooked, unfortunately, as it's Meng with a pole sword to secure the kill. Away. Climbing back up onto the pillar, just going to force it down, no ult zone. The moment that no ult zone ends, just expect monks transforming galore. It is going to be carnage here in this final circle. As Lue going incredibly low, starting to burn out to the, well, brother, get in the zone! What are you doing? Doing the corruption, goes down, and one thing is gifted the kill. JL holding the side right now, waiting out for this zone to come to an end. Here we go. The full zone will be timing out fairly soon, and everybody pops out. Everybody wants to scrap. But 85 seconds left on this Draco Storm here for JL, and that's going to cause so many issues. They do get some damage off. Two Tick gets knocked back into the zone, does get a punch off into XXXUO. He's able to get himself off with the Volt, though, if he wants to. Grab coming in across. One Feng has got one. Going to go for the clap into the Draco Storm damage. Will give JL another kill. They're 9 kills deep. One Feng loses the transform, but he's got some soul blooms to grab and get himself a little bit more range build up. He's already up to 30%. XXXUO has his ultimate, coming in for the dashes. Draco Storm for another minute onto the side of JL, and this is going to cause so much carnage in the middle of the lobby. Everybody's trying to hold on and just fight the onslaught of JL and the Draco Storm. The dashes from the Kailin are just ripping through the lobby. Look at the damage coming out from JL right now. It is absolutely brutal. Another kill going over, making it 11 kills for the side of JL. 9 players left in the lobby. They can't get the 20 bomb, but they can get a whole bunch of kills. Two Tick denying one. They're going to try and hold people outside the zone. Draco Storm fading in 30 seconds time. Two Tick will go down. JL find the parry onto Wolves LJX as well, as this Draco Storm has just done so much work for them. It finally does time out, but JL have done the work. One Feng is going to transform in the middle of the zone and just hold the area, going for the grabs. LGX gets caught, looks for the next grab onto PP. Not going to be able to get him, but it does not matter. JL going low. Can he hold the line? No, he can't. One Feng will win the lobby.
Oh my goodness. The last pixel of health. One Feng are going to be able to hold on to the last second and claim that first place multiplier for those kills, making it all worth it. That Draco Storm wasn't put to much use up until those final moments. The no ult zone literally just holding everybody back, and then finally when it drops, the explosions begin. The ults pop up, the monks throwing hands, the kablam double grab, and they're able to close it out. Buffs, hey, they're really nice. They're really important. And whoever does manage to get their hands on it typically gets the win in the very end. Oh, what a game. Actually insane. It was close there for a second. He did almost get cut down. They lost a member leading into those final moments, but no, able to clutch it up in the end. JL, and hey, this is more in line with their performance from from day number 1. They're definitely going to be securing quite a few points, but only time will tell if they're able to secure that first place, get the highest number of pre-post points for that bi-weekly final.
Yeah, you take 12.5% of your points through to the bi-weekly finals, so as many points as possible. JL closing in on first place now off the back of that game. Really, really big performance of YCG. They got 2 games to qualify. And that is all they can hope for. They don't care about taking as many points as possible. They care about goddamn qualifying. They have struggled today. They started with a statement game and got 2 points for it. And ever since then, they have been on the back foot all day long. 2 games left in this lobby. I don't know, man. YZG, everyone below them and around them right now is scoring like 10 plus points on a game, and YZG are not scoring anywhere near that. So it's going to be a tall ask for them in these last 2 games.
Yeah, it is for sure. But I think they can clutch it up. I think they certainly can do it. They've just, I don't know, they've just gotten pretty unlucky so far today. I feel like they perhaps it's the pressure that's getting to them. They're expected to do extremely well. Who knows, really? But you know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. Time for Answer 4 Treasures. If you want to get your hands on a Spring Split random gift box, get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, how many players chose to play Kailin Zhang in game number 4? Was it A, 2, B, 3, C, 4, or D5? And keep an eye on your whisper box and the chat to make sure that you claim your prize if you are in fact the winner, if you are the lucky person who gets that answer right. Yeah. But back to the game. Oh my goodness, what a bloodbath at the very end. Just the no ult zone coming in and just it's just so silly. It really is.
That's what Monks do, man. That's what Monk
Oh
lobbies
my
do.
goodness.
But there we are, having a look at the scoreboard overall. JL walk away 22 points, I can speak a promise. After that one, OA 11.5, so they were almost half their points. That was the most convincing win we've seen today. A lot of our games have been very tight on points, very high scoring. OUG walk away with a donut. YZG walk away at 11th with 3 points though. These guys have got some serious work to do. ASC have been secretly and low-key just popping off today. These guys have been playing so well.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, I think this is definitely the first game so far today where it's been one team that's just really dominating. Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
40k damage.
41,000 damage from Xiao Xiao.
Holy.
The Kylan nerf, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. 21,000 healing coming out from Kukutu, and then at 20,000 damage coming out from Wanfeng. I think we know who the MVP for this team is gonna be. I think it's pretty obvious. It is gonna be Xiao Xiao. 9 assists, 4 kills, but 41,000 damage is substantial. Undeniable.
See, normally they do it based on kills, so I think it's actually gonna be Kuku.
Nah,
6 kills. But it has to be, right?
It has to be Xiao Xiao.
40,000 damage. I've not seen that much damage in a long time from a player. Here we are on the scoreboard overall, though. As you can see, ASE closing in on that top 12 right now. They're having a really good showing of it. YZG having an absolutely terrible day. This is a big stinky day from them. Not doing so good. Almost playing as well as BBE there. SS1 have just about qualified. Them and Wolves jumped up into this top 12 in this game, so they able to fight their way forwards for that. And then the rest of these guys, honestly, I feel like OA are probably pretty comfortable. I think it's Wolves and SS1 right now who are going to be fighting for their lives. As long as OA don't completely run it, like, they should be all right. As long as they're scoring something from now on, they're pretty much in the clear. It's going to come down to this bottom 2. The top end of the table, JL, they got 2 games to get under 10 points. That's so
I think they got it. I think they got it. Yeah, most likely. They got it
in the bag.
Yeah, they're going to come away with the first place finish for the group stage, and going to be able to take in the highest number of points into that bi-weekly final. Very nice to see from JL. And also, it's nice to see that Baudo has been doing so well. 92.8 on their second day. And their first day wasn't as good, but 92.8 is very solid. And Baudo being one of those old names, the OGs. Back in the day, they were the kings, and then all of a sudden they sort of fell off, and then they disappeared for a long time. And now recently they've come back with a vengeance, and it's good to see them performing well.
I feel like Balda have like one really good week each season, or like one really good bi-weekly each season. They just show up and pop off. And having a look at JL here inside the Roma Yang. Really nice use with the bow actually coming out from their zip kick here. Blind knives, man. These weapons have changed the game in a way I didn't expect. Like I remember when Helmets and Staff came out and like how strong they felt, but like I don't think any weapon release has felt as strong or as oppressive as the flying knives.
Well, you say that, but Fist Blades was pretty bad.
True.
Fist Blades was pretty bonkers. I think, to be honest though, they like considering that Fist Blades, you know, the Cloud Weaver was insane. Obviously, it was really annoying to deal with, but it did get figured out. But the thing is, Flying Knives not only has Moonshard Storm, but also Palm Light. Yeah. So it's like, like having double, like two really oppressive Jades, and then the weapon itself just changing everything up. This the new melee aim assist omnidirectional focus attacks. I think this is definitely, it's if not equal to, you know, like a little bit more, if not equal to the impact that Fist Blades put in the game.
Yeah, it's been a real game changer. I'm excited to see, you know, what answers will get figured out, maybe what nerfs. I feel like it needs some nerfs really to be called in, but there we are, called it.
Oh wait a minute!
Is our MVP?
No way, dude. No way. I mean, 6 kills on Zipping, 12,000 damage, 21,000 healing, 11,000 of which of that damage on the Flying Knives is very solid. That's undeniable. But his teammate got 41k damage.
Doesn't matter, mate.
Fair enough. Hey, we're gonna give the support some love.
Yeah, how often do we get a Zip MVP, really?
Yeah, it's rare.
I remember a period, well, I do remember when we got Zip MVPs back in solos when everyone used to play Zipping on Lorroff.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that was honestly, without a doubt, the worst meta we've ever had. I like this version of Zip. I like Trio Zip. I don't like Solo Zip.
Solo Zip, it leaves a bad taste in the mouth, I feel like. It's just like constant kiting, and it's obviously it's somewhat exciting in some ways because it extends fights and it forces you to have your neutral on point and your fighting dueling mechanics on point. But at the same time, it's still really irritating to have to try and chase a Zipping. I mean, back then, one of the main reasons why Zipping was so irritating was because F2, the F ability that allowed you to just go unstaggered by light attacks, was much stronger and meant that you couldn't be grapple staggered out of the air. If you double jumped into grapple, you had to like double jump into the Zipping to prevent the grapple from going through and taking them away, that sort of thing. And it was kind of a pain to deal with. But now that F2 just doesn't really exist within the meta in either solos or trios, it's definitely a little bit more manageable and a little bit less irritating.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, moving back now, game 5, heading over to Morris Isle for our next game. I mean, we finally had it. We finally had a game where the blind date comp wasn't just picked by the entire lobby.
Yeah.
I wonder what this next one's going to look like. I'm sad that our Taka didn't really get to do much, unfortunately. But he was the only Taka in the lobby. There's a lot of Monk. Today's been a bit of a nightmare day for that. Just a lot of one hero. There's a lot of Monks in that lobby. I mean, I'm still a big fan of the Sand Siphon and the Xiphon. Obviously, they've definitely fallen down the wayside in their kind of pick priority. So really interesting to see how, you know, like a couple of changes just completely upsetted the meta and changed the entire priority of characters and where they get picked.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's that's the thing with metas in games in general. You know, one small change can potentially change a whole lot of things. The butterfly effect, you know, one tiny thing changes one thing about one character, which then changes the dynamic between that character and 3 other characters, and it just expands outwards. The ripple effect from small changes so much at times. Like sometimes, obviously, it can change nothing. because the thing that was changed doesn't actually truly affect the value that's being taken from it. But you know, the Viper change definitely changed a lot. The fact that the silence after the V3 proc hits at the end makes such a huge difference. You know, it's just insane how much of a difference it does. And the Taka rework obviously changes a lot too. He's very different from how he was before.
And interestingly, I think the reason this Viper change affects so much is because I still think, like, genuinely, out of the comps in the meta right now, I still think like Xiphon and Sand Siphon just are better than Monk, in my personal opinion. But I don't think Monk does very well into Viper lobbies. So you can't be last picking in that third rotation like a Monk. So they use up their Sand Siphon, their Xiphons there, then forcing these Monk lobbies to kind of show up where you're seeing a lot more of the Monks and less of the Sand Siphons and Xiphons that can handle it. Because the Sand Siphon's amazing into it because you just slam out the Sandstorm and he can't grab you through it. You know, there's a lot of damage that can come out the moment the Monk is basically timed out. The Kaida will just take over the fight. Like, it's really interesting to see the dynamics of the fights and how, like, the biggest counter to Monk in the meta right now in, like, the crowd control comps are so broken that you have to take the comp that, like, arguably was the strongest as, like, a weak pick right now, which then means you don't have it for Monk lobbies.
Yeah, it's very strange how things have changed. But we're going to be going into our 5th game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going back over to Morris Isle. Morris Isle nighttime with the Fireflies. Are we going to see more Tarkas? Because this is, you know, Morris Isle in general is more Tarka, you know, slightly better for Tarka, but Morris Isle Night, that is where it's at. You know, Holoroth, it doesn't do that well. There's a lot of open spaces. Tumult's a little bit more popular there, etc. You know, the verticality can be really irritating for Tarka. Morris Isle, you know, it's kind of well balanced between all sorts of different things. You know, you got the trees, you got the verticality, but you've also got some open space, you've got some buildings to kite around, all that sort of stuff. So it's a nice little balance between the different the terrain situations. So we'll see. And it's obviously the map that we've all been playing for the longest, even though we've had quite a long time with Holoroth and Perdorio at this point. It's still the OG map. So what are we going to get, ladies and gentlemen? Are we going to get some Tarkas? I think this is probably the game for it, if we are. Maybe Perdorio, there's a few, but Morris Isle does make more sense. I think Ice Cream will likely come out a little bit more. We might see a Viper or two, but not very many, as a lot of teams have already picked it. New Transformers, perhaps. Not sure about Sand Siphon here, though. Not sure about that one.
Well, OUG right now has all of their hero points, if I remember correctly. So these guys can just go for the Viper comp at the end of the day. Does paint a bit of a target on your back when you're the only Viper. Because what makes those Viper comps so strong earlier was just the fact there was so many of them. Like, if you killed one, there'd be another two. They're like wasps.
Yeah, they just attract the swarm.
Yeah. This time around,
we'll see.
I don't know, because I feel like some teams still have a fair amount of points. So that Holoroth could have just been like a space, like a placeholder for the last 2 games, where people are going to start to spend points and look to pick up what they want. I mean, YZG haven't spent any points since the beginning of the day. Like, they spent 2/3 of their points at the beginning of the day, and then have been kind of on the back foot. This is around the point in the day where you're going to start to think, right, how are we going to use these last 3 points? Where are we going to look to put our comps?
And they are going to be in the middle of the pack. They're going to be in 2nd round selection, I believe, as they were in the last round selection for the previous game. So we will see. I do think that there will be Tarkas, though, because I've seen quite a few teams show that they're very willing to play it. Like GG definitely plays it. They double picked it on the previous day. WBG definitely likes to play it. SR does like to play it, but they're not playing today, of course. So it's just, I don't know. There's definitely quite a few. But let's wait and see. I will say, out of all the Tarkas that I watched in trios, Jing on WBG was probably the one that showed the most experience. I'm not too sure about GG. I didn't catch too much of it. BBE, hey, they did do a little bit better in the previous game. They've still at the lower end of the leaderboard, obviously, but perhaps they managed to clutch it up. Who knows? It's gonna be a miracle, though. I would like to see it, though. The final bi-weekly for them. They finally make it in and they finally clutch it up. It would be nice to see. The underdog story. Oh, it's beloved by all.
Oh, it is a wee bit of a waiting game before we get into this hero select. For this game, number 5. These are the guys to watch now. Our three-time bi-weekly champions this season. And
GXJ is looking pretty locked in.
Yeah,
Again.
I mean, they don't look tilted. They look angry.
The ferocity. It's what you need as a competitive player, to be honest, though. If you're a competitive player and you never feel just a little bit tilted or a little bit like angry or you just don't feel anything, I don't know. I'm not sure if you're really in it, because everyone feels it. But the ability to control it and channel it is what really makes a champion, because you can't let it get to you. If you let it get to you and you tilt off the face of the planet, it's not gonna go well. You need to channel, you need to stay calm and collected, otherwise things are not gonna go your way. But we're jumping into that first round selection very soon, and we have SS1 BBE, I think WBG, and I didn't see that last team in that first round selection, but we'll be seeing it very shortly. What are we gonna get, ladies and gentlemen? WBG, SS1, JL, and BBE. What are we going to pick? WBG on the ice cream, SS1 with the new Transformers, JL. What are we gonna get here? Oh, BBE going for the new Transformers.
Crazy, it's the amount of Transformers actually showing up at the tail end of the day. Again, JL. I feel like this is the best map. This is the best map to be playing Monk on. So I don't really blame them, but let's say a bit of ice cream, bit of Monk.
Yeah, well, half and half here. WZ also going to be going for the new Transformers along with DRG. Now OA and YZG to pick. YZG on 2 hero points. They don't have much to work with. But then again, no hero points have been, no increase has been done off that first round selection. So they are going to be able to pick up that ice cream comp, the Bing Chilling comp coming through. OA going to be going for the new Transformers, and now the increase to the hero points for that third round selection. How are we going to manage this one? Looks like OUG is going to be picking that Attack on Titan. GG going for the Bing Chilling. Wolves and ASE. Oh, we got the Taka comp! Let's go! ASE on the Taka. Wolves? What are we going for? We have 6 hero points. Are they going to commit? Are they going to invest?
It's a waiting game right now. See what they're going to do. There it is. They
invest. Oh my god! They committed everything. Every point
very,
they
very
had.
monk-heavy lobby, which again, I believe will then lead us towards what we saw last game, where it'll be obviously we're going to see some action early, but like it's going to be about the end circle. That's where the players are really going to be looking to pop off and fight each other, unless we have what we had last time we get to Morrisile today, which was game 3, where we just jumped on Shadow Drain Mindful of like the most chaotic hot drop I've seen ever on Nbpl. So there's a world where that could also be the game plan.
Is this Taka comp going to do well? That's what I'm thinking about, because in the matchup against Kailin, Tianhai, Zipping, it can succeed, but it needs to be executed extremely well. But the ice cream comp, I feel like it's definitely at a disadvantage. And considering that there's 4 of them in the lobby, it's not going to be easy. Not at all. Now, looking at the ability choices from these teams, nothing seems out of place. OUG going to be going for that F2 with the anti-heal debuff, and the V1, interestingly, one of the configurations that we don't see as often. Usually the silence F, the F1 is paired with V1, and then V3 or old V3 is paired with the anti-heal debuff F with that F2. We'll see how it works out for them. Xiao Wen is going to be rocking the F1 V2 Taka. No fireball for Xiao Wen, and I think that's probably the smart choice. He's going to need some defensive tools against these team compositions. But let's see, are they going to be dropping on top of a team? They are indeed going to be dropping directly on top of WZ over to on the southeastern coast of the map.
Going to be a bit of a brawl over there for them. GG finally are dropping near Secret Tunnel, though Wolves are going to be there first. So definitely going to be an interesting one off that one. As here we go, DRG, YZG actually, who we're looking at first of all, getting himself quick grab a weapon to try to grab something. They only get some weapon repair kits, are able to get the halberds in time. Purple armor comes out, ultimate follows. WX98 is already down. YZG, I said they look ready to play. They come out strong with an immediate kill, dodging away on the grabs from the monk, as it looks like they're just waiting out Kakaishi's ultimate. DRG are going to be able to get one grab off, looking for that second grab. CXC's just coming in with the bow shots, and Kakaishi goes down, he goes low, he is donezo. TXJ looking to finish up the final member, but that is 2 quick kills over to the side of YZG. DonQ9 desperately trying to make the evasion here away from the side of YZG, but CXZ coming in with the fists, ready just to get the punches off. In go the bow shots. DonQ9 is juggled around, and unfortunately for him, he'll be going down. YZG jumped back into top 12 off that one team kill.
Very nice indeed, and they have been the team that I think have done the best with this composition. They were one of the couple teams who originally started using this composition in the early bi-weeklies, and they've certainly had a lot of success with it. So let's see if they're able to get a massive game and shoot up the leaderboard, securing themselves that qualification. But this is game 5 after all, so we still have a little bit more NARAKA to be played. Looks as though ASE did go down on the off-spawn situation. They did pick up a kill with their Taka composition, but 2 of them did go down and are in soul form to be resurrecting elsewhere and looking for that recovery. OA currently the kings of wreckage plains, shipwreck expanse, whatever you'd like to call it, having picked up 3 eliminations. They're going to be looting up, getting all that money, breaking all the boxes, see if they could scale up. And this is going to be a heavy scaling lobby, as we have a lot of Tianhais, a lot of new Transformer compositions. And scaling is the name of the game for this comp. They want to get as good resources, as highest tier weapons and high tier armor as possible, as all of their abilities, well, almost all of their abilities scale off of it. Monk, both his health and his damage and ult scales with weapon and armor, and Kylan, of course, scaling with that weapon damage. I mean, I suppose you could say that zipping somewhat scales, because if you have better armor, you're going to get more healing overall, you know, theoretically, but it's not really. It's a pseudo scaling, if you will.
Yeah, really is. Well, like I predicted, a lot of action at the start, and then immediately just into a bit of a dull section where we're just going to chill out. I mean, unfortunately, that is kind of how you expected this game to go, just due to the fact that, you know, these teams are all looking to play for those final circles. There's so many monk comps, so many variations of a Transformer. There's a DRG off their pretty sad start after he quickly grabbed himself some gear, put this game back together for themselves, but not the opening to the game that they wanted. YZG need to continue to play aggressive, though. They need to take Roma Yangs. They need to try and find kills and picks and third parties, because right now they've managed to get themselves back into 12th, but all it takes is ASE or SS1 to really start to pop off. Even OUG as well, actually, who are also surprisingly not in that top 12. You know, there is a world where these teams can all catch up and overtake. There is all to play for the side of YCG. We're looking at WZ and WBG fighting right now. His breath has been used. So Uran's just going to use it as a good opportunity to pop up and heal back up to full.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to hold down the members of WZ, not able to keep them inside that Moonbane. We have a fight here taking place between ASE and OUG. Zhao Wen having been forced to use that ultimate very early, avoiding the Tessa ultimate very nicely. That Viper Roll is going to come on through and stun the Monk, prevent him from doing anything really, and he can't fit through the tunnel, but Zhao Wen just barely staying alive on a pixel of health. SS is going to get parried and taken extremely low. It looks as though the Wuchen port is going to be called for, and they're going to be disengaging. They didn't manage to get too far away. They did break away for the moment. AST having used almost everything. Jinyu does have that charge ready to go on the Tessa ultimate. So they might be able to look for the re-engage, but it is going to be dicey. Oh, wait a minute. Zhao Wen has been spotted out alone. He's on his own, using that F2 to peel for himself. But the Moonbane is going to come in. Wait a minute. It was a trap. It was all a bait. ASE have trapped OUG inside the mine with the Moonbane. And there it is. Missed. Going to take the kill onto Jinyu. And ASE going to come out on top. Oh, my goodness.
What a bait from ASE. And that should be enough now to move YZG down a spot. The yo-yo between YZG and OUG is absolutely, and ASE is absolutely huge, although SS has made a break for it on his lonesome. Doesn't really have enough Dark Tide coins to go for that rebirth, as he's just evading ASE. Mist is hunting. Don't know if Mist knows exactly where he went. I think Mist has lost line of sight. So he's going to call it, although SS springs too early, and Mist now knows where he is. There's not too much movement you can throw out here. Mist is trying to find the damage up onto SS. SS just using the windows, playing the scale rush game. No, I actually think SS was home free, but Mist, I think he may have been, yeah. He sprung too early and he revealed himself to Mist. All he would have heard was footsteps though, so he would not have known 100%. Unfortunately, this is the slow rundown, the slow and sad fall of Mist. As he's going to throw an ultimate out, see if he can catch them. Mist gets caught. SS gets some damage off on the Mist. Does find himself taken out though, so there it is. OUG not eliminated because they have one player. Somehow, two of them lost their revives. Oh no, they've all got their revives. Don't worry, ignore me entirely. I'm stupid.
Yeah, they are going to be able to recover. A lot of action has happened. It's been a very action-packed day, and this is like it's odd really, because we're going into the second half of the day with the Fireflies thinking that there's going to be more action, but pretty much all the action seemed to occur in those first three games with the crazy Viper lobbies. But here we are, going through the rotations, going through the motions, rotating around, scaling up. YZG have a lot of money under their belt. CXZ got that fat wallet, 20,000 Dark Tide coins, and his teammates with 5,000 each. They are going to be able to buy up a few things from the shop and prepare themselves for the Realm of Yang. It looks as though OA, Wolves, and DRG are all here as well, looking to do exactly the same thing, positioning for this Realm of Yang. We do have a Valiant challenge getting picked up as well from one of these teams. I'm not sure which team exactly it is. I think it may be Wolves. But regardless, they are all going to handshake, not going to bother fighting each other before this Realm of Yang spawns in, as it's just counterintuitive, really. ASE out in the desert, going to be looking for their Realm of Yang entry as well. They're going to have to spam E like crazy. And no, they're not getting in. Not like this. Oh my goodness, he did not spam E hard enough, unfortunately.
All right, YZG. They're actually playing Interrupt right now. Just onto OA. He's going to chase up onto them. XJ jumping forward to the flying knives. There's so much movement with that little front flip you get from it. Comes in, jumps down, catches onto the OA members here, looking to see if he can catch them. PP losing a fair amount of HP. 2 ticks going low. He's going to be forced to go for the transform. YZG don't care though, they're just going to chase onto PP. PP dodging and evading away from getting caught out, but CXZ has gone into the cannon form. There's going to be TXJ now committing ultimate down, has got those dazzles to work with, does need to land them. PP's going in, sorry, Tutik is going incredibly low, caught by the freeze. So much crowd control from the Ice Pick comp as Tutik remains caught, is going to get locked down again. Another dazzle comes through. That's going to be the kill. CXG's able to secure it as Meng now trying to see if he can turn onto YZG. But YZG, they were so close to getting knocked out in this game. They are holding onto that top 12 as hard as they can, as desperately as they can. Meng tries to escape away. They will just continue to chase forwards. Meng will not be long for the world. There is the kill for YZG. They don't get to take a Roma Yang though.
No, which is unfortunate, of course, but there was a lot of teams looking to go into that Roma Yang as we have a lot of new Transformer compositions in this lobby. And speaking of, we are taking a look at this fight between Wolves and WBG. NHQ narrowly avoiding the getting taken down by those scale rushes. That F coming in clutch there. They are at a numbers advantage now. Him surviving, it kept them at that numbers advantage. It looks as though it's going to be simply a formality, or at least that's what it seemed like. Wolves able to bring it back.
So 1 versus 1?
Oh, wait, it is. But it's, oh
Wolves.
My goodness.
That was
I was confused
so
for a
tight.
second. It went from a 3v2 to 1v1 in a matter of seconds. I was very confused for a second there, but hey, close, very good effort indeed. But now going over to Celestia, we have DRG and SS1 scrapping it out. Both teams with that Vermilion Birdsmite going to try and contest this spot and see if they can get a few kills for themselves and steal away some of these resources.
Some extra points as well off the back of that one as Juan coming in with the dash there on the Kylin. Going to get caught out by a Kylin dash in response though. Does look like is YZG here? Good. Yes, I wanted to see them get into this brawl and try and see if they can grab themselves some extra kills. Does look like Donkey 9 going incredibly low. Another dash coming through here from Juan, but he's actually getting himself pretty heavily chunked out right now. He's got some sustain to keep him going. Gets the knockback, gets a little bit of additional damage off. Flamers now coming out here from him, just looking to cook everybody. YZG getting a little bit too low, deciding that this fight might not be worth it, as we've seen the transforms breaking out from everybody else. The disengage from some of the teams, but there's the grab from LJX. He's gonna look for the damage off. Is gonna get it for his team, but he wasn't the one to get the slam down. Just the mere setup. LJX is just taking bow shot after bow shot from behind as well. Repeatedly getting fired onto. The freezes are coming down. Who's going to be able to get the kill? It's going to be YZG sliding in and just securing themselves these last couple of kills. Roy Hehe might be under fire here as well as BBE is chased forwards. Roy Hehe caught for a second. TSJ commits the ultimate. Looking for those dazzles and those beams now to lock onto people. Wolves have been able to secure themselves a kill off screen as well in the middle of all of this. It's just action-packed here. YZG secure that one kill, and they're looking for the runaway. JL have slid in. Remember, they are playing for first place. They are so close now to getting that first place locked in. A single kill under their belt. They've got cleansed onto one player, but not another. Down they go. I don't think JL have really got too much left in the pot here as YZG jump in, snipe the kill away. Parry comes in onto Roy Hehe, and again, it is just this zipping in and out from the side of YZG. This is the playstyle which actually got them so many victories. Jumping in, securing a couple of kills, peeling out, resetting, and then jumping back in again. Really nice to see from them. Roy Hehe under fire. No ult zone actually gets popped from YZG, so they have a safe place to hide from these monks. As it looks like Roy Hehe still trying to see if a grab is available to him. About to lose that transform though, and that is going to be YZG's moment to chase forward. The dazzle comes out from Yaran, followed up by his ultimate. TXJ just jumps into the no ult zone to break away from that Syra. Doesn't want to be getting caught out. As BBE try to chase forwards here onto YZG. I don't think they're going to be able to find it though, with the fact that they can't commit with that Syra ultimate they just threw down.
Now YZG going to be committing onto BBE. BBE coming in with that third party, doing a good job of cleansing 2 of their members, but yet they still have 1 player left afflicted by the Yang depletion. The Kylin is going to have to find that Soul Bloom sooner rather than later, unless, of course, they have managed to get enough money to potentially go for that Rebirth Charm strategy to simply let him go down to the Yang depletion or to zone or whatever it might be, and then buy him back and resurrect him later on. For now, we're taking a look at OUG and GG, who are fighting out on the outskirts, literally as far away from Celestra as possible at this point, from the far east of the map in this this canyon at the very edge of the map. They do manage to take down those players. It looks as though Devon does go down to that Yang depletion. They imagine they likely have a plan. They likely have picked up enough money to potentially buy that Rebirth Charm. We will see shortly as it does pop up on screen with that little graphic if they do manage to pick it up. But now we're taking a look at YZG, who are looking at very skilled up, pretty prepared. And we do have CXZ with Juggernaut. It has not been leveled up just yet, but I'm sure they will be picking up a few more kills as the game moves forwards. The Realm of Yang is going to be coming through. SS1 does take the initiative and go in first, and so far have gone uncontested. No other team has looked to fight it out. It's gone in. ASE still out in the desert. I feel like they haven't moved from this area since the beginning of the game, but are they going to go into the Realm of Yang? I don't see a Realm of Yang spawning very close by, so I don't know if they will. For the moment, it looks as though they're giving Wolves the handshake. They're not willing to fight this out, as there's not really, they don't really want to. They would rather look to scale and pick up the armors and the potential resources that spawn into the shop at that timing of the game.
This is the fight for 12th, by the way. Both of these teams are 13th and 12th right now. This is all or nothing. This could decide who makes it to bi-weekly final and who doesn't. CXZ losing a lot of HP initially there. TXJ is just looking for those dazzles off. Is going to get interrupted briefly here. Water throwing out his ultimate as well. But YZG now just playing the evade game, trying to keep away from Water on the Monk. Monk trying to find that grab. YZG just playing the evasion here. Cannon shots coming in onto Water. He's going to lose a fair amount of HP. Juan loses a lot of HP in response. TXJ is able to evade away. There's the freeze down onto Water. He's basically done nothing with the Monk. And now YZG are going to have the advantage as Monk freezes once again. They can't find the follow-up damage because the backup is here in time. QGG now going for the freezes onto Juan. Can't quite find it, but Water's low. One more dash available to him. Doesn't make the connection with this last dash, unfortunately, but they've done so much work. They've wasted so many of those big ultimates, and Water is incredibly low. Juan has lost all of his armor. Can he find the damage to the Flying Knives? Does get a bunch off, but Juan also throws the Flying Knives back into his face. Golden Ones doing even more work. QGG goes aerial, jumps back down onto Juan here. He gets caught. Can they find the extra bits of damage onto him? He's going low. He's about to get his ultimate up. Beautiful parry comes out, and now he might have found his opening. Water's already down, though. Can YZG find that turnaround? They're just equal on kills right now. Actually, it's a 2 versus 2. Making it now it's a 2 versus 2 between the two teams, but Juan is too low, and I don't know if Yuan's going to be able to hold versus 1. The 1 versus 2. Dazzle's coming through. Ultimate has timed out, and there's 8 seconds left on the clock. YZG are going to clutch the fight out, and that should be enough to secure them that 12th place for now.
Yeah, for now is the key word. We shall see as the game progresses. For now, we're now outside of the Realm of Yang, seeing a fight take place between DRG and JL. DRG, a lot more scaled than JL. Unfortunately for JL, they have 2 blue armors, DRG with 1 blue, but a gold and a purple on top of that. Kakaishi with that golden armor, having already utilized that ultimate, and they have Mystic Might on top of all of it. JL not having a buff, but they do the smart thing and rotate over to that Forbidden Seal, denying the pressure from DRG, saying, hey, if you want to fight, you got to come in here and fight without your ultimate. Are you willing to risk it? But it looks as though they're not going to go for this one. And we're moving over to the desert, where OUG has managed to find a lonely member of OA. OA's PP on his lonesome does get taken down in the 1 versus 3. He was the last remaining member of his team left alive. And they all finally get eliminated with 3 eliminations under their belt. Now, moving back over SS1, they're looking to try and cleanse this Yang depletion that they got from that Realm of Yang loss against YZG, finding JL, the blueberries. Are they going to be able to close out these kills? They do need to do so relatively soon if they have any hope of scaling up into that endgame.
Evading the dazzle right now. Water able to hold the line. No monk available to him, though, due to the no ult zone. It's going to be a real menace for him. 661 UO getting himself caught for a brief second. Has got the freeze just to break away, but SS1 are just unrelenting. Can he make the escape? There's the ultimate. It's so hard to catch Justine at the moment she presses that R. That ultimate even just jumps away to safety. And there we go. Able to break away. SS1 wasting a lot of time there. Still got 3 minutes left on the clock. S61 UO still being hunted, though. Has got no grapples. That might be a problem, actually, for S61 UO. Although WZ are also chasing onto SS1, so this could be a potential overextension which catches out onto them. Do you see a quick armor swap coming out from XX1 UO? And they're just jumping miles into the zone. They've just decided it's easier just not to give the kill over and just play evasion here versus SS1. And SS1, they don't want to make the risk. It could be too risky knowing the WZ are behind them. Kind of smart play from
I think
JL.
that one of them is going to go for
They
it.
did get eliminated from the lobby, but kind of smart play. Don't give any kills over for it.
Yeah, they can smell the desperation. They likely deduced that this team had Yang depletion, and that's why they were aggressing so actively. You know, it's just you can tell at this timing during the game. You know that there's people with Yang depletion because it is announced when a team wins the Realm of Yang. You don't know exactly which team it is in terms of, you know, whether or not it's JL, SS1, whatever it might be, but you know the characters. So you can tell, if you're keeping an eye on that kill feed, you're going to be able to tell which composition lost the Realm of Yang. And because of that, you can likely deduce who has Yang depletion and who doesn't. But considering there's so many monks, it can be difficult to say. Regardless, he does do that smart play, I agree. Unfortunately, they weren't able to overtake Bowder and secure that first place, but there is another game after this one yet to go, so they could manage it before the day has finished. We shall see. For the moment, though, SS1, they're going to be going onto the Spirit Well. I think this is a bait in an attempt to get these teams to commit onto them so that they can cleanse that Yang depletion.
Well, just holding the line right now. Doesn't look like SS1 are under any real threat, right? I say that, and then the camera pans over, there's a million players. They do get it, though. They do get the buff, so they're going to be sitting quite happy. As Ben's breath, they're raining down. This is just absolute carnage in the area.
Wait a second.
Roy Hehe's got an incredible.
They just cleansed they cleansed the Yang depletion.
They must have.
Wait.
Where does Spirit Well cleanse it?
Wait, what?
They didn't get any kills, right?
No. Since when does it do that? Huh?
Casters learn. I didn't know it did that. Genuinely.
No, I don't think I've ever seen that ever happen. Ever. That has never happened before. I don't think I've ever seen that occur. That's insane. Hey, all right, fair enough. They get the buff and they cleanse Yang depletion. Okay, then they're back in the game. That's crazy. I did not know that was a thing. I'm pretty damn sure they didn't get any kills either. They definitely didn't get 3 kills. They definitely didn't get 3 soul blooms. So that's just an interaction that we just hardly ever see. I think that's probably the rarest interaction we've ever seen take place. Well, insane. I'm gonna have to confirm that later on, but I mean, I could see, we could both see the Yang depletion on them, so I feel like our eyes did not deceive us. Regardless, we're now going to be taking a look at OUG, looking for the engage onto ASE, who is on that Tarka composition, but immediately defends it with that Tarka F1 into the right-click follow-up, denying that pressure coming through. ASE are on 4 kills as well. Not too bad for them this game.
Yeah, not a bad one, but ASE need more kills. With SS1 starting to pop off, OG also starting to pop off. That bottom end of the table is starting to get quite scary, quite dicey. I mean, OA right now are in a position where they're under threat. To be fair, I actually think GG and FPX are also now under threat just because of how well the bottom end of the table are scoring right now. We're in a place where we can see 4 or 5 teams actually move up the lobby in this last game. And there could be a big change around on the table for who goes to bi-weekly finals. But YZG, 10 kills in, it's good. It's not enough. If they can pull a miracle victory out here, they may be able to secure themselves a spot. They need that kill multiplier. They need that MVP performance. And they might just be able to lock themselves a spot into those bi-weekly finals. It has been a disappointing week 4 from them. Oh, sorry. Well, bi-weekly 4 from them. Week 8 from the side of YZG. And I know we talked about it a lot, but it has been a pretty major story for us today. The team who have dominated the season and everyone has had their eyes on to potentially win the whole season have completely underperformed here today. But they're looking for that miracle comeback. Musket shots coming out. LJX just losing a fair amount of HP from the musket here from him. Repeatedly firing in as TXJ's actually just chasing onto LJX. He's going to lose his transform. And in the jump, who's going to get the kill is the question. Into the zone he goes. He's burning low. Locked down. OUG are able to take the kill. NiHQ losing a lot of HP in the meantime as OUG secure yet another kill. The denial onto YZG is unbelievably huge here.
10 kills onto the side of OUG, looking very good for them. The only Viper team in this lobby. A contrast from the early games of the day. Wolves, unfortunately, even though they are ahead of YZG, they did not want to be going out at this point in the game. They do still have 1 member left alive, although I doubt that the resurrection opportunity is going to arise. OUG now being forced to use that Wu Chen teleport to disengage, having been sort of poked at by the other players of the lobby. Juan in that Kylan ultimate, having picked up that Spirit Well with the buff, is going to be running in, trying to get use of this double ult. Does have another ultimate ready to go. TXJ is going to be diving in, see if he can poke the bear, poke the Mystic Might. Immediately gets sent backing by that combo break from Juan. So nothing is going to come of this just yet. QGG constantly poking and prodding CXZ. He does. I think he has armor pierce. Slow shot. I think that's why we're getting that POV, in case he manages to hit a crazy shot and just absolutely explode a player. Kakaishi, along with his teammates, now under a lot of pressure, taking a lot of damage. Kakaishi and Dongxing both forced to use their ultimates.
Yeah, big ultimate coming out there. See, QGG's also committed the ultimate onto them as well. Taking a lot of fire from QGG. The cannon's going to come out and just keep knocking him back and make his life really hard. He's just going to jump up onto that high ground. YZG forced to use their Pharaoh ultimate.
Wait a minute, wait, that's a lot of
It's a little bit rough, but they're going to jump down. What?
Did you see that?
No.
They were all evenly spaced in a row at the edge of the zone. There was like 7 people there, just sat there quietly waiting.
No war in Morris Isle.
Oh my goodness.
There's an Aurora Burst actually there onto Juan from SS1. So he's going to be a really annoying one to deal with. Transforms coming out. ASE's hands also went incredibly low there. We see some Viper stuns getting thrown down. Cookie also transforming. All of the monks are transforming. And OUG starting to rack up some extra kills. They go up to 11. So they take out one of the DRG players. OUG still continues to hold that low ground as YZG gonna jump in onto them and see if they can get some extra damage off SS1. Kakaishi gonna be going down to Juan there. 2 minutes left in the lobby. 17 players left in this game. I feel like SS1 or YZG or even OUG, if they get a big enough ender here, they might just be able to be in the home running for that bi-weekly final. It's really anyone's game right now. SS1 though, starting to lose a fair amount of HP as TXJ is able to take out ASE's hand. That's going to be another kill for YZG. They're jumping up to 12 kills off the back of that. Juan forced to throw the ultimate down to see if he can get some dashes through onto people. Jumping onto the low ground where YZG are holding. but there is a cannon fire from that mech down there. Juan's able to get a kill onto Baby U, gets himself forced back. He's into the zone, though. The cannon fire's coming in. They're just going to continue to fire onto him. TXJ is trying to find the damage off. Can't quite make the connection onto SS1's player, though. Juan, now with the Aurora Burst, is just going to hold this high ground, make life really hard for them. But it doesn't look like they're in complete danger. They've actually thrown the mech down here from YZG, so they're continuing to hold it for a little bit longer. Water forced onto the low ground. Mist is going a little bit low in the middle of all of this as well. YZG have 14 kills if they're able to take down another and jumps themselves up into 15 kills. They've gone from 12th to 9th in this final circle. SS commits the ultimate, can't quite make the connection. Does onto Cookie, actually. Secures the kill there for the side of OUG. It's TXJ now in the mech, firing the cannon fire down. CXE, they're just trying to keep him alive. He's able to break away from that grab. Water slams down, looks for the grab out of the mech. Isn't going to be able to get it, but does catch onto one. His health bar is so low, though. Juan is able to kill TXJ, and they are down a member onto the side of YZG. Are they going to be able to heal back up and keep this one going? That's going to be another kill for OUG. They are holding fast here. SS1 fighting for a place in the top 12, fighting for a chance in this game. Juan's trying to make the escape away, but the lockdown from the Viper into CXE, who mixed up once again, knocking SS back out of the zone. CXE coming in huge for the side of YZG, jumping into 8th place, and just like that, it is a monster performance from them. Water will fall. Juan will be next up on the menu for him. CXZ makes the hit on play, and somehow YZG have top 6 in their sights.
They do indeed. What a game. I said it was gonna happen. I never doubted them. Coming in with the ice cream composition, the comp that they started playing. They were the ones who really popularized this one, and they come away with a massive MVP. Shooting up the leaderboard. They were in 13th before this game started, and they come away with a huge game. SS1 also doing very well. OUG coming up the leaderboard. They were down below in that bottom 6, but hey, they popped off with the lone Viper composition in that lobby as well. Game number 5. What a banger. The end game, extremely chaotic. Up and down of the terrain, making it very difficult. I was very sad to see there at the end. Cookie, unfortunately, just not able to escape the clutches of that Viper. He had ultimate as well, not able to use it. YZG, though, calm and collected, controlling the lobby, able to navigate it perfectly and coming away with the win.
I can't believe top 6 is potentially within their sights. They need another game like that to be able to do it. But they were competing with SS1 for 12th place going into this game, and they just jumped up to, like, I think it was 8th or something. They end this game in, like, 8th place. That, like, mind-boggling performance from them. Really, really big stuff from YZG. And that, I said they needed one good game to be in the home running. That is it. Like, I actually think a 0-pointer isn't enough to knock them out in this next game. Like, I think they've just about qualified for bi-weekly finals. I am flabbergasted by them. An absolutely brilliant performance from YZG. Are you trying not to laugh at flabbergasted Dunking? I could see your face. You were fighting demons there, dude.
Yes, I love. It makes me chuckle how we use a lot of the same lingo. You know, like lonesome. All on is lonesome. I haven't had a single other caster say that except you and me. Flabbergasted. Bamboo, indeed, on bean.
I swear, man, like, putting this together is either the best or worst idea, and it's completely subjective. I don't know, man. We have
a lot of fun, though,
I do believe when we first cast it together, we did go on, like, a proper, like, posh British off. We're just, yes.
Oh, yes, indeed. Ross.
Put us on Worlds together, see what happens.
Oh, my goodness.
We'll bring some baked beans. We'll bring some baked beans to China, mate.
Yeah. Get those beans in. Good for your heart. Anyway, let's look at that scoreboard.
Before you know it.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
What
okay.
a game, though. YGG, 25 points off the back of that one. OUG, 16 points. OUG are now in the running for top 12. This game could have done it for them. SS1 just about hanging on. Wolves fighting for their lives right now. Everyone else kind of doesn't matter, but man, it is the bottom end of the table are popping off in this game in this day, and normally when you're kind of like mid-table, you don't really care. Like if you're in that mid-section of the top 12, you're like, yeah, we'll be all right. Right now, those guys are nervous because everyone is throwing down as we got Padora as our final map of the day. And look at these numbers.
Look at the damage. I was gonna say
from CXZ. What?
36,000 from CXZ and then 35,000 from QGG. Enormous damage numbers coming up on the board.
Oh, Wolves lost their spot.
Oh,
Wolves got knocked down.
This is the
champs.
total standings, ladies and gentlemen. We've got BB in last place, WZ in 11th, WBG in 10th. Oh, no, wait, not in 10th. Sorry, I'm tripping. It's 18th, 17th, 16th. Now, this is the top 12 currently. OA in 12th.
Who's
GG in 11th.
Who's missing from this middle table who was in 12th at the beginning? It's YCG.
Whoa. Wait, yes! They're in top.
How
Wait
did
a
they
minute.
do it?
What? Okay,
I'm
guys.
actually fuming. Like, I'm actually angry. How? How do you spend the entire day sucking, like actually being terrible, and then you just pull it back into 5th place?
Hey, they're just the goats, bro. They were limit testing. They're just the goats.
If they somehow overtake JL by the end of the day, like,
okay,
I actually think if JL get overtaken by the end of the day, it's time to quit NARAKA, man. Like, actually, you're done.
Right. They could actually go for first. If they get a 30-point game, or 33-point game, right? And then JL doesn't get more than, gets less than 10.
Yeah,
they could
you have to
actually
get,
get
like, a 22
first.
bomb. It has to be like a 22 bomb, and they just did like a what, an 18? Oh my word!
Goodness. I mean, that is crazy though. They doubled their points off of that game. Doubled, I'm pretty sure. So I think they were around 20 to 30 before that game
Someone
started.
needs to check on YZG's coach, man. Their blood pressure must be through the roof.
They are. It's the goat. They're just the ghosts, brother. You see their faces, right? Before the game, they were locked in. They were ready. They weren't sweating. They were chilling.
Bro,
but anyway,
I'm talking about their coach, man. That
the coach. He's carrying all the stress.
Yeah, he probably lost 5 years of his life watching today's games. Like, the stress alone.
Oh my goodness.
How did they do it? CXC got so many mechs off as well. He got like 3 mechs off in the final circle.
Barrier Gaming, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, if you're not the one going into the mech, you can build up that ult charge as well while your teammates in it. The uptime on this character is crazy. It really is that good. I remember back in the day, which was the team that had TXJ on it. It was TE, wasn't it? I think, and they got 2 mechs on the field on the same team at the same time.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yeah,
that was crazy. Actually insane. But here we are taking a look at the stats, ladies and gentlemen. 36,000 damage, 9 kills, 5 assists, 11,000 healing. Yeah, that's a lot of damage from Farrier Mech. And then look, the second one is Musket. The second one is Musket.
Armor Pierce.
Yeah,
so there you go. Yeah. Armor Pierce and slow shot Sunwing
Juggernaut.
Shot. Twice they had Sunwing shot.
Oh my goodness.
That is a absolutely monster performance from CXZ on the Farrier. Really good stuff.
He does not skip his aim training. He does not skip those days.
Nah.
He's got the majority of his damage was from his ultimate and from his F, and then the second highest was from Musket. But hey, here we go. Ultimate treasures, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, true. If you want to get your hands on the Spring Split random gift, get your answer to this question in the chat. Which player chose Tarka G in game number 5? Was it A, ASE Xiaowen, B, ASE Han, C, Wolves ZK, or D, Wolves LJX? I think you guys, there was only one Tarka composition. That's the one hint I'm going to give you. Do you remember which team it was? So, yeah, keep an eye on your whisper box and the chat, as you will be added and whispered so that you can claim your prize if you are that lucky winner.
That's the first time today we've had the question, like, not related to how many people have picked this hero. Every other question has been how many people have picked this hero. Very, very different one. Anyway, we're going to throw ourselves over to a break. We've still got one game left to go. It is all to play for, so make sure you stick around. We'll see you in a moment. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our final game of today. And after all day of watching YZG struggle to make it into top 12, they're now fighting for first place off one game. I don't understand, but that is the situation we're in. And people like Wolves and SS1, who are currently just fighting for a shot to make it to bi-weekly finals versus YZG, are now fighting versus, you know, the likes of GG and stuff, who are also under threat. There's a lot of teams who can qualify. There's a lot that can happen in this game 6.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I kind of want to see YZG do it, though. I'm not gonna lie. It would be insane if they get it. It would be insane, but who knows? Who knows what may happen? Yeah, but the focus is certainly going to be on those teams that are just below that 12th place threshold. Yeah. You know, Wolves, SS1, GG now in the contention, etc. It's gonna be tight. It's gonna be a spicy one. So who knows? Who knows what's gonna happen by the end of game number 6? And what are we gonna see get played as well? Because we've used up a lot of new transformers. We've used up all the Viper games, I'm pretty sure. Sand Siphon feels like the only thing that's really left. But if that's the case, then and then Sand Siphon gets picked up a lot in the first 1 or 2 phases, then what's the last phase team going to be picking? Because what's left? Are they going to have enough hero points? So we might see some different things coming through. But we'll have to wait and see. In a few moments, we're going to be going into that hero selection phase. But I'm hoping for more Tarka. I'm not going to lie. I want to see more of it. We've only seen 2 teams run it today. Could it be a full Tarka lobby? 8 teams on Tarka XD? Highly doubt.
I think, unfortunately, no.
No,
no one has the
not.
hero points to do that anyway, unfortunately for you. But yeah, I would love it. I would absolutely love it.
It would
but
be cool.
Not going to be the case. I'm trying to rack my brain on like what they have available to them right now. I feel like the thing is remember, you can play every hero once for free. So there's a lot of comps that these teams haven't played so far. It's been so chaotic that like I'm not tracking who has and hasn't played what. Mostly because the first 2 games of the day were just all Viper comp, and you know, the blind 8 just being a real menace in the lobby. So yeah, I'm gonna be interested to see what these guys are gonna be locking in going into this next stage of the game, of the day. It's been a bizarre one, Duncan. It has been very bizarre one. The Viper picks, the kind of like the YZG storyline is the one that just like I am just still reeling from. I am still reeling from that one. I'm just excited to see what they pick in this next game. And Padoria is an interesting map because I do feel like certain teams have learnt this map and certain teams haven't at all so far. And I know it's been out for a while, but it does still feel like it's been. Some teams are not really quite performing well enough yet.
I mean, yeah, some teams, they specialize. It is what it is. Some like new things are being discovered all the time. I think the latest sort of evolution has come down to the floating piles and the priority given to those floating piles being recognized. You know, like it's very, very useful. It's one of the coolest things about Padoria, I feel like, as a map, because it facilitates recovery. It facilitates like allowing you to continue scaling up. It does so much, and now we're actually seeing a lot of teams rotate to try and contest these floating piles. Flying piles? I'm seeing flying knives on the screen and thinking flying piles. But no, we're taking a quick look at a replay of SS1 from that game in the realm of Yang, playing very well there, able to stagger their ultimates and take advantage of that cooldown rotation.
So we make our way ever closer towards that big final moment. I'm very interested by what the hero point situation is going to look like and what the game plan is going to be for the players, just due to the fact that, like we've been saying, there has been a lot already picked. A lot of points have already been spent. It's going to be a big one, this next one. It really is.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I'm sure YZG wants to pop off and try and get as many points as possible. So no more limit testing. We're going to see them fully locked in, and you can see it on his face. They're just ready. But OUG, he's looking even more locked in. Jinyu, this is normal for him. He's not tilted. This is normal for him. I don't know why he does this, but he does this literally every time the camera pans over to OUG. He's always got his head on his arms on the desk. I think
he's 40 winks in, isn't he?
Perhaps it's a ritual, perhaps whatever. I don't know what it is exactly, but... Or perhaps he doesn't like being on camera. Who knows, really? But yeah, we'll maybe one day we'll find out. Regardless, BB looking at. It looks like Roy. He's looking at somewhat. He's looking pretty tired, laid back. It is a rough one though. Like, you have to applaud their resilience for keeping on going and to keep fighting, regardless of how well things have gone in the past for them. You know, it's not easy. You know, they're constantly trying to improve. They're constantly trying to match these other teams, and it's a very steep hill to climb.
It really is. It's a lot to do. But as we are getting loaded up and ready to go into this next game, game number 6. Questions arise on what heroes are going to be getting played. This time it is going to be YZG, who were last to pick last time and spent a lot of their hero points, will be starting this game off. So what have these guys got up their sleeve? That is the question.
What are these teams in the last round selection going to be picking up? Because they're going to be left with the scraps. You know, if they might be forced into a strange composition if things don't go their way. So we'll see. It's all going to come down to what the first and second round pick. I want to see it. Let's see some more Tarka gaming. We've had two comps run it. I know it's make or break, but have you prepped it? Is it ready? Is it ready for those make or break situations? And oh my god, YZG's gonna be bringing it out with the Tarka yet again. They double picked it. Second time they picked this. We got
they're quite happy to be playing it.
Transformers as well.
And Sand Siphon as well, getting locked in there. Second rotation, more Monk.
More Monk.
And more Monk. And a bit of Sand Siphon as well from OUG. Oh, I don't know if the Tarka was the smart play if you're going for first. Maybe it was. But we have not seen the Tarka pop off yet in trios, unfortunately. And I know that hurts your heart to hear.
I mean, it takes time. Tarka's like this is a lot of experience. If they haven't played that much Tarka before, it's hard to really make it work in this kind of environment. Like, you can get away with it in ranked if you're already a solid player, but if you're playing at this level, you need a lot of experience. It's the same thing that with Justina. You know, only certain teams can really go ahead and actually play the ice cream comp and do well, because I feel like this composition, it just comes down to the Justina being very like experienced and understanding all these different matchups and situations with these dashes, etc. It does come down to the Justina's capabilities as to whether or not that comp does well. I think it works the same way for the Tarka compositions. If your Tarka is very experienced, you will inherently do a bit better or do well. But if you're not, if you're just picking it up, it's going to be very difficult.
There we go, having a quick look at the loadouts. Where's YZG? Bottom right once again. This is where we get to find out whether or not they go Fireball again. Because they did Fireball last time, and it really didn't work.
No.
I mean, Duncan, you raised the point. The problem is you just stand still, you throw a Fireball, you get grabbed, and then immediately die. QGG Fireballed a Monk and died every time. So let's see if they've got enough in the pot this time, and if they're going to change up their tactic a little bit.
We may see the F1 come out, but who knows what they've cooked up. They do like to like flip the script and go for the slightly strange option at times, the off meta. It always reminds me of the Takeda F2 days they played with Sand Siphon for whatever reason, and it looks as though they're going to stick with it, which. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just, my bad, guys, my bad. I trolled. I've got it this time. Trust me. I'm not gonna fireball in the Monk's face and just get grabbed. I promise. Who knows really? But at the end of the day, YZG, even though they would like to get as many points as possible to carry forwards into the bi-weekly finals, they're the kind of team that would probably be willing to just limit test it, because. Like last bi-weekly final, you could have taken away their pre-post points. They could have started at 0 and they still would have won. They didn't even need it. They were that ahead. That's how strong this team really is at the moment. So it's possible they're simply limit testing it and they don't really care too much about the few extra points because they're that confident in their capability, and they want to test the Tarka comp even further so that they can potentially bring it out and learn more about it.
Well, it's all to play for here as we're having a look at the drop spots and where everyone is. Nothing too out of the ordinary off this drop spot, to be honest with you.
We've got a few hot drops, a few teams landing relatively close to each other. The main one being at WZ and OUG, I believe. They're pretty close. Wolves also in Skygaze Cove, relatively close as well. And we do have Fireflies. I believe that's exactly where they're going OUG and WZ, they pick up those Fireflies. Oh, wait. No. They didn't get the right spawn. They didn't get the spawn they wanted, so instead they're going to leave the Fireflies, let WZ take them, and disengage. They got unlucky with the spawn on the square, I believe.
I absolutely love
happen.
this skin.
Oh, the bear.
It's such a good skin, man. It's such a good skin.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, pretty chill start here across the board.
Oh, we do see OA losing members in the kill feed at the moment to WBG. We're not taking a look at them just yet. OUG still being chased down by WZ. And it looks as though Jinyu is having to fight back and try and fend off XXMU and Luo Ye.
Yeah, just chasing on right now. Same for OUG. Actually, just run into the no ult zone. They want nothing to do with this right now, knowing that WZ may have those ultimates up, but Cookie still going to chase forwards here. Baby U gets onto the staff briefly, tries to get the knockback. Lue loses a fair chunk of HP in the middle of all of this. He's just running away for the moment, trying to see if he can keep going. Gets knocked back briefly there. Nice little clang comes down, but Xinyu loses way too much HP. And he gets taken real low. Lue losing all of his armor as now Wolves making their way over as well. OUG continue to apply some more pressure. ZK gonna jump in with that third party. Can Wolves pull this off? Remember, Wolves are playing to make it into that top 12, so it's all to go for here. ASE also doing the same. Everybody is just scrapping it out for a hope to make it into that top 12. WZ lose Lue. ASE able to secure themselves the kill. And we're just going to back off right now. Call it done for the moment.
This is a very strange interaction. Wait a minute, the triple parry coming through onto ASE, and immediately we see Wolves dive in to try and take advantage, but they're still in the ult zone, not able to get that ult off. No! The double tap dodge not quick enough, unfortunately. He does get taken down. Now we see Wolves trying to clean up this fight, trying to find the remaining members of ASE. Cookie now also still in the mix, does have ultimate available. Imagine he'll try and disengage. ASE losing up the body. He's just sat at his feet right now. The lonely monk. Wait a minute. He gets the grab. Can he find a second? Does he get it? He finds it. The double grab comes through. Oh my god! LJX with the massive clutch. He finds another grab. No! No! Illegale! That's not okay! How can you let this happen? 2 double grabs uncontested is absurd. And now we see YZG jumping in with the Taka comp, getting ready. The Taka in, oh, get it oogly. Can he make something happen?
So many grabs coming in. YZG, though, they are making it work. Cookie going low. Cookie going down. YZG continuing to apply some pressure. You can see CXZ getting harassed a little bit by Xinyu, but the grapples come in, and that might be the end of Xinyu. OUG isn't their players. YZG coming with that third party. 6 kills already. Oh, no, it's happening, isn't it? The comeback is very much happening.
Let's get it. I'm so ready. Let's see it. The Taka comp MVP. Finally, people will stop telling me I'm coping. Let's go. Come on, YZG. You're my only hope. Oh my goodness. But hey, perhaps, yeah, the limit testing is going well, supposedly. For now, though, I think things are going to calm down. All these teams that have fought off spawn, the Fireflies have been consumed and utilized. These teams are likely going to be preparing for those realms of Yang. As I say that, we see a bit of a scrap between ASE and OA, both trying to contest this loot area, perhaps. Are they going to commit to the fight? We see that F1 come through from Tutek. The ult coming out from that monk is going to deny the pressure from OA. Tutek getting stuck on the... Oh my goodness. I hate those little lantern things. Ugh, they're so irritating. Getting stuck, unable to move, but finally able to get that ult off. Thank the Lord. He does survive. This may end up with a stalemate moving forwards.
Alrighty, well, Han now looking for the grab. Able to find one. Gets the punch off onto PP. We'll look for another grab. Tutek is caught. And actually not missing here. Is going to lose that transform, though, and immediately might be in a bit of danger. He's just going to disengage and fall back. PP just trying to make the escape. Oh, missed. Oh, missed. You're being microwaved. I don't think you're going to go far here. Chasing you down, PP. Chasing forwards. Just floats through a window. What do? When a Syra ominously levitates through a window, comes in with a deception. There you are. Miss goes down. Really nice off the back of that one. Now, we are seeing Tutik and Han stuck in a little bit of a scrap. Han, the final player standing for his team. They have lost their rebirths as well, so if Han can't get the escape off here, he could be in a bit of danger. Doesn't have any money to go for the revives. Invisibility bush. Are they going to find him? I don't think PP did his due diligence there. No, he's starting to do his due diligence. Needs to check all those bushes, but we're going to strip away from that. We're going to move on. Go elsewhere.
Now, heading over to Skygaze Cove with WZ up against WBG. At least though Cookie's going to go down. Unfortunately, he's just trying to dodge through with those fist plays, but not able to get it off. Yeran and now getting juggled by the Kylin. Do we have a third party coming through? We do indeed. Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, we do. Wolves coming in with that third party. Yeran is going to be able to get that ult charged up. Popping it now, avoiding that Kylin, trying his best to disengage. But it's not going to be easy, forcing out that Monk ult now. Does force that big cooldown and is going to be able to retreat back into the ship, into the lower deck of the ship here. But I don't think his teammates are very close by to help him. Xing and Leo now closing in, going to be able to peel for him if he does get engaged on. But it looks as though we've just got that stalemate. Nothing really comes of this except for cooldowns being utilized.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a back off right now. So Cookie chasing forwards. LJX also on the run away from members of WZ. Although I don't know if they know they're on the run yet. They are now. Very much aware.
Oh.
Okay. Gentleman's agreement not to scrap. Fair enough. GG gonna surf downriver.
Surf's up.
This is a very, very chill game. There's been a lot of action, but it is actually like, you know, the fact we have time to watch LXM surf should tell you how relaxed this game is. Not going to be for long, though. Rema Yang's about to spawn up, and I feel that's the kind of snap that opens up the action.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see a lot of teams positioning to try and get in, but not every team is going to be able to do so. So we'll see some action probably take place outside of the Realm of Yang between the teams that don't make it in, and then obviously we'll see the fights in the Realm of Yang take place. JL and GG here both posturing, positioning to try and secure their Realm of Yang entry. I believe the OA is also turning up. Going to try their hand at getting in. Who can spam E faster? It's like GG and OA are going to make it in. Which other teams were able to make it through, though? It's like JL, DRG, GG, OA, OUG, and SS1. No YZG, unfortunately. I would have liked to see that, but no. We're going to see the new Transformer comp go up against the... Wait, is that Sand Siphon? Yes, it is indeed. And Meng doesn't have ultimate right now either on the Tumult. So this is going to be a bit of a scrap. They're going to try and kite this one out. They don't have that Tumult ult to deny the pressure from that Tianhai, and the grab is going to come through.
Yeah, they're going to get onto Tutik. Tutik losing a lot of HP. Double slam comes through. CGS gets that kill. Secured for his team. Meng trying to make the escape away here. CGS just repositions with the grab, with a jump as he de-monks. Sandstorm finally times out, but GG, they've got the man advantage at this point. Can OA make this work in their favor? Meng jumps back. Clan comes out, no parries though. CGS gonna lose a fair amount of HP. They do get the knockbacks though. On to PP. PP gets absolutely shredded by the halberds there. And GG, they've about done it. There it is. Nice and easy.
Yeah, unfortunately, not really much they can do without the Tumult ult to deny the pressure from the Tianhai there. I think they had to go for it. They had to go for the Yang because it just has such a good upside for them on the first Yang. But they needed to kite it out and unfortunately just weren't able to do it. So, the Tumult just not able to accrue that much rage in time to protect his teammates. And the double grab coming through, just very unfortunate. The Tumult ult literally coming in after the double grab happened. I will say though, that secondary grab should not have happened. The first grab, it's understandable, but the second, that really should not be happening at this level of play.
No, not at all. So we are going to see CGS Looking for one thing. Here, it's just going to be the standard handshake of our Vermilion Birdsmite teams as they just go toe-to-toe and fight it off. CGS going to launch forwards. 3-3-0. And just step backwards here. It's GG. Force JL just to run with that transform, but they need to find the grabs. Oh, that was close. XX1 UO not going down, though. As GG not really able to do much with their Monk right now. They just have to back off, back to Monk, back to safety. But JL just waiting it out. They got plenty of time in this Birdsmite, and CGS does not have plenty of time left on that Monk transform. And there we are. Furen shots already lined up with the flying knives. Here's that combo. Throw it out. You throw a blue focus in. It's absolutely brutal with the Decada, but has been interrupted a lot. He's getting knocked back. He's getting absolutely smacked on. As everybody else is collapsing in, they're trying to find the damage off as OA made their way forwards as well. Parry onto 2-tip with the flying daggers. Just going to quickly grab them and try and jump forwards once again into the action. LXM going low here. Over the shoulder he goes. 2-tick chases forwards, and this is just a very, very messy fight.
Oh, very nice little combo attempt there. Unfortunately, not able to fully confirm it perfectly, but they do get the kill regardless. And OA, this is exactly the kind of fight they needed. A messy fight to try and take advantage of. Come in the his third team and just fully clean this up. They had that Yang depletion. This is the perfect opportunity for them. One Feng now in that 1 versus 2 against Tutik and Meng. He's popping that F. Not really gonna net him all that much value though, unfortunately. He does get the Wisp, but he does go down regardless. OA cleansing that Yang depletion and going up to 6 eliminations in total. Now OUG, one of the other teams with a Yang depletion, are going to have to try and find themselves a similar opportunity. However, they don't have much time to do it. 1 minute and 30 or so seconds left on that Yang depletion. They do have some money. They could potentially buy 1 rebirth charm, allowing one of their players to die before Yang depletion is up and then res that player. However, that is a pretty risky move, considering that 1 player left on his own. It's going to be a struggle to fully recover.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a hard one here. So, Baby U, 1 minute left. Timing out. Unless they can find a Spirit Well, which I don't think they can, because it's quite a ways away from them.
They could find OA down in the south. Jinyu's ahead scouting, but he's going the wrong direction.
They got 50 seconds to get there and get the kills.
Oh my goodness.
I don't think they're going to be able to do that one, if I'm honest with you.
This one might be cooked. And this is heartbreaking as well, because they're not qualified. Can they manage it? Can they find it? Just literally just 1 Soul Bloom. They haven't even split the money evenly either, or given it all to 1 player so that they can buy a rebirth charm. This is not good. I think it might be over for OUG, unfortunately, but we'll see in a few moments. YZG, however, looking pretty strong. 1 purple armor, 2 blues, and looking pretty solid right now. OUG, I think they did just spot out OA, but it's over for them. It's over. This is heartbreaking for them here.
Sad.
There's nothing to be done. Nothing to be done.
I mean, the good news, it doesn't matter because they are done with the tournament, unfortunately. Well, at least until later on now, where they have to play to get a spot in the grand finals. But with them done, that is their bi-weekly done. They didn't give any points over. So they didn't potentially save anyone else.
True. How close were they? I don't remember exactly what the scoreboard was looking like, but
it was doable. It would have had to be one hell of a game. It was very doable, but it wasn't like, they needed to really pop off. So jumping into a Realm of Yang, risking it all for that makes the most sense. Yoran has the Volpine Essence. Second Realm of Yang spawning up. I'm surprised WBG are going into the second Realm of Yang with a Volpine Essence in the can, ready to fire. SS1 and YZG, it's going to be a showdown from that last Realm of Yang last time. The one that got YZG into the position they're in. Off the back of that one, GG and WBG just going to quickly immediately open up as CGS is trying his hardest to deal with Leo, but Farah is not the one that Monk really wants to be dealing with. Cannon fire's just coming down from from the Pharaoh here onto the low ground. Going to slam down. Just need to fire up onto CGS, who's unable to find a single grab here. It's being completely destroyed by the cannon fire. CGS is about to lose his mech as that times out. Doesn't lose too much health though, luckily, off that. So he will be coming out with full health and full armor. But now with Jing immediately throwing forwards with those dashes, is going to look for the lockdowns onto multiple people. Lovely amount of damage coming out from WBG here. Can GG find the turnaround? The parry was huge from Jing. Doesn't have any more dashes, but another parry coming in onto LXM. He can't even get to his flying daggers in time. Is able to grab them. But Jing just making absolute work of them. Gets parried. He may lose his golden daggers. Gets the freeze off. Can he grab his daggers in time? I don't know if he did. Loses them heavily, but WBG win the runway gang. They might have lost their flying knives.
No, he got him back, I think. Yeran picked them up for him. Oh my goodness, what a fight from Jing. The parries were beautiful. And also, wait a minute. YZG won Yang with the target comp against SS1. I'm really hoping for a replay. Give me the replay. I want to see it. But yeah, let's take a look at the scoreboard. Yeah, OUG. I mean, it was very doable.
They're on 9 kills. There's actually a world they could do it. They're on 9 kills. They need like, I think it's like 22 kills, really. I'm not 100% sure on the numbers.
They got the grab onto one with the fireball, doing quite a bit of damage here. This is the replay, of course, between YZG and SS1. Water taking a lot of damage, losing the boxing fight with the opposing monk. SS1 Juan in ultimate, jumping around, trying to find that Tarka, and then getting caught by the monk because of it. And then the command grab coming through into the grab onto the other player as well. He's just zooming around. And now Tarka setting the Karumi circle alight. Juan trying to kite it out, immediately getting engaged on. Look at that great sword. Oh, this is amazing for me. Let's go, bro. Oh yeah, this is what I like to see. Oh my goodness. Hey, the release into the animation cancel. Get the jabaited. And there it is. Now we're back onto the Tarka. Give me his POV. Oh my goodness. But they are up against this composition. So this is one of their hardest matchups, I would say, as Karumi, Tarka, and Tianhai. But if they're able to execute it well, it's definitely doable. And Dongxing does not get very much value at all from this ferry mech.
Good freeze though onto TXJ. Needs to try and peel their monk off as Dong9 under fire here, looking for the grab. Is frozen once again. He might have to just drop transform soon. Karumi ultimate comes out in the nick of time. Can he find the grabs? No, he cannot. TXJ is going to be able to heal up. Oh! SS1 are just going to be farming kills from the high ground there. Water taking 2. As they just have to disengage the ballista, absolutely melting through the ice, the Bing chilling comp. Water. You can't have ice without water. Beautiful.
True, but unfortunately, oh my god, the taste of their own medicine out of nowhere. Wait a minute. It was just too quiet, and then kablam! I don't know. Unfortunately, though, I don't think they got I don't think they got soul blooms off that. Oh no, wait, they may have gotten one. I think they got one.
They got 2 kills, so they were able to get one of the 2. Okay.
Yeah. I think YZG were able to pick up one of the soul blooms on their way out of that area. But yeah, unfortunately, they're still gonna have to find another 2 soul blooms. GG. It's in a similar situation. 2 minutes something. I can't tell because it's obscured by the scoreboard there, but in 2 minutes plus to get 3 soul blooms. It's gonna be a tough one. Trying to get the top of this ballista tower, which YZG is now occupying. It looks as though TXJ, bro. This guy. Okay, the handshake has come through. GG is very trusting right now. QGG, currently the kill leader of the lobby, the Tarka, sitting on the ballista, taking pot shots at the players in the distance. JL below them. And this is how YZG is going to rotate. GG waiting in that bush. Wait, are they waiting for this ambush on the JL? Wait a second. Wait a minute.
Oh, no.
3, 2. What? No? They're gonna let them pass by. Interesting. Wait a minute. SS1, what's going on? Oh, okay. I thought for a second I was like, what's happening? But they're gonna buy themselves back, I think, with the rebirth chance. Oh, but they get fouled. No.
That is heartbreaking. YZG have done everything in their power to deny SS1. SS1, though, regardless, have qualified. They've done well enough this game, but if they go out here, it actually doesn't matter for them. It's actually going to be JL who slide in and potentially take this kill. One gives this kill over. He's denying the kill! Almost enough on the fireball. Almost enough on the fireball.
Fireball out of nowhere just comes in from the side of the screen. Oh my goodness, it's so silly to see, I have to say. Oh my god. A GG now. Unfortunately, they were not able to find any soul blooms. And it looks as though they could have fought. They could have fought YZG there. But I think they knew that it wasn't going to end up with anything really coming of it. By the way, they do cleanse one. They have cleansed one. They're gonna buy? Wait, what's happening? No, they haven't cleansed. What's going on? I'm confused. Okay, no, they didn't cleanse anyone. Okay, very confusing. One of them had already died, and it only showed 2 with the Yang depletion, so very odd behavior, I have to say, from GG. I don't know why. I guess they just didn't really mind. They'd rather not give kills over than risk it to try and stay alive. And I guess that's okay, but they're in 11th. I feel like they should have risked it.
Yeah, they needed to keep going. There's a world as... Oh, JL taking the Bane's breath. JL had a good enough game, but I think they should have been able to deny YZG from taking first place. But YZG are probably still playing for second. JL. This might have been enough this game, depending on the outcome at the end and how high they place, to take first place, but I'm not 100% sure on that. WBG waiting on that Spirit Well as late as possible to cap it. Gonna cap it now. Nope, any second now. Iran's gonna pop ult just to make sure they have the extra health, and they're just waiting as late as possible. They want to keep this buff. Is a Draco Storm. That could be the difference. If you have it later, it can be the difference between getting the next Spirit Well or not.
Yeah, absolutely. The team that gets that second last Spirit Well typically gets the final Spirit Well, for sure. But what is going on over here? This is a lot of people. They're all shopping. Everyone's trying to get all the resources they can out of this shop and not really fighting each other, but sort of slowly shoving people away from them without actually committing to anything. WBG now, though, coming away with that Spirit Well, gonna get that Draco. They're gonna rock up and they might just start up the chaos, pull the trigger on one of these ultimates and see if they can make something happen.
All right, well, Jing, seeing if we can drop down. There's so many players here. If we still were on old White Tigers, that would be the most ideal little situation of players ever. As in comes the Draco Storms. Wolves already losing a fair amount of HP. Armor completely stripped off LGX. That's golden armor on him as well. Oh, no, it's purple armor, but regardless. He lost a lot of it immediately. WBG with the Draco Storm being a complete menace. Just scattering the gentleman's agreement of players hiding off in the distance. They're all just going to run away from WBG. No one wants anything to do with those guys for the next 90 seconds. They're stinky. They're just going to move away. Put some distance between them.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. It's WBG's turn to do some shopping. And we are going to have the next and final Spirit Well of the lobby spawning up or start to spawn relatively soon. Yeah, they still have it.
Oh my word. Normally it gets popped in like the first realm of Yang.
Yeah. But the interesting thing, right, is that WBG, they're on 10 kills or something like that. They're at 70-something points. And GG is at 93. So there is a world where they could do it. And look, actually, thank you very much, production. Even though it's in Chinese, I know exactly what it means. They need to get 24 kills and first place, or 30 kills and second place, and they can qualify.
Yeah, just going to quickly grab the mech. That was placed down earlier for them. Aurora burst onto Xing as well. It'll be a complete menace as Cookie Gonna get forced off here with the cannon fire coming in. Jing has lost a lot of armor. Is gonna quickly have that freeze available to them, ult up as well, but not gonna get the opportunity to use that Aurora Burst. It feels like Cookie and WZ may be able to actually cap this and deny WZ from getting their hands on to this one, although looks like other teams have idea of that. DLG gonna jump in. Cookie loses his transform. Such a silly skin. It's such a goofy skin. I love it. DRG jumping in. YZG also coming in to see if they can play. Remember, YZG still potentially playing for second place at the end of this game. It would be a miracle turnaround. They do get a grab off here, actually. They're going to go for a no fireball. Just going to look for the grab and the punch. Just send them packing. Very close to WBG, though, coming back around to see if they can reassert their dominance in. The laser beam coming in from Yaran. WZ are not giving this one up without a fight. Looking for Dazzles off. Not going to be able to find them. It's used their ultimate as well. Full committed. Is this WZ who are able to pick it up? Mystic Might secured for them. Refreshed on the ultimate. They've still got dashes to work with. Is he just going to continue to be a nuisance? Try and see if he can force people back onto that low ground, but already going quite low. Does need to be careful here on the Kylin. Oh, Zip heal, he's fine.
Yep, he's chilling. He's got that armor swap ready to go, and he's got that zipping to throw the F in his direction. Interesting that WZ was able to actually secure it. They were the first in and let the other teams come through, try their hand, and then they came back in at the end and secured it. Very interesting. WBG, even though they had the Draco Storm, not able to hold on to it. The Farrier mech just getting bursted so quickly, not really fully committing. Perhaps it just wasn't the best play, and that's why they just didn't really want it. It also was Mystic Might. No, it's not a Draco Storm. It's not a White Tiger's Prowess. It's not as high priority as those buffs, so not risking it does kind of make sense. However, WBG, they certainly would have liked to have that double ult potential, considering that if they want to qualify, they need to get a lot of kills. But WZ now, they're also, I don't think it's actually possible for them to get to qualify, considering they're on 58.5 points. But they're definitely gonna put their best foot forward and try regardless and get as many points as they can. WBG poisoned by the jellyfish, and look down below them. OA and BBE both hiding in this bush and exploded by the fireball. Oh my goodness. YZG gonna be popping that ultimate. TXJ got that monk ult ready to go. He's going in. He gets one grab, gets two. Kablam! BBE and JL both lose a member. The stomp, the jump coming up the cliffside, trying to find some more. Not able to catch one. Catches one. Going into the fray, he gets another one! God blame him! XXMU just survives. The zipping ultimate does get popped. TXJ still throwing hands, trying to find another grab, but not able to do so. QGG is currently in ultimate, trying to confirm this kill. He does indeed. Xiao Xiao goes down, and he's still got a whole bunch of his ult to work with. And with that V2 on Taka, he could just go crazy. There he is, dashing in. He does get dazzled, but only slowing him down for a moment. The grab comes through onto WBG Xing. He's trying to find it. The fireball comes through, sends Yeran packing into the zone, looking for it. The RMB holds, looks for the animation cancel, can't find it. He's getting policed by the Farrier, gets into the zone, onto the circle, just barely surviving. Yeran making it back to his team, full HP. He's still kicking. The Taka ultimate, though, I think it's over. We're going to have to wait until the next rotation comes through. YZG at the edge of the zone getting forced out by WBG. Can they manage it? QGG scale rushing in. They need to find a safe place. LJX in that monk ultimate looking for the grabs. He's got one. Greets for the second. Doesn't slam though. Goes for the jump quickly instead and misses out on two eliminations. Jing gets grabbed. The jumps to the edge of the zone, but he can't catch him. WBG still alive, but I don't think they've gotten enough kills just yet. They'd have to get every single one. I don't think it's gonna happen, Jake. It's not looking good for them, but YZG are still kicking and they're fighting to the last second.
YZG were able to steal a whole bunch of kills away there and play the denial game from WBG. They're going down. Yaran holds fast, and I believe he might have been the last man standing for the multiplier. WBG pulling out a pretty big victory there at the end. I don't know if YZG got enough kills either, unfortunately, to secure themselves that second spot. But they are entering in third, which is more than anyone expected from YZG today. Especially after those first few games, those first three. My expectations for YZG were low, and they fought back hard. Wait, it's actually a YZG victory, isn't it?
No. WBG got the MVP.
Oh, no, WBG did win. Okay, I was about to say, I thought we panned over or something like, oh.
Yeah. Oh my god.
No.
It's sadly not the Tarka MVP, but they did well.
They did very well.
They popped off. It is YZG, obviously, and they are kind of the GOATs right now, but still, Tarka Comp doing pretty good.
Really, really big stuff.
Hey, maybe it's not code.
Redemption arc, mate. It was a redemption arc for you, Tarka mains. That was after the horrendous performance we had from the two other Tarkas earlier on. F1 and F2 both being stated. Finally got a good performance in from the F2. It was interesting because in solos as well, we're seeing a lot of F2 Tarka as well. A lot of people seem to be taking that one, but the one where you get lots of fireballs, I can't remember the combo. Is that F1?
Yeah, V1 F2.
Yeah, that's it.
V1 F2.
That's a fun little combo.
They're running it almost exclusively V2. I think it's we've only seen V2 come through in trios. Yeah. Not a single player in solos has run V2 yet. They've all run V1.
Yeah.
And we've had a mixture in terms of F abilities for trios, and I think the only time that we saw an F1 come through in solos was actually on the first day. CDY picked F1 V1.
Yes,
I think he may have done it by accident, actually, because then immediately every other time he played Target, he played Fireball after that. So I don't know. And he did not do very well with it either, because obviously you can't run F1 with V1. It just doesn't work. If you're going to run V1, you need Fireball. But
yeah, absolutely.
To be honest, I think F1's better with V2. It's I'd go on a ramble about it, but it's just gonna take too long. Another time, catch me another day.
We'll set him off another day. We're at the tail end of our day. The only things I want to see right now are the scoreboard and the standings. I want to see how this game has affected the final scores and who is actually going to those bi-weeklies on Sunday. Because YZG had no business going to bi-weekly finals this week, considering how poorly they played at the start, but they then had no business being at the top end of the table. How did they do that? I was like, I think it was at game 4 or 5, I was like, they could realistically top 6, but there's no way they're ever going to make it to the podium. And they somehow end the day on the podium. I am mind-boggled at the performance from today. I really am. Like, they really came through hard, and here we go. It's going to be the scoreboard. WBG 24 points. YZG only walk away with 17. I say only. That's better than their first 3 games combined. Really big performance from YZG here. DRG go out of 11. Nobody takes 0 points this time, at least. But unfortunately for the likes of BBE, that is their time done here. They're going to have to play in those last chance qualifiers if they want a way to make it to those grand finals.
Yeah, it's rough out there. You know, they had roster changes. They're a new team put together. It's difficult, you know, and they're learning, they're progressively like trying to get better, but the rest of the lobby is also doing exactly the same thing. But here, taking a look at the stats, that's a lot of damage, Jake. 30,000 or 31,000 for Leo on the Farrier, and then 33,000 for Yeran. Jing on that Justina, much more of a facilitator this game. 18,500 damage, but 13 assists. 13 is a lot. That's a lot of freezes. Yep,
they were set up, and the others with a dunk. Really big performance. Now, here are our standings. None of these guys, unfortunately, will be making it to those bi-weekly finals on Sunday. FPX, WBG, ASE, OUG, WZ, and BBE have all been eliminated from today's action and from the bi-weeklies on Sunday. The next end of the table, this is who's made it. This is who's qualified. So I can say with confidence, Wolves, who started this game in 13th, have been able to make it, but they're only taking 12 points into those bi-weekly finals. GG just about scraping through as well. GG, by the way, the team who won every grand finals last year, won every season domestically, only just making it in. as JL have made themselves at the top of the table, 17.6 points of what they'll be taking through onto Sunday. Bowder just behind them by 17.1 points, and then YZG pulling out a miracle turnaround here at the end of the day. 68 points, most of which were scored in the final 2 games. 15.2 points for what they'll be taking through into those bi-weekly finals on Sunday. I have no idea. I am just beyond stunned at the fact that they made a podium finish today. I really am.
Oh, well, congrats to them. They are the GOATs after all. They've got their logo up in the sky in the arena 3 times for a reason. Now let's take a look at some of these replays off the back of that game, MVP'd by WBG, brought to you by China Unicom. We have these illegal grabs coming through from LJX. Obviously, he's very good, but it's kind of outrageous that he got 2 double grabs and slams uncontested, essentially, because his teammates were dead. He was playing off of other people, and their like just unwillingness to respect the monk grabs coming in from across the way.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think it just really is just a lack of respect for the monk grabs. To be honest with you,
I feel like those grabs were the reason Wolves made it. Like, it was close. They were in 13th place, and those grabs probably were the difference maker there for Wolves. So. Huge performance from him. Here's SS1 trying their hardest. I mean, they did qualify in the end. They managed to go out in 9th, so it's not the end of the world. They were able to pull it back, but those ballista shots were absolutely brutal. And here's TXJ with his own double grabs into the zone. Really solid performance from him, eliminating OA. It was a bonkers final circle. There's a lot of monks, a lot of transforming going off, and a very, very bizarre day. If we were cast our mind back to the fact that we opened on nothing but blind dates for the first 2 games of the day, and then it was like, cool, now it's time for monk. that was the day. And what really gets me about it is the fact that, like, Sandsiphon and Xiphon are kind of out of the picture right now, and I feel like, you know, the Siren nerfs are probably part of what did it. But I mean, I say that, here's your Siren MVP coming in for the side of WBG. Huge performance. I believe it was God, was it Yoran? Yeah, it was Yoran. There you are. 33,000 damage coming in from him. Earthshaker damage reduction, aerial run damage reduction, and Pack Soul Jade 24,000 damage with flying knives. The devs might need to have a look at this.
That was some gold flying knives. 2 attack jades, by the way, and not a single soul jade for it. Yep. That's all he needed. And then 5.3 thousand coming out from the skills and ultimates. 900 from Nunchucks. Yeah, it's not even worth mentioning, really. The flying knives are in the spotlight at the moment. The limelight of Syra, so to speak. They did kind of change the game. They changed solos a bit, but they changed trios so much.
It's a dramatic change.
It's just completely different. The spacing is so different now because you can just sit on the outside.
But it's changed the way entire characters play as well. Like the Taka changes where like he not Taka, Takeda, where he'll ult and then flying knife blue focus into the ult, and then it's just a really horrible little combo where you're constantly getting caught out by the stagger and constantly being shoved back. It makes him really, really hard to deal with, where before they would typically be dueling like dual halberds or something, and they'd throw out and then get a charge off with that, and there was room to punish, where now those rooms to punish are still there, but they're definitely somewhat slimmer off the back of it. And it's a great off DPS weapon now. Like, someone who's not your primary carry will be running them, and half the time your primary carry is running them as well, and you got 2 people running around flying knives. I mean, I will never forget the double moon shards. I will never forget that, where there's someone just got caught in the double moon shard and there was nothing they could do about it. Really, really big performance. Anyway, we're gonna throw it over to our interview, and it'll be rounding the day out, so we'll be back in just a moment. See you in a second.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have YZG TXJ come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 谭雪先跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 YZG 的谭许杰。
Okay, welcome. You know, it's really pity for you guys because you used Tarka combinations for the last game, but you got the second place of the game. Even a lot of players already admit that Tarka is really useful hero for the competition, but no one used Tarka got the MVP. How do you think about that? 那其实最后一把也是非常可惜，因为你们用了这个火佛阵容嘛，但是没有拿到最后的天选。其实很多选手都已经承认了，火男确实是一个可以用的英雄，但是目前来说，没有哪一个就是队伍能用这个阵容去拿到一个最高分。你怎么看这个问题呢？
因为确实火男是第一个，也不是第一个吧，就火男是现在刚开始上这个比赛的嘛，因为之前都没有怎么上过比赛，所以他现在等于是在开发状态嘛。对于比赛来说是个开发状态，3排比赛嘛，因为单排还是有人用，但是3排这边是完全一个新的体系。就得要点时间嘛，强度的话感觉还是可以的，但是就是得把全程的节奏什么的就有个重新的规划嘛，因为确实这个英雄相对于别的来说都比较陌生，而且比较操作方式也比较不一样。
Okay, so I think Tarka is okay for the competition in trios, but I have to say this hero is kind of like a stranger for trios because for this patch, this is the first time that Tarka can use in the trios. So we still need a lot of time to search the maybe solution or some method to use Tarka to think about more feasible things to use in the competition. Also, we have to do more cooperation in the game. So let's see. Maybe we just need time. Okay. So we can see you use Monk in the game, and CXZ he still use like support position like Kurumi. Only QGG used Tarka. He changed the position. How did you do the discussion for the position selection? 那其实我们也能看到，你仍然是在去玩一个大佛的位置，然后玄之呢也是在打一个辅助的位置。其实对于你们两个来说，位置上是没有太大转换的。但是对于钱滚滚来说，去重新打火男，确实对他来说是一个挑战。你们当时是怎么沟通的，去选择这个位置的？
因为本来就是熟练度嘛，看熟练度嘛。虽然之前玩奶妈的，我是玩佛的。那至于火男这个位置，那就重新让钱滚去练呗。就主要是其他两个都有熟练度的，所以这个点的话就不用浪费。
Okay, so because for me and for CXC, we are really familiar with our old position, like because I play Monk a lot and CXC play support position a lot. So we like QGG to have a new try and to like training for the new position for Tarka. Okay, let's move on to our answer projector, please. So this time our question is, which hero did the YZGTX use in game 6? 那这次我们的问题是，谭思杰在第6把用了哪一个英雄呢 ？A 是胡桃 ，B 是无尘 ，C 是玉玲珑 ，D 是天海。Please count down time， 请给我们倒计时一下吧。
3, 2, 1。
Okay, screenshot everyone. And what's the answer? 答案是什么呢？
答案是天海 D。
Yes, the answer is D. Well, also we are really curious about the F and V for Tarka. So can you give us some advice for trios？ 那其实我们也会去好奇对于在3排当中火男这个技能选择的问题，可以给我们一些建议吗
？3排的话可以带 V1 吧，因为有受击的存在，可以多一次容错。单排比较偏向于需要容错嘛，要受击这种。像3排的话就需要团队争议 ，V2 的话就有提供全队攻击力加成，加上可以去通过造成伤害续上自己的大招嘛。3排的人也是比较多的，所以比较好续上这个大招。所以单排的话就 V1， 3排就 V2 吧。
Okay, so I suggest that if you play solo, use V1 because you can use the ultimate under attack, and also it's have more fault toleration for the players. And for trios, I suggest that use V2 because V2 have a kind of buff for the whole team, and also you can have a more easy to use the ultimate for you and your teammates. So I think use V2 is good for trios. Okay, so for the last question, we already see like for this seasons, YZG have a really good performance, but we still want to know, are you training any new things for the finals? Maybe just tell us a little. 那其实我们也看到了，在这个赛季 YZG 有非常非常不错的表现，还是想要悄悄的问一下，有没有在为我们的决赛准备什么新东西？
就是平常一直练基本功嘛，基本功重要嘛。至于其他的那些都是看临场应变的，但我们没有什么特别新的嘛。就是把自己的状态保持好，然后把临场也做好嘛。
Okay, So I think the most important things for us is to try to do better in the basic operation. I think this is the most important things. And also, if like we in the batches, like during the competitions, and we have to maybe think anything new, like basic on the situation for at the moment. So I think number one is the basic operation, and number two is like how you deal with the new situation on the matches. OK， 那也是非常感谢谭旭杰来到我们的赛后采访。Thanks TXJ come to our interview. That's all for the interview. Bye bye everyone.
Hello and welcome back after that short interview with TXJ, the man himself, the legend of NARAKA. It's great to hear from him actually, and hearing that he thinks that there's still a lot to be learned about Taka within trios is it gives me hope for the future, because I do see a lot of potential for it, as do quite a lot of players seemingly, because a lot of players, although there wasn't too much Taka today, a lot of teams have attempted to play it. So
yeah, I mean, it's early days right now. I believe I've lost Duncan. I don't know if I've...
the bi-weekly finals, who is going to be in that final group and competing for that trophy moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, these are oh god, words are really hard for me apparently today. They're the players who'll be going through to the bi-weekly final. This is tomorrow's schedule for the bi-weekly final. This is solos, so it's a slightly different order, but the first 3 games you're playing towards match point. For solos, I believe it's 30 points or 35 points, I believe, to get to match point over there. Trios is quite a bit higher. It's like 72 or 74 points now. We'll be playing for that. So we potentially play 8 games tomorrow and on Sunday. Make sure you tune in as well, because of those big giveaways we were talking about. You can get more goodies, more in-game goodies anyway. So make sure you have your account link for that. But yeah, solos finals is going to be really fun, mostly due to the fact that Michael Spider haven't won yet. Like, someone else has won every other solos, so solos is going to be very exciting to see if one of them can finally actually get a victory under their belt, because they've been, I mean, Mike less so, but Spider's been pretty lackluster this season. And obviously trios is super exciting because of YZG. Like, can they do it? Can they be the only team and the first ever team to take the entire season of bi-weekly finals? And then if they take the grand finals as well, like, they are just the most dominant team we've ever seen in a season of Nbpl.
Ever. Yeah,
ever,
absolutely.
Yeah,
it's crazy. It really is. But yeah, no, solos is definitely going to be very exciting tomorrow, because 8 games, or the potential for 8 games, means that, you know, we've seen a lot of players, you know, sort of dabble with different characters and stuff. Things have changed in solos as well. You know, the Lani has been nerfed to some extent, even though she's still the very, very high priority pick. Liam is still very high priority, but he's being matched in some ways. Shyle still very strong. We might see some characters come out tomorrow that we haven't really seen too much of in the previous bi-weeklies. So who knows? And perhaps some players who haven't actually tried their hand at Taka yet in solos will be forced to use it, considering the 8 games and the phasing and how it all works. But here we are yet again, just taking a quick look again at that total standing, the total leaderboards, which is including those the points from all the bi-weeklies, you know, for the grand finals. So DRG currently in that 12th position for the qualification and for the grand finals, which will be occurring in a couple weeks. And YZG,
I mean, no team,
999,
no team has done this well ever. OUG don't even qualify, so our second place team didn't even make it today. Unfortunately, they fell short right at the end, so guys will not be attending that one. But here are overall honor lists. These are red means you've attended, Grey means you haven't attended, and yellow means you've won. If you want to see what yellow looks like, just look to the top left, because that's the only place you're going to see it.
Yeah. It is sad to see that OUG has attended every single bi-weekly final until this final one. Same thing with ASE. The reverse can be said for Wolves and Alliance, who both missed out on that first one. TE missed out on the second one, DRG on the third, Bowder on the third. WBG, unfortunately, only attended the first bi-weekly final. FBX only attended the third. And 521, finally, they're going to be attending the bi-weekly final after 3 weeks of not making it. Unfortunately for both WZ and BBE, not a single time have they been able to make it into that bi-weekly final, which is certainly a shame.
What's sad for me is I actually feel like WZ, while they're they're one of the new kids on the block, I actually feel like they've had some serious potential as a team. I feel like this might not have been their season because it's it's them finding their footing and getting kind of used to the tournament. Where next season, I actually would like to keep my eyes on them because I feel like they have some massive potential as a team. Like their performances haven't been bad. It's just they've not been consistent enough, and they've had low lows, but they've also had some pretty high highs.
They do. I think it's just because Cookie is a veteran. He's been around for a long time, but just the adjusting to the new team, like it happens. Some teams can adjust quickly, some teams can't. It just takes them a while. And I certainly I really do hope that they do eventually sort things out, because I mean, for their sake, especially Cookie, he's a lovely guy. He's a very good player. I met him in China. He's a very nice dude. I met him in the lift, and he was like, he complimented my suit. He's like, oh, very cool. I was like, oh, thanks, bro. I had a little chat with him. His English is actually pretty decent as well. So yeah, he's a nice guy. So I hope for his sake and the rest of his team that they do finally sort things out eventually.
I really hope. I genuinely do see a lot of potential in that team. I think they're having that kind of like the baby steps right now. They're in the baby step stage. This season hasn't been their season, but you never know. Next season we might see a better performance from them. I mean, remember we saw the praises about Alliance for a very long time, and then suddenly they actually became a good team. Like everyone loved the Alliance, but god damn, they were horrible to be a fan of for a while. Same with Wolves, to be fair, who are now the world champions. So it is interesting with like NARAKA teams, because I feel like you can never write anyone off, because you never know. Like everyone has the ability just to take it all and show up really big.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I remember exactly what you're talking about. Alliance and the Wolves just not able to find their footing whatsoever for the longest time, and then they pop off. Great to see, and I look forward to seeing those teams that are currently performing in such a way to do the same thing in the future. But for now, that is going to be all from us here today at the NBPL, the third and final day of Group Stage 4 Trios. We will be back tomorrow and the next day for the Grand Finals. I personally will also be back tomorrow for the Grand Finals for solos. But I've been Dunkin' Donuts, joined by Hiprain. We've had the pleasure of presenting this for you. We will see you next time. Take care.
Bye-bye.